ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರಿನ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಾಗೆ ಕೆಪಿಆರ್ಪಿಯ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮನಶ್ರೀ BM ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಪಿಆರ್ಪಿಯ ಸಂಚಾಲಕರು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಕಮಲಮ್ಮ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
Now I request Shri K. Manoharan, ex-MLA Vice President of AIPP to come on the stage. I request Shri Brajesh Sinha, MLA to come on the stage. I request Shri Anil Sharma, GS AIPP to come on the stage. I request Shri Shidambar Reddy to come on the stage. I request Shri Kulkarni Rakesh Pant, GSA IPP to come on the stage. I request Shri Rajendra to come on the stage. I request Shri ML Sharma to come on the stage. I request Shri Badrinath to come on the stage. I request Shri Rajbin Singh to come on the stage. I request Shri Ajay Singh to come on the stage.
ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಿರಿಯಂತ ಮನಶ್ರೀ ವಾಸಪ್ಪ ಕೊಡಗಿ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಹಿರಿಯಂತ ಗುರುಣ್ಣ ಬಳಗಾನವರು ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿ ವರ್ಗ ಹಾಗೂ ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ನಿಂತಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ತಮಗಾಗಿ ಆಸನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗಿದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಶಿಕ್ಷಕರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆಸನವನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೆಪಿಆರ್ಪಿಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ಚಿಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಬೀಸ್ಗುತ್ತಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಶ್ರೀತ ಚಿಕ್ಕಪ್ಪ ಬೀಸ್ಗುತ್ತಿ ಕೆಪಿಆರ್ಪಿಯ ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
I request Shri Alkar Rai to come on the stage. Shri Alkar Rai. I request Jannu Ramachandraya, General Secretary, to come on the stage.
ಗದಗ ಬೆಟಗಿರಿಯ ನಗರಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಿರಿಯರು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಕ್ಬರ್ ಸಾಬ್ ಬವರ್ಚಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಗರಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರಾಧಿಕಾರದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಕ್ಬರ್ ಸಾಬ್ ಬವರ್ಚಿ ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ಒಂದೆರಡು ಚೇರ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಮೇಲೆ ತರಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ರೈಟ್ ಸೈಡ್.
A very good morning to one and all. I am Srinidhi. On behalf of Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, Bengaluru, and Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, Gadag, it is my immense honor to welcome you all to the 18th National Conference of All India Panchayat Parishad. This prestigious gathering, graced by honorable ministers, distinguished officials, honorable ministers, respected academicians, and delegates from across the nation, truly reflects the strength and the spirit of Indian Panchayat Raj system.
ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ. ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ, ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚರಾಜ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಹಯೋಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂಥ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಕವಿ ಕುವೆಂಪು ರಚಿತ ನಾಡಗೀತೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಆರಂಭವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತು ನಾಡಗೀತೆಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸೂಚಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
I request everyone to stand up for the national Nadagite.
Jaya Bharata Jananiya Panjabe, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, Jaya Sundara Nadi Vanagala Nade, Jaya He Rasa Rushigala Veede, Bhudeviya Makutala Navamaniye, Gandhara Chandana Honnina Ganiye, Raghava Madhusudana Ravatarisida, Bharata Jananiya Panjabe, Jananiya Jogula Vedada Ghosha, Jananiye Jeevavu Innavesha, Asavina Nirigala Sare, Innaya Koralina Mare, Kapila Patanjala Gautama Jinanuta, Bharata Jananiya Panjabe, Shankara Ramanuja Vidyaranya, Vasaveshwara Madhwara Divyaranya, Ranna Sharakshari Ponna, Pampala Kumipati Janna, Kumara Vyasara Mangala Dama, Kavi Kovilegala Punyarama, Nalaka Ramananda Kabirara, Bharata Jananiya Panjabe, Kairapa Hoysala Ralida Nade, Nankana Jatanara Nechina Veede, Krishna Shara
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. To invoke divine blessings for the auspicious occasion, we invite Kumari Nikita Pierce for the invocation song.
ಜಗವ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ನಿನ್ನಯ ಮಾಯೆ, ಜಗವ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ನಿನ್ನಯ ಮಾಯೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ಎನ್ನ ಮನ ನೋಡೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ಎನ್ನ ಮನ ನೋಡೆ. ಗಗ ಪಗರೆ ಸಾ ಗಗ ಪಗರೆ ಸಾ ಸಾರೇ ಧ ಸಾ, ಗಗ ಪಗರೆ ಸಾ ಗಗ ಪಗರೆ ಸಾ ಸಾರೇ ಧ ಸಾ, ಸಾರೆ ಗರೆ ಗ ಸಾರೆ ಗರೆ ಗ ಸಾರೆ ಗ. ಕರಿಯ ಕನ್ನಡಿಯೋಳು ಅಡಗಿದಂತಯ್ಯ, ಕರಿಯ ಕನ್ನಡಿಯೋಳು ಅಡಗಿದಂತಯ್ಯ, ನೀ ಎನ್ನೊಳಡಗಿದೆ ಕೂಡಲ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವ, ನೀ ಎನ್ನೊಳಡಗಿದೆ ಕೂಡಲ ಸಂಗಮ ದೇವ. ಜಗವ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು, ಜಗವ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವುದು ನಿನ್ನಯ ಮಾಯೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ನಿಖಿತಾ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ತಮ್ಮ ಸುಮಧುರ ಕಂಠದಿಂದ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಹಾಡಿದಂಥ ನಿಖಿತಾಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಶ್ರೀತ ವೀರೇಶ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮೇಲೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲಿಂಗ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಅಂತ ಶ್ರೀತ ವೀರೇಶ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ವೀರೇಶ್ ಸರ್, ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಸರ್. 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ಧೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯಗಳೊಂದಂಥ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಆವರಣದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರವೇರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂಥ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು, ಕುಲಸಚಿವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ನಾಡ್ಗಡೋರ್ ಸರ್ನ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಸರ್.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಒನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. Honorable Chief Minister was to grace the program. Due to unavoidable circumstances, he could not make it. In these circumstances, we request our beloved Law and Tourism Minister Sir and Gadag District In Charge Minister Sir to kindly inaugurate the program, and accordingly I request Sri Subodh Kant Sahai ji to kindly preside over the program, and Honorable Sri Basavaraj Horatti ji, Sri Priyanka Karge ji, our Honorable Minister for Rural Development, Panchayat Raj, ITBT, and our Pro-Chancellor also could not make it due to unavoidable circumstances. Sri H.K. Patil ji, who has adorned the stage, Sri Narayan Swami ji, Sri D.R. Patil ji, and Sri V.S. Patil ji, Sri Gorpade ji, and all respected members of the Parliament, MLAs and other dignitaries who have come from different parts of the country. We have assembled here on a very momentous occasion to celebrate the 18th conference of All India Panchayat Parishad here at our Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University. At the outset, I extend you all a very warm welcome. Now we have our Honorable MLC Sri Sanknur ji has come. हमारे माननीय अतिथिगण और देश के विविध भागों से आया समस्त प्रतिगणों का हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। आपकी उपस्थिति इस राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन की गरिमा को अत्यंत बढ़ाती है। आपके नेतृत्व में हम ग्रामीण विकास और पंचायत राज के क्षेत्र में उत्कृष्ट प्रगति करेंगे. और all the invitees, ladies and gentlemen, after India's independence, the government of India adopted systemic policies to strengthen decentralized governance and promote people's participation through development of Panchayat Raj system. The Balwant Rai Mehta Committee laid the foundational framework for a three-tier Panchayat Raj structure, while the Ashok Mehta and L.M. Singhvi committees made significant recommendations to enhance institutional autonomy and democratic stability. Based on these recommendations, the late Prime Minister Sri Rajiv Gandhi took the historic decision to grant constitutional status to Panchayat Raj institutions, which subsequently resulted in 73rd Amendment to the Constitution, thereby establishing village-level governance as a fundamental pillar of India's democratic system. The All India Panchayat Parishad, which was established with a vision of ensuring direct participation of citizens in governance, has been actively working since 1958 to strengthen Panchayat Raj institutions across the country. In Karnataka, the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad Panchayat Raj Parishad has made continuous contributions towards empowering panchayat bodies, improving decentralized administration, and advancing local institutions. Its efforts have significantly helped in shaping Karnataka's Panchayat Raj system into a model at the national level. Against this background, and with the objectives of further reinforcing the roots of India's rural democratic system and adding greater strength to the empowerment of Panchayat Raj institutions, the 18th National Panchayat Parishad Conference is being organized by the Karnataka Panchayat Parishad Bangalore in collaboration with our Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development Panchayat Raj University under the sponsorship of the Department of Rural Development, Government of Karnataka. I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank All India Panchayat Parishad and Karnataka Panchayat Parishad and Government of Karnataka for hosting this program in our university. I deem it as a historic event on the campus of our university. It's my privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you at this national conference. Firstly, I extend a very warm welcome to Honorable Chief Minister Sir, Honorable Chairman Legislative Council, Sri Priyank Khargeji, Honorable RDPR Minister in their absence to the program, and we wholeheartedly welcome Sri H.K. Patil ji, a foresighted, reformist and a visionary leader and Minister for Law, Tourism and District in Charge Minister, whose stewardship in law and local governance stand as exemplary pillars supporting our shared goals. I would like to make a special mention of some of his remarkable contributions during his tenure as a RDPR minister, such as enactment of Panchayat Raj and Gram Panchayat Amendment Act 2000, Gram Swaraj Amendment Act 2015, and brought radical reforms in the Panchayat Raj system and governance, providing more autonomy to Panchayat Raj institutions. Introduced 20-point programs for the holistic rural development and Panchayat Raj institutions. Implemented, very importantly, pure drinking water Shuddha Peene Ka Pani scheme in villages to ensure pure drinking water to the rural masses by establishing more than 20,000 RO plants and thereby made available 20 liters pure drinking water at a very cheap cost of 2 rupees, which has reduced waterborne diseases to the extent of more than 75% in the state and has been emulated by many other states subsequently. And another important contribution of Honorable Minister was that of RDPR department consequently got Prime Minister's award for 4 times for use of technology to ensure transparency in Panchayat governance. And more importantly, the establishment of our university, very university, Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development Panchayat Raj University is a brainchild of Honorable Law Minister, sir, with the help of and help and support of the then and present Honorable Chief Minister. And on this occasion, I extend a very warm and cordial welcome to Honorable Law and Parliamentary and Tourism Minister Sri H.K. Patil ji on behalf of National Panchayat Parishad, Karnataka Panchayat Parishad and Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University. We have another distinguished guest who is presiding over this program. We have Sri Asuti sir, I welcome you also, who is presiding over this program today, Sri Subodh Kant Sahai ji, President of All India Panchayat Parishad and former Union Minister, a person who has rendered his yeoman service to the nation as a President of this program. I extend you a very warm and cordial welcome to you, sir. We have with us eminent guest, Dr. Ashok Chavanji, Working President of All India Panchayat Parishad. I welcome you to the program, sir. We have another eminent person who is a Chairman of the 5th Finance Commission, Dr. C. Narayan Swamy, sir, who has also rendered yeoman service for the field of rural development and Panchayat Raj. I welcome you, sir. We have our own Sri D.R. Patil ji, former MLA and presently Vice Chairman of State Decentralization Committee. On behalf, I extend you, sir, a very warm welcome on behalf of all the organizers. We have with us Sri S.V. Sanknur ji, our Honorable MLC, who has, despite his busy schedule, made it possible to the program. I welcome you to the program, sir. We have with us Sri Gorpade ji, the President of Karnataka Panchayat Parishad, who has been struggling hard for the last 1 month to hold this program in our university. I extend you a very warm welcome to the program. We have with us Sri Meenakshi Sundam sir, senior retired IAS officer, who served the Department of Rural Development Panchayat Raj as a Principal Secretary and who has been helping our university since inception by working in various capacities. We have with us Sri S.V. Patil ji and we have other esteemed members. Sri Betgeri ji, Asuti ji, we extend them all a very warm welcome. And Sri Akbar Saab, Babarji ji, President Urban Development Authority, Gadag, and we have our own Executive Council member, Sri L.C. Viresh. I extend him a very warm welcome. And apart from these many distinguished guests, there are many guests who are representatives who have adorned the stage. We also have Sri Pramod Hegde ji. He is a former President of Karnataka Panchayat Parishad. And we have Sri Satish ji, who is General Secretary of the Karnataka Panchayat Parishad. And I welcome all of them wholeheartedly to the program and also extend a very warm welcome to presidents, former MLAs, MPs, MLCs, and the presidents, vice presidents of Panchayat Raj institutions who have come from different parts of the country. We have representatives from more than 15 states who have been very active and working in the field of Panchayat Raj institution. I extend you all a very warm and cordial welcome. And we have with us many faculty members, scholars, students who have come from different universities of the state. And more importantly, we have representatives of press and electronic media. I extend all of you a very warm and cordial welcome. Thank you very much.
ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂತ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸಿದಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಕುಲಸಚಿವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ನಾಡಗೌಡ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾದಂತ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರು ಗದಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಸಚಿವಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೂ ಉಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿ ಮಹೋದಯರು ಸಸಿಗೆ ನೀರೆರೆಯುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಚಾಲನೆ ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಗದಗ ಇವುಗಳ ಸಂಯುಕ್ತ ಆಶ್ರಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನ ಸಸಿಗೆ ನೀರೆರೆಯುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸಿದಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಈಗ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ನುಡಿಗಳು.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಮೈ ಪ್ರಣಾಮ್ಸ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ದಿ 18th ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್, jointly hosted by Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, Bangalore, and Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, with the full support of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department of Government of Karnataka, is now being held under the presidency of Subodh Kant Sahai, the President of All India Panchayat Parishad, former Union Minister, one of the very senior and effective leaders of Congress Party, and my well-wisher. We have with us the working president, Dr. Ashok Chavan, working president of All India Panchayat Parishad. We have one of the great bureaucrat who always supported Panchayat Raj system, whether he was in Karnataka in various capacities or as an advisor or a special officer to the Prime Minister of India in Government of India, Shri Meenakshi Sundaramji. Mr. C. Narayan Swamiji, the chairman of 5th State Finance Commission, Government of Karnataka, former member of Lok Sabha. More than these designations, Mr. Narayan Swamy is recognized as a friend of Rajiv Gandhi because of his intimacy with him and because of the keen interest and commitment of Rajiv Gandhi, which brought both of them together, and we recognize, we identify, we focus because of that. Sri Narayan Swamiji, my elder brother and a man who has committed to decentralization, Panchayat Raj system, cooperation, Sri D.R. Patil ji, the Vice Chairman of Karnataka State Decentralized Planning and Development Committee. We have with us our legislator, Sri S.V. Sankanurji. We have Kamalama with us, our state Panchayat Raj Parishad President, one of the most successful Jilla Panchayat Adhyaksha and a senior leader of our party, Sri Gorpadeji. Distinguished leaders of Panchayat Raj system, we are all proud that we have in Gadag our Birjit Sinha, who is leader of the CLP, Congress Legislative Party, and also who has held many very important positions of political arena in the state of Tripura and India. Many senior leaders are on dais and off the dais. I, as a member of Legislative Assembly from this area and as District in Charge Minister and from the Panchayat Raj, by the state of Karnataka, from the side of government of Karnataka, I wholeheartedly welcome all of you who have gathered in this very important conference. Friends, at the outset, let me congratulate you and communicate the greetings that I have brought from my home Panchayat. Panchayat, which was established much before Jawaharlal Nehru inaugurated Panchayat in 1959 in Nagaur of Rajasthan state. In fact, my Panchayat, my home Panchayat, was started in 1953, much ahead of National Acts Panchayat in 1959. We were in Bombay state then, and I have now brought you the greetings from that Panchayat, which is the senior-most Panchayat, and I share it to you with all respects and love. I take this opportunity, before I begin my speech, to remember Rajiv Gandhi, who is person behind 64th Amendment of the Constitution. Of course, that was defeated by one vote in Rajya Sabha, the greatest betrayal you may call, or a defeat of Panchayat Raj system for a momentary time. And when we remember the defeat of Panchayat Raj Act constitutional amendment, we must remember that 73rd Amendment of Constitution could happen because of the statesmanship, because of the intelligence of then Prime Minister Sri Narasimha Rao ji. And we must remember a personality of that type. we must remember and respect Narasimha Rao ji for having got 73rd and 74th Amendment done. I also take this opportunity before I start my speech to convey our regards and respects to Mr. M.Y. Gorpade, the then Minister, Rural Development Minister in year 1991, when Sri Veerappa Moiliji was the Chief Minister. It is these people who literally and for the first time in India implemented 73rd and 74th Amendment of the Constitution, for which we really bow our head to these two personalities. It may not be out of place if we mention about Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, Mr. Vajpayee, the then Prime Minister, then Manmohan Singh ji, the then Prime Minister, for right to employment, which is a cause for improvisation of rural life, right to food, right to health care, etc. While remembering all this, I congratulate the RDPR University. I forgot to mention about the Vice Chancellor, Sri Nadgowda, Dr. Suresh Nadgowda, who is also responsible for tremendous development on the campus and also for having given keen interest and taken tireless effort to make this conference a success. Friends, it is a profound privilege to me to address this two-day national conference of Panchayat Raj Parishad, hosted in a city so close to my heart, Gadag, at Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University. This institution is a testament to Karnataka's commitment to institutionalizing and furthering the cause of grassroots governance, rural development and Panchayat Raj. The fact that this national conference is taking place here underscores the central role that rural development and Panchayat Raj, rural development and Gram Swaraj must play in our national discourse. I have to mention the relevance of grassroots democracy and dream of Gram Swaraj. Friends, India is at its heart an agglomeration of villages. Our social fabric has historically been defined by local resources, a joint family system, village cottage industries, and a profound social harmony where people mingled, shared, and cooperated, cutting across caste, community, and religion. This was initial momentum towards the realization of Mahatma Gandhi's sacred dream of Gram Swaraj. However, in the recent past, the transformation on social, economic, and political front has brought challenging changes. A disappearance of village industries, a fall in local employment, and an unfortunate retreat in reciprocal dependence, leading to social insecurity. It is for this reason that this conference is not just a gathering, but a crucial call to action. It is time to rejuvenate the village to reclaim its glory. The foundation of robust socialist, secular, democratic and republican system of governance lies in a strong, honest, efficient and transparent Gram Panchayat. This is the essence of modern day grassroots democracy. We have seen visionary contributions of Rajiv Gandhi. Any discussion on strengthening Panchayat Raj is incomplete without paying homage to visionary leader who accompanied this cause. It was Rajiv ji who saw the urgent need to decentralize power and bring democracy to the doorsteps of crores of Indians. He worked tirelessly to make local bodies the true third tier of the government. While his initial 64th Amendment, Constitutional Amendment Bill faced setbacks, it was his unwavering commitment and strategic foresight that paved the way for epoch-making 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendments, which gave constitutional status to Panchayat Raj institutions. His revolution ensured social justice and inclusive governance by introducing reservations for women, initially 1/3, now 50% in many states, including Karnataka, Dalits, Advasis, and backward classes in local bodies. He institutionalized the power of Gram Sabha, aiming to uphold its sovereignty and ensure governance by the people themselves, not just the socially dominant classes. We are forever indebted to his vision for making our democracy truly inclusive. Karnataka, I am proud to say, we are the front runner in devolution and administration. Respected friends, Karnataka has always been a torchbearer in the Panchayat Raj movement. We were among the few states that early on demonstrated true commitment to devolution, consistently ranking high on the devolution index. This commitment was reaffirmed between 2014 and 2018, during which the state initiated monumental changes to Gram Swaraj and Panchayat Raj Act. Our objective was clear: to bring true decentralization and transform Panchayat into genuine autonomous institutions of self-government. We firmly believe that Panchayat Raj system and rural development must go hand in hand. It is the deep-rooted philosophy that guided the government's decision to introduce the revolutionary amendment to the Act in 2014 and 15. I had the privilege of piloting the bill. These were not merely legislative changes. They were a social contract aimed at holistic rural well-being. Coupled with the really rigorous 21-point program that were implemented to uplift the villages, our intent was to create a safety net that takes care of our rural citizens from womb to tomb. Our larger intention is to move beyond hazardous and unsustainable urbanization by building self-sustaining villages. The success of these initiatives must ultimately lead to a phenomenon of reverse migration, where people move from congested urban centers back to the villages in search of better quality life. The true measure of our development is the elevation of Human Development Index and the quality of life of our people, not just mere construction of a concrete world. The key amendments brought during this period focused on the non-negotiable principle of 3 F's: funds, functions, and functionaries. We sought to ensure the effective devolution of all powers and authority necessary to enable the panchayats to prepare and implement plans for economic development and social justice. This legislative effort emphasized, let me mention, strengthening the Gram Sabha, making the Gram Sabha and Gram Panchayat the ultimate decision-making bodies at the local level and holding officials accountable to them. Improved participation by creating opportunities for the participation of most marginalized community, including women and children, in all aspects of local governance. Administrative excellence by, in fact, I'm proud to recall that during this transformative period, Karnataka's Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department received the National E Award for Effective Use of Information and Communication Technology and won national awards for 4 successive years from 2014-15 to 2017-18. This recognition validates our success in administration and devolution of powers. This period was characterized by a genuine attempt to make the promise of Gram Swaraj a ground reality. Important dignitaries and our panchayat leaders, seniors, as well all those who are keen in panchayat system are here. This conference has a very special significance because you are holding this conference in Gadag, which is known for its creativity. The Co-op2 movement was born in India, and that was born in Gadag. It was first born in Gadag, a village nearby called Kaniganahar, the first cooperative society. This has given rise to many firsts in the country, and that being the history and the potential of the land, I'm very keen that we take a resolution, a resolute pledge for democratic soul. As we deliberate on the future of our rural local bodies, let us remember the high stakes involved. Let us recall the words of Winston Churchill, England's Prime Minister. He once said, "Power will go to the hands." Before the power, the independence was given to us, the Winston Churchill says, I quote, "Power will go to the hands of rascals, rogues, and freebooters. They will fight themselves for power, and India will be lost in political squabbles." This is what Winston Churchill tells about India, about us. We have proved to the world that we are much better than even England. We are much better than any country. Even the Birkenhead, Secretary to India in England, he tells that Indians will not be able to make their own constitution. He sarcastically tells, can Indians draft the constitution? They have caste, they have religion, they have regions. They will only fight with silly things in mind, but they will not be able to make a constitution. But we have made a constitution. We remember Dr. Ambedkar, we remember Rajendra Prasad, we remember Jawaharlal Nehru, we remember Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel for having given a wonderful constitution which has kept all successes for last more than 75 years. That being the case, our unwavering commitment to a vibrant, accountable, and strong Panchayat Raj system is the only way to categorically prove Mr. Churchill totally wrong. Not only Churchill, but people who have this type of assessment. To do all this, we should debate, deliberate. We should focus. Awakening the democratic soul is one which is very important. We stand here today not merely to discuss, but to make an unbreakable vow. Let us abandon the apathy of the past and commit ourselves to a tireless campaign of persuasion for action. Our ultimate purpose is the nurturing of a vibrant, profoundly inclusive democracy that echoes the voice of every citizen. Our journey begins where India truly lives, in its villages. Let us launch a determined mission of rural reconstruction. I repeat, let us launch a determined mission of rural reconstruction, transforming these villages from struggling hamlets into beacons of national strength and self-reliance. The life of a villager is the litmus test of our democracy. With your permission, I will repeat that. The life of a villager is the litmus test of our democracy. We pledge to uplift their existence, not just marginally, but to a standard that guarantees a comfortable, thoroughly dignified, and happy life. Friends, we will have to confront injustice. We must confront injustice, the relentless appropriation of our village resources, the land, the water, the stunning natural vistas being sold off or transferred to a powerful, privileged few. These resources are the inheritance of our community, our villages, not commodities for corporate profit. We refuse to be mute spectators as the wealth and the property of our villages, our potential of wind, solar, and fertile lands are transferred in transaction that enriches the few and impoverish the many. This is betrayal of the constitutional spirit too. The mandate of partnership we'll have to remember. If development is necessary, it must be symbiotic. The villager must be elevated from a victim of displacement to an empowered partner. They shall hold shares. They shall receive royalties, becoming the rightful co-creators and beneficiaries, the owners of the value-added asset, not just the laborers cleaning up the debris of change. We must become the rightful creators and beneficiaries, the owners of the value-added asset, not just the villagers should not become just the laborers cleaning up the debris of change. We will have to build a just society. We must secure the fundamental dignity of life, achieving open defecation-free villages, guaranteeing unfettered access to pure drinking water, the quality of which is on par with the quality of water that Prime Minister drinks. At the cost of reputation, let me say that our people, our villagers, should get unfettered access to pure drinking water, not potable water, not tank water, not just a river water, but water so pure, the quality of that should be on par with the quality of water that Prime Minister of India drinks. Our villages must be sanctuaries, exploitation-free, unemployment-free, and absolutely socially equal. Let us revere and empower the farmers, recognizing them as the true wealth creators of our country. Let me mention, keeping in view the situation in a lot of villages, human rights are becoming dreams in many villages. We should declare that human rights in every village shall be fully and unequivocally protected. Every individual's right to wise livelihood and safety is sacred. We pledge to work tirelessly for a peaceful society, a place where trust replaces tension and community dialogue becomes the primary currency of conflict resolution. Mahatma Gandhi's vision, the triumph of Gram Swaraj, should be of great focus by all of us. To give meaning to democracy, we must make decentralization fruitful and powerful. We must push the authority of the state down to the grassroots, where the people's power truly resides. The ultimate realization should be, let us unite under one compelling dream. We must commit all our energies, all our passion, and all resources to the realization of Gandhiji's vision, Gram Swaraj. Before I conclude, let me make a mention that villages in our part, the panchayats in our part, are doing wonderfully well. When you see the list of best panchayats in the country, I'm very proud to share with you, gentlemen, that you will see my talukas, my constituency panchayats getting number 1 rank of best panchayats. Even the next year, our another panchayat gets the best panchayat award. My home panchayat, Hulkoti, which was headed by my father, late K.H. Patil, who was minister, who was KPCC president, who was in national political arena, very close to Srimati Indira Gandhi, and later with Sri Rajiv Gandhi. He was holding the Sarpancha post, Panchayat's head. He was called Sarpancha. Now the system has changed it to president. My father was Sarpancha till he took oath as minister. Right from Panchayat, he grew up to state level. And the focus of all these panchayat leaders in our area was to make our villages self-reliant. And friends, I come from that type of background. Being so, naturally, I will have to get committed to this. And during whatever opportunities I was able to get, I could make some effective measures that is possible. Let the destiny of India be written in its villages. Let us make our democracy not just an election ritual, but a living, breathing reality defined by dignity, partnership, and self-determination. I once again welcome you to this tiny city and a beautiful university campus. The campus has come as a vision of several leaders like Sri D.R. Patil, like Mr. Narayan Swamy, like Mr. Shrikant, like Mr. Gorpade, like the advisors of Meenakshi Sundaram, like Mr. Our former ZP President Vasana Kurdigi, Sidhu Patil, etc. In fact, I am very proud and pleased that so many national delegates have come. I once again very humbly welcome you to this land of history, land where rural development is focused by social leaders, by political leaders. I once again welcome you. Thank you for having come. Thank you.
Village is the backbone of India. India lives in villages. Agriculture is the main occupation of village. We are lucky to have H.K. Patil sir in our Gadag, and it's our privilege too. He has done great social works by accessing pure drinking water, developing cemeteries, and the cleanliness of villages. It is our honor to have him with us. Thank you, sir, for your greatness and incredible work.
Now I request today the special person, Dr. H.K. Patil sir, please release the Gramoday magazine, and also I request all guests. ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಹೊರತರುವಂತ ಗ್ರಾಮೋದಯ ತ್ರೈಮಾಸಿಕ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಚ್ ಕೆ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
Next, we have to release the program's brochure. I request Dr. C. Narayan Swamiji, Chairman, 5th Finance Commission, Government of Karnataka, and a former Member of Parliament, to kindly release the brochure.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ 5ನೇ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಆಯೋಗದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಹಾಗೆ ಲೋಕಸಭೆಯ ಮಾಜಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಿ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನ ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
I request Shri Subodh Kant Saheji, President, All India Panchayat Parishad, and the former Union Minister to kindly release the publications.
Now I request Dr. Suresh Nadgowda sir, please felicitate to Dr. H.K. Patil sir. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರು, ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಉದ್ಧಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಉದ್ದೇಶ, ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಬೆಳೆಯುವ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಎಂಬ ಉದ್ದೇಶವನ್ನ ನಮ್ಮ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ರಾಜ್ಯದೊಳಗ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿನ ಹರಿಕಾರು ಯಾರಂದ್ರ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್. ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಶ್ರೇಷ್ಠ ನಾಯಕನನ್ನ ಪಡೆದಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ವಿಷಯ. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಮಾದರಿಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ. ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಕನಸು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್. ಆ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಮುನ್ನಡೆಸಿದಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟುವ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಿರುಣಿಯಾಗೋಣ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನ ಸಸಿಗೆ ನೀರೆರೆಯುವ ಮೂಲಕ ಚಾಲನೆ ನೀಡಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ತಮ ವಿಚಾರ ಹಂಚುವಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸುವಂತ ಸಮಯ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ.
I invite Dr. C. Narayan Swamy, Chairman 5th Finance Commission, Government of Karnataka and former Member of Parliament, to share his thoughts.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ 18ನೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮಾವೇಶದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಮಾಜಿ ಸಚಿವರು, ಬಿಹಾರ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹಿರಿಯ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಆದಂಥ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಶ್ರೀ ಸುಬೋಧ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಹಾಯರವರೇ, ಇದೀಗ ತಾನೇ ಈ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮಾವೇಶವನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಇತಿಹಾಸ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನಾತ್ಮಕವಾದಂಥ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿ ತಂದಂಥ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿಗಳ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಬಂದಂಥ ಬದಲಾವಣೆಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಇಡೀ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಪ್ರಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಂತೆ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಅದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯ ತಿದ್ದುಪಡಿ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದಂಥ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲ್, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಬಲ್ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಯಕರು, ಆತ್ಮೀಯರು ಆದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀ H.K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ರವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವಂಥ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಚವಾಣ್ರವರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರುವಂಥ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಸಮಾವೇಶವನ್ನು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ we are thankful to the Honorable President, Vice President, office bearers of All India Panchayat Raj Parishad, especially Honorable former Union Minister Sri Subodh Sahai for giving Karnataka this opportunity to host the 18th National Conference on this August occasion. With the active involvement of Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, the first and the only one of its kind in the country, Gadag, where under this historic noble ambience, this national conference has been organized. I compliment them, and especially the working president of Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, Sri Gorpadeji, and his team of office bearers, Dr. Nadgowdaji and his team in the university, especially a senior spiritual leader, four-time MLA from Gadag Assembly constituency, who worked as a senior member of the erstwhile Jilla Parishad in undivided Dharwad district, and our saint politician leader, very popularly known as in this part of the state, and who is presently the Vice Chairman of Karnataka State Decentralized Planning and Development Committee, headed by the Honorable Chief Minister, Sri D.R. Pachilji, former Vice Chairman, Sri Pramod Hegdeji, the respected member of the State Legislative Council, Sri Sankanurji. We are honored to see Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram on the dais, a senior bureaucrat in the state of Karnataka, when the Panchayat Raj experiment under the leadership of late Sri Ramakrishna Hegde with Sri Abdul Nazir Sahab as the Minister, Rural Development Panchayat Raj, Sri Meenakshi Sundaram ji was the Principal Secretary of the department and later became a responsible officer in Government of India in the Prime Minister's Secretariat. And he has been a well-known and well-respected senior IAS officer who has retired, but who is very active in Panchayat Raj in guiding all of us in the state and outside. We also, I do not wish to take this time to make a speech, because I and we all want to hear our Honorable President, Sri Subodh Sahai. I will be here with you for the next 2 days, attending the sessions organized on this occasion. I especially personally thank all of you from different parts of the state, senior leaders and delegates to this national conference, for having come over to Karnataka, for having been attending this conference here. I am only happy because I have been a part of Panchayat Raj as an elected functionary for 5 years at the block level as Vice President, as Jilla Parishad President for 5 years. Subsequently, through this opportunity, I was able to become a member of Lok Sabha, working in the Standing Committee on Urban and Rural Development of the Lok Sabha. And with this opportunity, I am only happy after the 73rd Amendment came into effect in the country, Karnataka was the first state to bring in a new Panchayat Raj registration. Again, I used to say, in the matter of social justice, because Constitution 73rd and 74th, both the amendments have ushered in a provision for reservation for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes in proportion to their population. The Constitution says not less than 1/3 of the officers and membership seats to be reserved for women, and the provision for providing reservation for other backward classes in any state, the liberty is given to the state legislatures and it is not mandatory under the 73rd and 74th Constitution. I would take this opportunity to mention that Karnataka was again the first state, immediately after the 73rd and 74th Amendment, to provide for reservation of 1/3 of the officers and seats for other backward classes through the state legislation after the amendment. Again, Karnataka increased the reservation for women from 1/3 to 50% among few states which have followed suit. This being the history of Karnataka. Prior to independence also, Karnataka has had vibrant Panchayat Raj institutions in different states, including the adjoining parts, which were amalgamated into the state of Karnataka after the 1956 reorganization. Again, when Mr. H.K. Patilji was Minister Panchayat Raj, he brought in comprehensive amendments through the recommendations of the K.R. Ramesh Kumar Samiti. The act called Karnataka Gram Swaraj and Panchayat Raj Act is considered to be one of the best state enactments in the country. Because I have been a part of All India Panchayat Parishad also, I had occasion to work with Subodh Khan Sahai ji and Dr. Ashok Chavanji and other colleagues, because I preceded Sri Venkatrao Gorpade as the working president of the State Panchayat Parishad before I was given the responsibility of the State Finance Commission. With these words, because of having worked in the commission, having compared the implementation of the policies and programs as enshrined in the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments, especially schedules 11 and 12 of the Constitution relating to the activities or subject they are called under the Constitution that are entrusted to urban and rural local self-governments. We see that after the coming into force of the Constitutional Amendment in 1993, many states are going back on the constitutional assurance of ushering in Panchayat Raj in the entire country. Elections have not been held regularly in many parts of the state. The importance of Panchayat Raj institutions are seen to be waning unfortunately. It is for us, especially All India Panchayat Parishad, Adhyaksha and the Executive Committee, to have continuous and direct contact and coordination with the state Panchayat Parishad officers and organizations to see that the constitutional mandate is implemented in all the states and union territories of the country. With this few words, because after hearing the inaugural speech of our Honorable H.K. Patil, who is now Minister Law, Parliamentary Affairs, Legislation and Tourism, he has been a guiding person with a long family history in the matter of public service. The entire district see, and cooperative institutions, Panchayat institutions, and many other organizations, including what we see around here today. I thank again the organizers, because including the university, our Panchayat Raj Parishad, we are especially thankful to the government headed by Shri Siddaramaiah ji, because the Minister Panchayat Raj, Mr. Priyank Kharge ji, who could not be present here due to unavoidable circumstances, sponsored this program. Rural Development Panchayat Raj Department enabled the holding of this program at the national level. I thank them. Thank again the dignitaries on the dais and all of you here, our honorable office bearers and executive committee members of the state Panchayat Raj Parishad are also present here. I compliment all of them for their efforts. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
It is an honor to felicitate Dr. C. Narayan Swamiji, Chairman, 5th Finance Commission, Government of Karnataka and former Member of a Parliament.
I request Dr. Suresh Nadgaudar sir, please felicitate to Dr. C. Narayan Swami sir. And also request Gorpade sir, Vivek Gorpade sir. I request Dr. Suresh Nadgaud sir, Hage Gorpade sir, please felicitate to Shri D.R. Patil sir. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶಾಸಕರು, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್.ವಿ. ಸಂಕನೂರ್ ಸರ್ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾವೇಶವನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಎಸ್.ವಿ. ಸಂಕನೂರ್ ಸರ್.
Respected distinguished guests who are present in the dais, our District Minister H.K. Patil ji, D.R. Patil ji, Subodh Kant ji, Narayan Swami ji, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, Dr. S.S. Meenakshi Sundaram ji, and all other distinguished guests on the dais, and respected members who have come from 15 different states, press media. At the outset, I would like to say that it is the happiest moment and proud for the people of Gadag for hosting 18th National Conference of All India Panchayat Parishad. So I congratulate the organizers of this workshop, Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, Bangalore, and also Mahatma Gandhi RDP University. Particularly, I would like to congratulate the working chairman, Vice Chancellor, Suresh Nadgodar, working President Gorpadezi, and V.S. Patil, and all other organizing team. ನನಗೆ ಮದರ್ ಟಂಗ್ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಎರಡರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತಕೊಂಡು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ನಾನು ಇದೀಗ ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಗದಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸಹಕಾರಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ತನ್ನದೇ ಆದಂಥ ಅಪಾರ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮನೆ ಎಚ್ ಕೆ ಪಾಟೀಲರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೋಆಪರೇಟಿವ್ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್, cooperative society, it is established in Gadag, that too in the rural area, Kadiginhal. I am very happy to say that Siddhanugoda Patil is the first person who has established the first cooperative society in that village. ನೋಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಮಾಜಿ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಚ್ ಕೆ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ತಂದೆಯವರು, ಕೆ ಎಚ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೋಆಪರೇಟಿವ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಿ ಆರ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೋಆಪರೇಟಿವ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಎರಡನೇದು ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗದಗಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪುಟ್ಟರಾಜ್ ಗವಾಯಿಗಳು, ನೀವು ಆಶ್ಚರ್ಯಪಡ್ತೀರಿ, ಅವರು ಒಂದು ವಾದ್ಯ ಅಲ್ಲ, 8-9 ವಾದ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಅವರು ನುಡಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಚಾತುರ್ಯ, ಒಂದು ಕೌಶಲ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪಡೆದಿದ್ರು. ಹಿ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್, ರಿಮೆಂಬರ್. ಒಬ್ಬ ಬ್ಲೈಂಡ್ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 8-9 ವಿವಿಧ ಸಂಗೀತದೊಳಗೆ ಏನೇನಿದಾವೆ ಅದು ನೀವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸಂಗೀತದೊಳಗೆ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಪುಟ್ಟರಾಜ್ ಗವಾಯಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರೇಟ್ ಪದವಿ 1974ಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್. He got a PhD from Karnataka University in the year 1974. ಇದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದೊಳಗೆ ಭೀಮಸೇನ್ ಜೋಶಿಯವರು, ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನಿ ಸಂಗೀತ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟು, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಗದಗದವರು. ಭೀಮಸೇನ್ ಜೋಶಿಯವರು ಹಿಂದೂಸ್ತಾನ ಸಂಗೀತದೊಳಗೆ ಅವರು ಪದ್ಮ ವಿಭೂಷಣ ಭಾರತ ರತ್ನ ಪ್ರಶಸ್ತಿ ಕೂಡ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು, ಮಹಾನ್ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು. ಅದು ಗದಗದವರು ಅಂತಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅಭಿಮಾನ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ. ಕ್ರೀಡಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಇವತ್ತು ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಭಾಳ ಫೇಮಸ್. ತಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುನಿಲ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು. ಸುನಿಲ್ ಜೋಶಿ ಅವರು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಏನು ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ, ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿದವರು. ಅವರ ಗದಗದವರು. ನನ್ನ ಮನೆ ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಇರ್ತಾರಂತ ಹೇಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ, ಸುನಿಲ್ ಜೋಶಿ. ಹಾಗೇ ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಕಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ಕೂಡ ರಾಜು ಬಾಗಡೆ ಅಂತನವರು. ರಾಜು ಬಾಗಡೆ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಕ್ಷಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದೊಳಗೆ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ದವ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಆಟವಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ತರ್ತಾ, ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ವ ಪಡೆದಂಥ ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಥಳದೊಳಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು 18ನೆಯ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಭಾಳ ಅತಿ ಸಂತೋಷದ ಸಂಗತಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪುನಃ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಈ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ರಾಜ್ಯದೊಳಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೋ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವೇದಿಕೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನೀವು ಪರಸ್ಪರ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಫ್ರಮ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಕಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅವಕಾಶ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ನೇಹಿತ, ಒಂದು ಬಾಂಧವ್ಯನ ಬೆಳೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅವಕಾಶ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಸದಸ್ಯರಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಮಟ್ಟದೊಳಗೆ ಏನು ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾವೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದೊಳಗೆ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಹೌ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಫೇಸ್ ದಿ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್, ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಆ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಬಗೆಹರಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ವಿಚಾರ ಕೂಡ 2 ದಿನ ನಡೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ದೊಳಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದು ಭಾಳ ಅವಕಾಶ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆಗ್ಯದ, ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆಗ್ಯದ. ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಿಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಏನು ಬೇಕು, ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಬೇಕು, ವಾಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ಪವರ್ ಯು ವಾಂಟ್, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೊಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅವಕಾಶ, ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ನನ್ನ ಭಾವನೆಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ನಾವು ನೆನೆಸ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ, ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವ್ರನ್ನ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯ ಆ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದವರು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತುಂಟು, ನಿಯರ್ಲಿ ಮೋರ್ ದ್ಯಾನ್ 60% ಆಫ್ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಆರ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. 60% ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಇವತ್ತು ಜನರು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ದೇಶ ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಹೊಂದಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹೊಂದುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಆ ದೇಶ ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಹೊಂದುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಅಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಒತ್ತವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ, ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಬಂದ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಮಹಾತ್ಮೀಜಿಯವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕನಸಿತ್ತು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬಿ ಆಗೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆರ್ಥಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸಬಲ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲದರ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಿಡಬೇಕು, ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಗವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಎ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಅಟ್ ದಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನು ಜನರಿದಾರ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛವಾಗಿರಬೇಕು. ಹಲವಾರು ಕನಸುಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರಾಗಿದ್ದರು. 78 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ, ನಾವು ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಬಂದು ಸಿಕ್ಕು 78 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ, ಇವತ್ತು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಹಿಂದೆ ವಾಜಪೇಯಿ ಅವರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದೊಳಗೆ ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪಜಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮಹತ್ವ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು, ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಏನೇನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ವಾಜಪೇಯಿ ಅವರು ನೋಡಿ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಸರಿಯಾದಂಥ ರೋಡ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ವಾಜಪೇಯಿ ಅವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರಧಾನ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಡಕ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಾರಿ ತಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಕೂಡ ಅಷ್ಟ. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದೊಳಗೆ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಅಂತ ಯೋಜನೆ ತಂದರು. ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನು ರಸ್ತೆಗಳಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಕಾಂಕ್ರೀಟ್ ರಸ್ತೆಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಕಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಒಳಗೆ. ಸುವರ್ಣ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ ರಸ್ತೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಗಟರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸುವರ್ಣ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಇವತ್ತು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರು ಕೂಡ ನೆನೆಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಎರಡಲ್ಲ ಹಲವಾರು ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತದ, ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಯೋಜನೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಡ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಯೋಜನೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಯವರು ಇವತ್ತು ಪ್ರತಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಕಟ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಅವರು ಜಾರಿ ತಂದಾರ. ಭಾಳ ಮಹತ್ವದ್ದು. 78 ವರ್ಷ ಆದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಮನೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯ ನೀರನ್ನು, ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಕುಡಿಯ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆ ಆಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯ ನೀರು ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಾಟರ್ ಸಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಜಲ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆವಾಸ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಬಡವರಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ಮನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮನೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಜಿಯವರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ, ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮದೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ಕೃಷಿನ ಮೇನ್ ಪ್ರಧಾನ, ಕೃಷಿ ಪ್ರಧಾನವಾದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೃಷಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಯೋಜನೆ ಜಾರಿ ತರುವುದರ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ರೈತನಿಗೆ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಎವ್ರಿ ಇಯರ್ ಪ್ರತಿ ರೈತರಿಗೆ 6,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಹಾಯಧನ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪನವರು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 4,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಇವತ್ತು 10,000 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ತರ್ತಾ, ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ 2 ದಿನ ನಡೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನಿಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ ನಡೀತದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗ್ಯದ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಈಗೇನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರದರು, ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಪಕ್ಷ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ. ಅದು ನಿರೀಕ್ಷಿತ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ 2 ದಿನ ಏನು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತೈತೆ, ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಸರ್ವಾಂಗೀಣ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು, ಏನೇನು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಜಾರಿ ತರಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೂ ಯಾವ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನೀವು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪಟ್ಟ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಸಮರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಡೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಾಗಿ ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಏನು ತರಬೇಕು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಸಿದ್ಧಪಡಿಸಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ವರದಿಯನ್ನು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡುವ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಮತ್ತು 2 ಅಧಿವೇಶನ 2 ದಿನ ಏನು ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಡೀತದೆ ಇದು ಸುಗಮವಾಗಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಜರಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾ ಆಶಿಸ್ತಾ, ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಾಡುಗೌಡರು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರ. ನನ್ನ ಕಳಕಳಿ ವಿನಂತಿ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅಂದರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಟೂರಿಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಗಳು ಭಾಳ ಅದಾವೆ. 1-2 ತಾಸು, 1 ತಾಸು 2 ತಾಸು ಹಂಪಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಐಹೊಳಿ ಪಟ್ಟದಕಲ್ಲ ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಒಳಗದ, ಅವು ದೂರ ಆಗ್ತಾವೆ. ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಗದಗ ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಲಕ್ಕುಂಡಿ ಅದ. ಲಕ್ಕುಂಡಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ 100 ಬಾವಿಗಳಿಗೆ 100 wells, 100 temples are there in one village. That is a very important place. ನಾಡುಗೌಡರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತೀನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂತ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ರು ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಆದ್ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಆ ಲಕ್ಕುಂಡಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಮಹತ್ವ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ CC ಪಾಟೀಲ್ರು, ಆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ MLA ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಲಕ್ಕುಂಡಿ ಗ್ರಾಮದೊಳಗೆ ಏನು 100 ಬಾವಿಗಳು ಏನಿದ್ದು ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಚ್ಚೋಗಿದ್ದು, ಟೆಂಪಲ್ ಕೂಡ ಮುಚ್ಚೋಗಿದ್ದು. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಮತ್ತು CC ಪಾಟೀಲ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಅದು 100 ಬಾವಿಗಳನ್ನು, ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಪಡಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ. ಭಾಳ ಸುಂದರವಾದ ನಗರ ಆಗ್ಯದ. ಭಾಳ ಟೈಮ್ ಹಿಡಿಯಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೈಸ್ ಚಾನ್ಸಲರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅದ ಅಟ್ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ 1 ತಾಸು ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಹೋಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಬರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಭಾಳ ಎಲ್ಲ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಭಾಳ ಪುರಾತನ ಕಾಲದ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಗಳು ಗದಗದೊಳಗೆ ವೀರನಾರಾಯಣ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ ಅದ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಈ 2 ದಿನ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ದೊಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಂಥ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಆ ಪ್ಲೇಸಿಗೆ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡೋಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಕಂತಕೊಂಡು ಕಳ್ಕಳಿ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದೊಳಗೆ ನನಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು SK ಪಾಲ್ರಷ್ಟು DR ಪಾಲ್ರಷ್ಟು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವ ಹೊಂದಿದಂಥ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಗದಗದಾಗ ನಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋದರಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದೊಳಗೆ ನನಗೂ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರು ನನಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸ್ಯಾರ. ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತಿಗೆ ವಿರಾಮ ಇಡ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು.
It is our honor to felicitate Shri S.V. Sanknu sir, Member of Legislative Council, Karnataka.
ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಕುಲಸಚಿವರು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ನಾಡಗೌಡರು ಸರ್, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಮಿಸಿದಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಶಾಸಕರಂತ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ S.V. ಸಂಕ್ನು ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸಿದ ಸಮಯ. ನಿಜವಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಮಾದರಿಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಗದಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ. ಆ ಗದಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಮನದಾಳದ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡ S.V. ಸಂಕ್ನು ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸೋಣ. ತಮ್ಮ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯದ ಸಮಯವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಮೀಸಲಿಡಿದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್.
Now I call upon Shri V.Y. Gorpade sir, Working President, KPRP Bengaluru, for the introductory remarks.
Good morning, everybody. The Honorable Minister for Law and Parliamentary Affairs, Shri HK Patil ji, who just now inaugurated the 18th All India Panchayat Raj Conference, President of the All India Panchayat Parishad and former Union Minister, Shri Subodh Kant Sahe ji, who is presiding over today's function, Senior Karnataka Leader, Vice Chairman of the Decentralized Planning and Development Committee, Shri DR Patil ji, ex-MLA, Chairman of the State 5th Finance Commission, Shri Narayan Swami ji, Working President of the All India Panchayat Parishad, Shri Dr. Ashok Chavan ji, Vice Chancellor of the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, who has put in tremendous effort in organizing this function and making it a success, Professor Dr. Suresh Nadgowda ji, dignitaries on the dais, Shri Meenakshi Sundaram ji. Some of you may be knowing he was instrumental in drafting the 73rd constitutional amendment when he was in Delhi. All the other dignitaries on the dais and all the distinguished guests who have come here, All India Panchayat Parishad office bearers and working committee members, all the state Parishad presidents who have come from different states, all the resource persons of the 5 technical sessions, all the university faculty, staff and students, all the delegates who have come from different states and from Karnataka, the press and the TV media, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have assembled here for the 18th All India Panchayat Parishad Conference, jointly hosted by the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad and the Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development Panchayat Raj University, Gadag. Though this is the 18th National Conference for the All India Panchayat Parishad, as far as the Karnataka State Panchayat Parishad is concerned, this is the second National Conference. The first one was held in 1962 at Bangalore Glass House, that was inaugurated by the then late Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Vijay Lakshmi Pandit. So it's a privilege for the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad to host this two-day national conference, and I also take it as my personal privilege and honor to be the working president of the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad when this conference is being hosted. The Panchayat Raj institutions received the constitutional recognition in 1992 through the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment, where it became mandatory to hold elections once in 5 years and devolve fully the powers to the local bodies to establish local self-government at the grassroots level. Unfortunately, today, after 33 years have passed, and we have yet to achieve the above objectives of empowering the locally elected representatives to establish true local self-government at the village level. Therefore, this historic national two-day conference is at the crossroad where all of us have to deliberate in the next 2 days to address this basic issue of how to strengthen the 73rd, 74th constitutional amendment. And some of the basic issues only I'll highlight here, because during the technical session I'll be given a chance to elaborate on it. But at this moment, just to introduce you to the basic topics, I would like to say the whole of this is absolutely matter. The uniform devolution of funds across state in the country. Every country must adhere to the same formula of devolution spelled out from the center. Only then enough funds will be made available. There has to be a separate Panchayat Raj cadre in every state to deploy trained manpower. Today we have funds, functions, functionaries. Functionaries is taken for granted. We put people from anywhere. From veterinary department, they come to RDPR department, hoping that the village will get empowered. It will not. It will go down further. Now, that's what has happened. The fifth point is, I'm just touching these points. As I said earlier, I'll elaborate on all this during the technical session. The fifth point is proper functioning of district planning committee. Today, district planning committee, though it's in the constitution, it's in the 74th constitution, nobody is following it. District planning committee is the backbone between the local bodies and the state government. When that is not functioning, all others will not function. The planning process will not function, devolution of funds will not function, devolution of functions will not function. There is no resource envelope available at the Gram Panchayat level for the Gram Panchayat development plan. After every budget in the month of April, a complete resource envelope needs to be given to the Gram Panchayats so that they can plan properly for what they require. Today, they are making a wish list and sending it to the state. The line department is doing the planning based on the funds available. This has to change. This is not planning. This is not decentralization. Therefore, the 73rd, 74th amendment needs to be further strengthened in these areas to make sure that we achieve our objective. Therefore, time has come to further amend the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment to make it more binding on the state governments. So far, we have been talking for the last 30 years in every forum and every seminar. Today, all the dignitaries sitting on here are always available in those seminars. We are always on the dais. We are always making speeches. We are always talking about 73rd, 74th amendment. But nobody is saying how to implement it and take it to the grassroots level to empower the local people to make them self-sufficient and establish local self-government. That was and has been the dream of Mahatma Gandhi. Therefore, my humble submission is, in the next 2 days, we should seriously deliberate this. This time has come. I have already spoken to the President and the other dignitaries. After this 2-day conference is over, we'll sit in Delhi, draft out a proper amendment to the 73rd, 74th Constitution and submit it to the Prime Minister and say, we want this. Otherwise, we'll again, as I said, another 30 years will go. After 30 years, most of us on the stage will not be there to see. But you will be talking about the same 73rd, 74th constitutional amendments. Therefore, kindly, especially all the dignitaries who have come from different states and from Karnataka, the officers are here, office bearers are here, officials are there, kindly deliberate on this and come up with a concrete, specific, implementable 73rd, 74th constitutional amendment. Then we would have achieved the objective of meeting in this beautiful place. Today, all of you have come. You are all very happy to be here to participate in this two-day national seminar, and let this be a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Shri Subodh Kansahe, President, All India Panchayat Parishad and former Union Minister, to deliver the presidential address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ नमस्कार अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद 18th नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस सम्मेलन मातु इकु अदुरी आयोजित सिद्धू कार्य कर्नाटक सरकार कर्नाटक पंचायत परिषद महात्मा गांधी ग्रामीण विश्वविद्यालय और नन्ना युतु कृतु गणते गालू अप्रीतु सुतु ने I have tried my best. Respected our minister, who is not here, but I know him for a long time, H.K. Patil Sahab, when he was a last time minister of for Panchayat. He was a minister for so many things, and today also, but for Panchayat, and who has created this Panchayat University. Our respected Narayan Swami ji, who has headed the 5th Finance Commission of Karnataka government and committed to the program, perception, and how to reach development to the last person of the people. Our most respected leader and the former MLA D.R. Patil Sahab, after who has persuaded the whole thing, and must acknowledge Ghorpade Sahab, who is a working president of the Karnataka Panchayati Raj, our working president Ashok Chauhan ji, बीबी अशुति जी, डॉक्टर अलका राय जी, अयोध्या कुमार पांडे जी, हमारे के मनोरम the ex-MLAs of Tamil Nadu, who is heading as a president of the state and the regional southern state president, V.S. Chaudhary ji, Ranveer Singh Rathi ji, Kausal Kishore ji, Rajendra Singh Tomar ji, Jayanti Bhai, he's a Gujarati Bhai, he is our treasurer. But she said that we don't have money. How can it will be? Gujarati bhai said, don't have money. He's a treasurer. And Dilip ji, Mohanlal Sharma ji, राजस्थान के हमारे बहुत ही इज मोस्ट रेस्पेक्टेबल. पीबीएस वर्मा जी हमारे अजय सिंह जी झारखंड अध्यक्ष, एंड सुंदरी तिर्की द ट्राइबल लीडर हु हैज एक्स चेयरमैन ऑफ द जिला परिषद. हमारे जो मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट and who has given the all not as a vice chancellor, but I have seen that as a Patil Sahab, you are witness and all, that our Dr. Suresh V. Nadgowda Sahab, who is a vice chancellor of this university, give a big hand because he has worked as a volunteer for last so many days. Friends, हमारे महामंत्री अनिल शर्मा जी, ध्यानपाल सिंह जी, प्रमोद जैन जी, ये सभी हमारे नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर्स हैं. हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ के पंचायत परिषद के अध्यक्ष लीलू राम केवट जी, बलदेव सिंह जी हिमाचल प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष, राकेश कुलश्रेष्ठ जी ऑल इंडिया के महामंत्री, डॉक्टर गविंदर सिंह जी, हमारे नैना आनंद कुमार पाटिल जी एक्स पंच हैं, हमारे जीएस जी भी हमारे एक्स प्रेसिडेंट हैं यहाँ के, गढ़वा नूर एम.ए. जलील साहब तेलंगाना के, बीएम सुवर्णा जी, धीरज नागर जी हमारे गुजर एआईपीपी के हमारे जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं, के नवीम, नीलकंठ जी, ममता कुजूर जी, अन्नापूर्णा जी, अनिल जी, चिदम्बरम रेड्डी जी आंध्र प्रदेश प्रेसिडेंट, टी अन्ना कुमारी जी तेलंगाना पंचायत, राजेंद्र सिंह राठौर जी, वी के कुरुगंडी जी, ए के साहब, बाबरी एलसी वीरेश जी, और सभी तमाम all the delegates from various state, whatever name they have given, so I have sorry to say, I have not left you, you are in my heart. H.K. Patil ji has given a document. It was not his speech, but a prepared document for the Panchayati Raj. And whatever he has done in the last tenure, complete change the approach for Panchayat, amending the state law. I must thanks to him who has created the area is a surrounding. Nobody will believe that it's a university. Somebody will say it's a tourist place. It's a tourist place. From Gandhi to Gandhi's dream or Gandhi wish, the light should go to the last man of Panchayat. Friends, you be proud, I tell you, because this Panchayat Parishad come in existence, come in law. The one last turning point was when Rajiv Gandhi inaugurated 13th National Conference of Panchayat Parishad, and he committed that I will bring the law in Parliament to strengthen the concept of Panchayat and the Gram Sarkars, village government. I must salute to the soul. That saying you must have remembered, कि 4 आना goes to the village out of 1 rupees. That was his pain, which has converted in the Panchayat institution. And later on, Narasimha Rao ji reasoned the 73rd and 74 amendment comes. This is being, you can say that Loknayak Jayaprakash Narayan was mentor, the Balwant Rai Mehta, Sadev Chaudhary, and so many things, people who contributed in this Andolan of Panchayat, and the great leader like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru inaugurated once, the Guljari Lal Nanda ji inaugurated National Conference, Morarji Desai ji inaugurated, Srimati Indira Gandhi ji, and Rajiv Gandhi ji, and former President Shankar Dayal Sharma ji, B.B. Giri ji. These are the personality has inaugurated your All India Panchayat Parishad, and today here you are here. It's not a first time. In 1964, when our Nijnigampa Sahab was a chief minister, and for short time, I think that Sheshwar Sahab was also chief minister here. In that 64, we had a conference here. So the history of Karnataka and the land of Karnataka, friends, it's not just a place. Our so many, you can say, great persons, great people have taken birth in this area. It's a really historical, can say, that given the nation to the how to architect the people like our Rani Kintur Chennamma, Basa Nanna, like people have taken birth in this great soil. I want to just, because you will have a second session in the detail about the Panchayat, but what is the task? We got 29 subjects in Panchayat, but no state government is giving the full. Why? This is also must be understood. Because we don't have infrastructure in the Panchayat. We don't have infrastructure in the Panchayat. Panchayat need a proper secretariat. Panchayat secretariat is needed, then things can be implemented from there. We need that infrastructure in every Panchayat. We need, after Nehruji concept that Mehta committee was constituted, then later on, this all history of the struggle for Panchayat still is going on. Our Swamiji is here, Patil Sahab is here. Karnataka has done lot of things, but still we have to go mile. We have to go mile. Why? You know, almost 6 crore cases are pending in the Panchayat. 6 crore. Because they don't know money management. When I was in the ministry, UPA government give direct money to the Sarpanch or Mukhiya. It is not done by us. But they don't know because they don't have infrastructure. So the VLW becomes the main Mukhia, and in that whole process, Mukhia will go to the jail one day, and these type of cases is going on. Sir, that's why I feel that we need a really Sundari Tirki ji was yesterday telling in the National Executive, we need Gaon Kachari. Gaon Kachari in the Bihar, Jharkhand, they call Kachari, the district's collector office is a Kachari. Like that, a Gaon Panchayat should have a magisterial type of officer who can decide right now, then and there with the Gram Sabha, and these type of the cases which are pending in the whole court, and the Mukhia is busy in the handling in the cases. So finally, Gaon Sabha don't take place. The planning commission, whatever we were having the concept of the block planning commission, panchayat planning, what is the Gaon Sabha? Gaon Sabha is a planning commission. But if we need it to be strengthened and regular, it should take place, decide what should be the done first priority of their panchayat. So like that, friends, and Patil Sahab and Narayan Swami Sahab, I will say that whatever the money we are giving to the panchayat, it is 2011 census. The population and the demand and thing, I think now we have to change up to this, that 2025 should be the cut-up line. On that basis of the population, the budget should go to the panchayat. This is also a task before us, which we will discuss in the detail in another day. Friends, today is another turning point of the organization of the Panchayat Parishad. I must thank to the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, the whole cabinet, our Kharge ji minister, that they have offered us to come here. Our request they have accepted, and so lavishly they have given you their all help, all they have tried their best to give you the best of the life in the last 2 days. We will go to the Chief Minister back, sir. We will go back to the Chief Minister. I want that Karnataka should become another milestone for the Panchayat Parishad movement, and whatever decided by H.R. Patil Sahab, today's ministers, because the Gaon will be not developed, then the Sahar becomes the Jhuggi Patti. Jhuggi Patti, everybody will migrate to the city because there is no life in the village, Panchayat. So, how to give a quality of life to the villager, that is the moment for the Panchayat Parishad. And in that, 29 subjects come, which is our demand to be implemented with the infrastructure, with the secretariat, with the financial, microfinance bank should be in the Panchayat. Microfinance bank, last time when our rural development minister, अपने कौन थे जिनसे हम लोग मिले थे? अरे ग्रेट मैन, डॉक्टर साहब के कैबिनेट में हैं? Manishankar. You know, I had a Manishankar detailed discussion because we have a 7-acre land in the Delhi, heart of the Delhi. And that was to create an institution for training program of the Sarpanch and this can happen here also, sir, because your infrastructure is so great, this can happen here also. If we will not give money management to the people, it was all decided. But you know Mani Shankar, he said the government will manage. You are a permanent government. I don't think I'm 6 times, but I don't feel I'm a permanent. So society can't be given to the government. Society must exit their integrity, but the government, from government we need a help to develop even All India Panchayat Parishad campus in Delhi, as well as other part of the state. Everywhere we are having office. Second thing, Narayan Swami Sahab, every state contributes something to the All India Panchayat Parishad. This was the earlier procedure. Later on it is being stopped or nobody pursue something like that. Because the great leader, I find 23 rupees receipt from the JP, and so whoever were there, they have kept Panchayat Parishad so clean, and my job to keep Delhi land is a Herculean job. In Delhi is a land mafias. So for the last so many years I'm holding it so that nobody can enter in that campus. But now I will request Karnataka government, send a person, what they can create for Panchayat, for the Mukhia, for the Sarpanch in Delhi. I think that will be a great contribution for sir, because to keep only land is very difficult nowadays. If you are not in your house, somebody put their own name one day. So I feel it's a great conference, sir. Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, I should not forget Manipur. Manipur, friends are there, just get a Manipur. Yeah, you just see the Manipur delegation is there, sir. People are not ready to go Manipur. The Manipur has come to here. Give a big hand, give a hand. Sir, so, friends, I will request you, let's 2 days spend their time here, sincerely, speak on, come to the desk, say your feeling, say your ideas, and so we will be documented in the final shape, and we will approach to the state government as well as we will go to the Prime Minister and the Planning Commission to change the approach for Panchayat in the whole country. This is the idea before this, because this institution of this university itself going to contribute you a lot of as a documentation for placing before the central government. With this few I welcome all of you, friends, all of you. And the students of this university, I salute you, dear, I salute you. And we will हम होंगे कामयाब इसी लक्ष्य के साथ कि अगर पंचायत सफल होगा तो देश विकसित होगा. दिल्ली, बॉम्बे और बेंगलुरु को विकसित करने से देश विकसित नहीं होगा. साथियों, मैं फिर से एक बार कर्नाटका सरकार, हमारे HR पाटिल जी, खरगे साहब और वो तमाम सम्मानित लोग यहाँ पे, मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, मेंबर ऑफ लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल, MLAs सब बैठे हैं. मैं माफ़ करता हूँ, आपका नाम नहीं लिया है, लेकिन आप सबको फिर से सबको झारखंडी जोहार, नमस्कार, आदाब, धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. I request Suresh V. Nadagaudar and DR Patil to felicitate Shri Subodh Kant Sahe, President All India Panchayat Parishad and the former Union Minister.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದಂತ ಮಾಜಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರು ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಶುಭೋದ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರು ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ನಾಡಗೌಡರಿಂದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗೋಣ.
I request Suresh V. Nadagowda and DR Patil to felicitate Shri V.Y. Gorpade sir.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾದರಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ಯ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳು ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಕೊಂಡಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಇಷ್ಟು ಎತ್ತರ ಮಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಷ್ಟು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ತಮ್ಮ ತಂಡವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡಂತ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ತಮ್ಮದು ಇಡೀ ತಂಡವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಂಡು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಈ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೊಳಿಸಿದಂತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುರೇಶ್ ನಾಡಗೌಡ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ನಾಯಕರು ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ C. ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಹಾಗೆ ಶುಭೋದ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವಹಿಸಿದಂತ ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್, ಐ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ VL ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ನಡೀಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣೀಕರ್ತರು. ಶ್ರೀತರಿಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಜಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸಚಿವರು ಹಾಗೆ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದ ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಸುಬೋಧ್ ಸರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್, ಸತೀಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. VL ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಶ್ರೀತ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ VS ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚೌಹಾಣ್ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಗೌರವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಗೌರವ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಚೌಹಾಣ್ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀತ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕ ಸನ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ DR ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಶುಭೋದ್ ಸರ್, ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ C. ನಾರಾಯಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಸರ್ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಚೌಹಾಣ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಮಾನ್ಯಶ್ರೀ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. VS ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸರ್, ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಲ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸರ್ ಇದರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಐ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸರ್. ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸರ್, ಇದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ KPRPಯ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಸನ್ಮಾನವನ್ನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದವರು 3 ಬಾರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಆಯ್ಕೆಯಾಗಿರೋದು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ KPRPಯ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಪೂರ್ವಕದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಈ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ. ಮನುಶ್ರೀ ಸುಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ಸರ್, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಸನ್ಮಾನ ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇಂದು ಮತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ 18ನೆಯ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದ್ದು ಬಹಳ ಅದ್ದೂರಿಯಾಗಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯದ ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದದ. ಈ ಮುಕ್ತಾಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರದಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಗೌರವ ಸನ್ಮಾನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಕೊನೆಘಟ್ಟ ವಂದನಾರ್ಪಣೆ. ಈ ವಂದನಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಿಕ್ಕಮಗಳೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಬಾರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಹಾಗೆ KPRPಯ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಂತ ಶ್ರೀಮತಿ ಸೌಭಾಗ್ಯ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ನಡೆಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಹ್ವಾನಿಸಿದೆ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಗದಗ್ ಇವರ ಸಹಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಇವರ ಸಂಯೋಗದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ 18ನೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟಕರಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಆಗಮಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕಾರಣಾಂತರದಿಂದ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ, ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಘನ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದಂಥವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಹೊರಟ್ಟಿಯವರು ಸಭಾಪತಿಗಳು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಅನೇಕ ಕಾರಣಾಂತರಗಳಿಂದ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ತಿನ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ITBT ಸಚಿವರು ಆದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕಾ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಕಾರಣಾಂತರದಿಂದ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಹಿತನುಡಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಸಚಿವರು, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಕಾನೂನು ನ್ಯಾಯ ಮಾನವ ಹಕ್ಕುಗಳ ಸಂಸದೀಯ ವ್ಯವಹಾರಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಶಾಸನ ರಚನೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರವಾಸೋದ್ಯಮ ಸಚಿವರು, ಗದಗ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಸಚಿವರು, ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಮಾದರಿ ಅವರು, ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್, ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್, ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಮಾದರಿನೇ ಅವರು. ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ಮಾತ್ರ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ಈ 9 ವರ್ಷದ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ನಾವು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬಾಟಲ್ಗಳನ್ನು, ಶುದ್ಧ ನೀರನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ. ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ಜನರು ಕೂಡ ಶುದ್ಧ ನೀರನ್ನು ಕುಡೀಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಶುದ್ಧ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿನ ಘಟಕವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅನೇಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕಾರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರರು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ತಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರರು ಅಂತಂದಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಮಾಜಿ ಸಚಿವರು ಆದಂಥ ಸಬೋದ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಹಾಯ್ಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಸುರೇಶ್ ನಾಡ್ಗೌಡರು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಅವರ ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಆಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇನ್ನು 2 ದಿನ ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಯಶಸ್ವಿ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಪತ್ರಿಕಾ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರು. ಅವರ ಪ್ರಚಾರನೂ ಕೂಡ ತುಂಬ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪತ್ರಿಕಾ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರಿಗೆ, TV ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಶ್ರೀತ ವೀರೇಶ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸಿತಾರಾ ಈಗ ಮೊದಲ ಸೆಷನ್ ಆರಂಭವಾಗ್ತದೆ.
Friends, this inaugural session is over, but right now our session will be start, and after this session we will have a lunch, so there is no hurry. We have eaten quite a lot in the breakfast, I think so. So I will request Badri Prasad. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
May I call upon
Sri Shivanand Setter and
Shivanand Setter,
Professor
sir, please come on the dais.
Jivan Kumar sir,
Jivan Kumar sir, please come on the dais.
please come over here, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now we'll have a first plenary session. After this we will take a lunch break. All students and all invitees, please be seated. Please bear with us for another half an hour. Okay? Once for all, we can break for the lunch afterwards, please.
And now we are starting the plenary session. This session will be chaired by Honorable Sri Subodh Kansai sir. To tell you about Subodh Kansai sir, you know many of people. He is the president of all.
Our Bengal president has come. Kindly be on dash. Bengal, West Bengal president. Please, sir, you go ahead. Please.
Yeah. Subodh Kansai sir is the president of All India Panchayat Parishad and the former union minister. Subodh Kansai sir is a senior Indian political leader whose career reflects decades of public service and grassroots level engagement. A three-term Lok Sabha representative from Ranchi, he has held key ministerial roles in home affairs, food processing industry, tourism, contributing to the administrative reforms, agriculture value addition, and national tourism promotion. He currently serves as the president of All India Panchayat Parishad, supporting decentralization governance and strengthening rural institutions. Committed to the youth empowerment, cultural development and regional progress, Sri Subodh Kansai sir, he has a rich administrative experience and deep understanding of the governance. And I request Sir Subodh Kansai sir to chair this session, sir. I welcome you, sir. Okay. And for this session, there are eminent speakers are there. Sri Shivanand Settar, sir. Shivanand Settar, sir, he is there. As a professor, Department of Gandhian, former professor, retired Department of Gandhian Studies, Karnataka University, Dharwad. Dr. S.V. Settar, sir, Shivanand Settar is a distinguished scholar, retired professor and the former chairman of the Department of Gandhian Studies and Karnataka University, Dharwad. With 34 years of teaching experience, he has contributed extensively to Gandhian philosophy and the rural society through the research, publication and academic leadership. He has served as the chief editor of Karnataka Bharati and published widely in the national journals. A respected speaker, he has delivered numerous invited lectures across India on Gandhian thoughts, ethics, peace and national integration. Dr. Shivanand Settar, sir, we welcome you to this technical panel session, sir. There is one more speaker, eminent speaker, Professor D. Jeevan Kumar, sir. Professor D. Jeevan Kumar, sir, is a distinguished retired professor of political science from Bangalore University, over 38 years of exemplary academic and administrative service. He has made a significant contribution to the development of politics, Indian government, and politics and public management, Gandhian studies, while holding the key position including the head of the department, dean and faculty of arts and director of several research centers. Yes, sir. So I welcome you, sir, for this session. And welcome you, sir. We also welcome Sri K. Naveen, Joint Secretary, Karnataka Panchayat Parishad, Bengaluru. The former President of Jilla Panchayat and member of Jilla Panchayat Member Association and the former Gram Panchayat Akkataya Andolana State President. I welcome you, sir, for this technical session. Okay. Now, I request the President Subodh Kansai sir to take over this panel discussion, and I request the first speaker. On behalf of the chairman, I request the first speaker, Sri Dr. Shivanand Settar sir, to give his lecture and to the audience. Thank you very much.
How much time can I take? Very little, because I have to move the resolution. Yes.
The chairman of today's technical session, Sri Subodhkant Sahayji, my co-resource person, Dr. Jeevan Kumar sir, all the dignitaries on the dais, and all the members who have attended this 18th National Conference of the All India Panchayat Parishad. It's with great pleasure I accepted the invitation extended by Honorable Vice Chancellor to be a part of this great historical event. And I was told by Dr. Nargowda sir to speak about the concept of Gram Swaraj or the village Swaraj as it was evolved by Mahatma Gandhi. It is not a new concept. Most of you are, I am sure, very familiar with the idea that the concept of Gram Swaraj was a dream of father of Indian nation. But all that, as a student of Gandhi, all that I am going to do for another few minutes is as to how Gandhi evolved this concept of Swaraj in the first instance. The concept of Swaraj is not identifiable, or it is not to be considered as identical with the concept of freedom or independence. It's Swaraj. By Swaraj, Gandhi meant home rule or the real democracy. So way back in 1908, Gandhi came out with a seminal work titled Hind Swaraj or Indian Home Rule. It was way back in 1908. He came out with the concept of Swaraj, what exactly Swaraj should mean in a country like India. It's not just political independence as we envisage it, but it's an all-round socio-economic and political democracy that is to be realized in Indian context. Having said that, what really drew Gandhi to give a clarion call to the youth of this country, to the people of this country, to go back to the villages. Gramaಗಳಿಗೆ ಮರಳಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ. Why and how that Gandhi was motivated to give this call? As you are all aware, Gandhi took to the reading of John Ruskin's Unto This Last way back in 1909 when he was a practicing lawyer in South Africa. And this great British art critic and a theoretician came out with a document which really turned the perception of Gandhi, and Gandhi dedicated his entire life for realizing the message contained in this historical work called Unto This Last, or the Antyodaya or the Sarvodaya, what we normally refer to as. This concept of Sarvodaya was evolved by Gandhi after having read this historical document called Unto This Last, written by this great British author, John Ruskin. Then Gandhi goes on to read Count Leo Tolstoy, The Kingdom of God is Within You. Tolstoy was an aristocrat, a great literary figure, not only popular in Russia but all over the world. Tolstoy was considered as a towering personality whom we normally respect as a Rishi. He was not just a writer but a Maharshi, like Rabindranath Tagore in Indian context or Kuvempu in Karnataka context. They can be placed in the single line, almost on par with each other. So all these great personalities influenced the thought process of Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi, when he returned from South Africa way back in 1915, he was on probation and the task was to understand the rural India. His great political guru, Gokhaleji, advised Gandhi not to make any political statements, any public statements, as long as he doesn't understand the rural India. Gandhi was not supposed to speak anything in public. So it was only way back in 1917 that Gandhi, for the first time ever, took his concept of satyagraha at the grassroots level when he led the movement of the indigo growers, the agriculturists, the agrarian class of people in northern Bihar, the Champaran. So the Motihari, those of you who have come from Bihar know the history of this Champaran movement. For the first time ever, Gandhi identified himself and represented the cause of the indigo growers, and he saw to it that their problems are resolved. Having done that, Gandhi goes on to lead another peasant satyagraha in Kheda, later another peasant satyagraha. So Gandhi's political career started as a leader of the class of peasantry at the grassroots level. Having led a movement in Champaran, Gandhi did not leave Champaran, for your information. He stayed there for another 6 months and saw the pathetic condition of the villagers in northern part of Bihar. For that matter, the entire Indian rural community was backward, more so in case of the northern Bihar. So the people were illiterate, totally ignorant, they were not clean at all, highly superstitious. Gandhi started schools in half a dozen villages of the Champaran, and he had no money, the Congress had no money to appoint the trained school teachers. Therefore, he requested all the chiefs of the Congress in various states of India, and mind you, Karnataka did a great service. The loin of Karnataka, Gangadhar Rao Deshpande, deputed a couple of committed congressmen to Champaran to work there as teachers in the schools. The schools were built and qualified doctors were stationed in Champaran. That's how the first ever rural developmental activities started in the Champaran. So well before anything happened in Champaran, you are all aware that the British rule, the imperial rule, very successfully disturbed the land relations in India, and the village committees or the panchayats were totally rendered helpless and they were disorganized. Though the British tried to organize them way back in 1909 by appointing a royal commission on decentralization, all the efforts went in vain. And the disintegration of village panchayats under British rule was so very damaging. Despite knowing the importance of the village panchayats, they did not do anything to concretely organize the village panchayats. One of the British bureaucrats, Sir Charles Metcalfe, called panchayats as little republics. The British concept of or the policy of the law courts, the police, and the formal social control measures were introduced, and the revenue collecting authority of the village panchayats was taken away, and the state started intervening in the affairs of the rural communities. That's how most of the powers of the panchayats were taken away. Gandhi attributes this kind of development to the Western civilization. The Western civilization, which very seriously damaged the Indian ethos and the rural communities, weakened the communal feeling. ಈ ಸಾಮುದಾಯಿಕ ಭಾವನೆ ಅಂತ ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ, ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪೆಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷ್ ಆಡಳಿತ ಕೊಡ್ತು, ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಪಶ್ಚಿಮದ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಯಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಭಾರತದ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದ ಹಾನಿ ಆಯಿತು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಬದುಕಿದ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರಿದ್ದಾಗನೇ ದೇ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಎನಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸರ್ಟನ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ they did not succeed in reorganizing the village panchayats. So it's only during free India, after the independence, that anything to reorganize the panchayats took a shape. And Gandhi used to say that the Swaraj should start from below. That was the concept of Gandhi. He used to speak about the oceanic circles. Our village panchayat should function like oceanic circles. That was the metaphor that he gave. ಅದು ಎಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅದು ಎಂಥ ಒಂದು ರೂಪಕ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಈ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಯ ಕೇಂದ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ, ನಂತರ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ನಂತರ ತಾಲೂಕು ಬರ್ತದೆ, ನಂತರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ನಂತರ ಪ್ರಾವಿನ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಂತಿರ್ತದೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಅಂತಿರ್ತದೆ. ಹೊರಗಿನ ವೃತ್ತ ಒಳಗಿನ ವೃತ್ತವನ್ನು ತುಳಿಯುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ತನ್ನ ಅಧಿಕಾರವನ್ನು ಚಲಾಯಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಳಗಿನ ವೃತ್ತಕ್ಕೆ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಒಳಗಿನ ವೃತ್ತದಿಂದ ತನ್ನ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತದೆ. ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟನ್ನು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ. See, village occupied the crux of Gandhian thinking. His concept of non-violence or violence does not only refer to the physical violence as we normally understand it today. He said, colonization is not only from one country to another country. ಭಾರತ ಬ್ರಿಟಿಷರ ವಸಾಹತು ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ. ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ನಗರಗಳ ವಸಾಹತು ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆದವು. Cities colonized the villages. So Gandhi used to say that the exploitation of villages by the cities itself is an organized violence. And this organized violence about which Gandhi spoke way back in 1910 continues even to this day. ಇವತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಬೋಧ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಹಾಯ್ ಅವರು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಗ್ರಾಮದಿಂದ ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ವಲಸೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಜನ ಕೊಳಚೆ ಪ್ರದೇಶಗಳ ರಚನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣವಾಗಿ ಇಡೀ ಬದುಕೇ ನರಕವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಅವು ಹೆಂಗಿರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಗರದಿಂದ ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಜನ ಬರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಾತಾವರಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡುವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ರೂಪಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕನಸು ಏನತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರ ಆ ಕನಸು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಜಾರಿಯಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ನೋವಿನ ಸಂಗತಿ. ದೋ there is a three-tier system, a sincere effort to decentralize the political power. But let me tell you, the Gandhian concept of decentralization was all-pervading. The panchayats were like little republics anta heluvaga, they were executive, judiciary, so also legislature all rolled into one. ಒಂದು ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾರತದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಎಷ್ಟು ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ವು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೂ ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸಕ್ಕೂ ಒಬ್ಬ ಗ್ರಾಮವಾಸಿ ನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇವರ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಲಿಟಲ್ ರಿಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ಸ್. ತಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಪೂರೈಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಿಗಿತ್ತು. ಅಂಥ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ವೀರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಅಸಹಾಯಕ ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಬಂದದ್ದನ್ನು ಗಮನಿಸಿದ ಗಾಂಧಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಏನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಸರ್ವೋದಯ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು. ಕೇವಲ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಮತದಾನದ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಬಂದರೆ ಸಾಲದು, ಅದರಾಚೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳು ಸಬಲೀಕರಣಗೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅಂತಾದರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ, ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜಕೀಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜಾತೀಯತೆ ನಿರ್ಮೂಲನೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತಾ ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಹಿಳೆಯರ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರಿಗೆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸಿ ವೆನ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ರೆಫರ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಶ್ಯೂರ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ದಿ ಅಲೋಕೇಶನ್ ಪವರ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಸಹಾಯ್ ಸಾಬ್ ವಾಸ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕಿಂಗ್, ಯಾರೋ ಮ್ಯಾಲಿನಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡಲಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಕಾಯುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ತನಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲವನ್ನು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಹೊರತಾಗಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ತಾನು ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬಿಯಾಗುವಂಥ ರೀತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಕಂಡಿದ್ದರು. ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಈ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣದ ಅವರ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಏನೈತಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಖಾದಿ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅಥವಾ ಅವರ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿಶಿಪ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಹಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಎ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿಶಿಪ್. ಈ ಧರ್ಮದರ್ಶಿತ್ವ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಏನು ಈ ಧರ್ಮದರ್ಶಿತ್ವ? ಈ ಟಾಟಾ ಬಿರ್ಲಾನಂಥ ಮಹಾನ್ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ಗಾಂಧಿ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಜವಾಗಿಯೂ ಧರ್ಮದರ್ಶಿಗಳಂತೆ, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಜಾಜ್ ರಿಯಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಅ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಜನರ ಧರ್ಮದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತರು ವ್ಯವಹರಿಸಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕರೆಯನ್ನು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಅರ್ಥವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆ ಅರ್ಥವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣದ ಸಂಕೇತವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಖಾದಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸ್ವದೇಶಿಯ ಸಂಕೇತವೇ ವಿನಃ ಖಾದಿ ಧರಿಸಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಆದೀವು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಥಾಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಸೆಸ್, ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್, ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ವೇ ಆಫ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್, ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಇನ್ ಅವರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಿಕ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಪವರ್, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಈ ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ತತ್ವವನ್ನು ಕರಗತ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ನಾನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ವೇಳೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆದದ್ರಿಂದ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗಮನಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ತರ್ತೇನೆ. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಈಗ ಇದೇನು ನಾವು ಈ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಮತ್ತು ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅವರ ಕನಸಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ರಾಮರಾಜ್ಯದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಆಶ್ರಮ ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಬಿ ಇಟ್ ಇನ್ ಸೌತ್ ಆಫ್ರಿಕಾ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಹಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಎ ಕಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಶ್ರಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಸೌತ್ ಆಫ್ರಿಕಾ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅನದರ್ ಕಪಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಆಶ್ರಮ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. ವೆರೆವರ್ ಹಿ ಎಸ್ಟಾಬ್ಲಿಷ್ಡ್ ಆಶ್ರಮ್ಸ್, ಹಿ ಕೇಮ್ ಔಟ್ ವಿತ್ 11 ಆಶ್ರಮ ವೌಸ್ ಆರ್ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವೆನ್ಸಸ್. ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವಂಥದ್ದೇ, ನಾನು ಹೊಸದು ಏನದಕ್ಕೂ ಹೇಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಹಿಂಸಾ, ಸತ್ಯ, ಅಸ್ಥೇಯ, ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಚರ್ಯ, ಅಸಂಗ್ರಹ, ಶರೀರ ಶ್ರಮ, ಆಸ್ವಾದ, ಸರ್ವತ್ರ ಭಯವರ್ಜನ, ಸರ್ವಧರ್ಮ ಸಮಾನತ್ವ, ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ, ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ಭಾವನ, ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತಾ ನಿವಾರಣೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶರೀರ ಶ್ರಮದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು, ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತಾ ನಿವಾರಣೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ಅಹಿಂಸೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂತೂ ಅವರ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಆಳದಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ವ್ರತಗಳನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ನಿಯಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅದಕ್ಕನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಅವರ ಸರ್ವೋದಯ ಸಿದ್ಧಾಂತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ 1920ರಷ್ಟು ಹಿಂದೆಯೇ, ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭವನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ನಾನು ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ನಿರ್ಗಮಿಸೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತಲೂ ಮೊದಲು, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ. ಸಿ, ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಶ್ರೀ H. Patil ji, who was instrumental in organizing the celebration of the centenary year of the great Congress session which was held in Belgaum a century ago. ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಅಂಗವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ, 39ನೇ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ, ಆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅದೊಂದೇ ಏಕಮಾತ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿದ್ದು, ಅದು ನಡೆದದ್ದು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬೆಳಗಾವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದರ ಮೆಮೊರಿಗಾಗಿ, ಅದರ ನೆನಪಿಗಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯವರೆಗೂ ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಹೆಸರು ಬರೀ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮತ್ತು ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇತ್ತು. ಆ ಸೆಂಟಿನರಿ ಇಯರ್ಗೆ, ಆ ಶತಮಾನೋತ್ಸವದ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ನಿಜವಾದ ಅರ್ಥವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರಿಗೆ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಆದರೆ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯದ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆಗೆ ಕಾರಣವಾದಂಥ H. K. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ನಾನು ಗಂಭೀರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿ ಹೂ ವಾಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರೂಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಇನ್ ನೇಮಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಸ್ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ರೂರಲ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಇದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಕ್ಟ್ಲಿ 1924ರ ಬೆಳಗಾವಿ ಅಧಿವೇಶನದ ಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷೀಯ ಭಾಷಣದೊಳಗೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅವರು ಅಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತಾ ನಿವಾರಣೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಕೋಮು ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮದ್ಯಪಾನ ನಿಷೇಧದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಲೇಟರ್ ಆಲ್ ದೀಸ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಕೇಮ್ ಟು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಿಸ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್, 18 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಈ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನತ್ತಲ್ಲ, 18 ಅಂಶಗಳ ವಿಧಾಯಕ ಅಥವಾ ರಚನಾತ್ಮಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಇದು ಅವರ ಕನಸಿನ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ಯವನ್ನು ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಪಾತ್ರ ವಹಿಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ರೆಫರೆನ್ಸಿಗಾಗಿ ಈ 18 ಅಂಶಗಳು ಯಾವುವು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಟ್ ಬಿಗಿನ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಲ್ ಯೂನಿಟಿ, ರಿಮೂವಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಅನ್ಟಚಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಪ್ರೊಹಿಬಿಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ಕೋಹಾಲಿಕ್ ಡ್ರಿಂಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಡ್ರಗ್ಸ್, ಫಾಲೋಡ್ ಬೈ ಖಾದಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರೆಂಗ್ಥನ್ ಖಾದಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್, ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಟು ದಿ ಪ್ರೊವಿನ್ಷಿಯಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್. ಭಾರತದಂಥ ಒಂದು ದೇಶದೊಳಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಭಾಷೆಯ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಆಕತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಗಮನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾದೇಶಿಕ ಭಾಷೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮಗೊಂದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಆಗಿ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಭಾಷೆ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೇಷನ್, ಗ್ರಾಮ ನೈರ್ಮಲ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಲ್ಲುವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಹ್ಯಾವಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಪೋಕನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ದಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಸ್ಯಾನಿಟೇಷನ್, ಈ ಗೋಸ್ ಆನ್ ಟು ಆ್ಯಡ್ that we'll have to have a special item on the agenda of constructive program to educate people about health and hygiene. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಚ್ಛ ಭಾರತ ಅಂತ ಬರೀ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗನೆ ಕಲಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ದೇ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಆಫಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಫಾರ್ಮಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಮ್ಯಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹೈಜೀನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಮಹಿಳಾ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು. ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ಸಮಾನತೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆದಿವಾಸಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಕುಷ್ಠರೋಗಿಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ರೈತರಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ವಿವಿಧ ಜನವರ್ಗಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಹುತೇಕ ಈ ವಿಧಾಯಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಅಂಶಗಳೇನಿದಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಸಹನೀಯಗೊಳಿಸುವುದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗುವಂಥ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇವು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವ್ರನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸುಲಭದ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಭಾಳ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದೊಳಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೇವೆ, ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ. ಏಕಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನೀವು. ಅಥವಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಂಘರ್ಷ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೇವೆ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಮಟ್ಟದೊಳಗೆ, ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ವಿಲೇಜಸ್. ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನನ್ನಾದರೂ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸೇವೆ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ನೆಲೆಯೊಳಗೆ ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದೊಳಗೆ ಇನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಎವರ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ದಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್, ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಎ ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ಸ್ಮನ್, ಡೂ ಗುಡ್ ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟ್ಸ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಎ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್, ಡೂ ಗುಡ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್, ಆರ್ಗ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ಫಾರ್ಮಿಂಗ್. ಸೊ ಇದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇವನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಈ ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಬದುಕನ್ನು ಸಹನೀಯಗೊಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂದೇಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಈ ಆರ್ಥಿಕ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಈ ಪರಿಸರದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಭಾಳ ಮಹತ್ವದ ಮಾತದು. ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರಿಂದ ಪ್ರಭಾವಿತರಾದಂಥ ಪರಿಸರವಾದಿಗಳು ಬರೀ ಭಾರತದಷ್ಟಲ್ಲ, ಇವತ್ತು ಜಾಗತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಪರಿಸರವಾದಿಗಳು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಚಿಂತನೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಭಾವಿತರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಲೀಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ ಹಾರ್ಮನಿ ವಿತ್ ನೇಚರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾದಂಥ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರ ಕರ್ತವ್ಯ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಹೌ ಫಾರ್ ಅವರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಈಸ್ in harmony with nature. We'll have to ask ourselves. We'll have to reshape our life in harmony with nature. So Gandhiji was an ecologist or an environmentalist in his own right. ನಾನು ಕನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಪಂಚಾಯಿತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರಿಗಾಗಿ ತರಬೇತಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಗತ್ಯ ಐತಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಸೆಷನಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸುಬೋಧ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಹಾಯ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕುರಿತಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡ್ತಾ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು, ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಅದು ಕೇವಲ ಓದು ಬರಹ ಲೆಕ್ಕಪತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಸೀಮಿತವಾದರೂ ಸಾಲದು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಭಾವ ಬದುಕು ಮೂರಕ್ಕೂ ಏಕಕಾಲಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಸರಿಯಾದ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ರೈಟ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಇಸ್ ರಿಯಲ್ ಅಡಲ್ಟ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್. ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ his own perception of the concept of adult education. Adult education ಅಂದರೆ ಪಾಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರೆಯೋದು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, I ರಟ ಏಕ ABCD ಬರೆಯೋದು. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಲಿಟ್ರೇಸಿ ಆರ್ ಸೈನಿಂಗ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಪರ್ ಸೇ. ದಿ ರೈಟ್ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್, ಸರಿಯಾದ ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾದಂಥ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು, ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಮಟ್ಟದಿಂದ ಶುರು ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಈ ಸಮಯದ ಒತ್ತಡದಿಂದಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಈ ಕೆಲವಷ್ಟು ಚದುರಿದ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎದುರಿಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ತಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನನಗೊಂದು ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಸಂವಾದ ಮಾಡುವ ಒಂದು ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ನನಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಕುಲಪತಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ನಾಡಗೌಡ ಅವರಿಗೂ, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆ ವಹಿಸಿದಂಥ ಸುಬೋಧ್ ಖಾನ್ ಸಹಾಯ ಅವರಿಗೂ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. I think yeah, madam should move. Huh? Yeah. You move that. Resolution move. So something you would like to?
No, you can what resolution move करना है. करवा दीजिए. Jivan Kumar ji. Aruna Kumar. Move this resolution. But there is one more speaker, Jivan Kumar. Okay. He is there. One more speaker. Yeah.
ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಗಾಂಧಿಯನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಶಿವಾನಂದ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಎರಡನೇ ಸ್ಪೀಕರು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಜೀವನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸ್ವರಾಜ್ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರ ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಅವರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Let me confess that I am put in a most embarrassing situation. We've all been sitting here for more than 3 hours. The inaugural session went on and on and on. And technically, this session should have broken away from the inaugural session, but all of you are seated here. And I've been pressurized to make my presentation. I don't think I want to trouble you or the audience. I will just read out the framework of my paper. I have a full-length paper which I've submitted to the authorities, and we can all read it at leisure. Let me just tell you that what I wanted to share with all of you on this occasion, given the title of this theme, Gandhi and Concept of Gram Swaraj, I thought it's important that we revisit the concept in the 21st century. As somebody who has read Gandhi fairly seriously, if I were asked to summarize Gandhi's 5 core ideas of Gram Swaraj, I have that in my paper. There are political ideas, there are economic ideas, there are social ideas. Most importantly, there are moral, spiritual ideas. And last but not the least, there are the ecological ideas. I've expanded each of these 5 ideas in my paper. The next part of my paper asks the question, how easy is it for us in the 21st century to take Gandhi's concept of Gram Swaraj seriously? I've identified 5 contemporary challenges, and at the end, I make this particular submission. I'm saying we need to rediscover, we need to reinvent, we need to reimagine the Gandhian concept of Gram Swaraj, because there are two important points that I'm making in my paper. One, it's not just the normative, theoretical ideas that Gandhi is giving us. Gandhi is giving us a moral compass on how we can truly achieve Gram Swaraj. Secondly, is Gandhi romanticizing Gram Swaraj? To this also I have an answer. Apart from giving us a moral compass, Gandhi is also giving us a roadmap. All of these are there in my paper. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Sir, I know that you have not just done the justice, and we have also not. Otherwise, I think, request our dignitaries to give us your paper so that it will be the part of the document. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I will request Aruna Kumari for Aruna Kumari ji to present the proposal for the conference. I think you can just give the extract of the whole proposal. Give the extract, and so it will be easier for the speaker to just pick up from there and contribute something.
Okay.
Aruna Kumari ji is a very activist from the Andhra Pradesh, Telangana,
Yeah, Telangana.
right? Telangana now is
Sir, first of all, I would thank you to Mr. Subodh Kant Sahai, who is fifth time president of our All India Panchayat Parishad, and our working president, Mr. Ashok Chauhan ji, and on the dais, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is a warm welcome to all the invitees and attendants who are here for the 18th conference. Thank you and welcome to all. This is Aruna Kumari Tudi. Fortunately, because of my Telangana voters and because of the National Committee members, I became executive member of the All India Panchayati Parishad. It is my privilege and it is a bless and a privilege to voice on two important things before I go with these proposals. I am very much concerned. I have only two demands. The first demand is, it may be not included in our proposal, but I am at liberty to take into your kind notice of our All India Panchayati Parishad and the government authorities to strictly implement of the women wages as men paid. In India, wherever we go, in all the private sectors, agricultural laborers, other laborers, the women not observing, not honoring and not giving equal wages to the women as men paid. It is my concern and my demand at least to, for the strict implementation, take some measurements and some these proposals. And my second demand is, our Parishad already a proposal in 18th annual this report and proposals number 4 that Grama Nyaya Parishad. It is really good because today millions of the cases are pending in all the courts. But the committee, the proposal, as per the proposal, the 5-member committee should be in the Nyaya Parishad. That is our proposal. But my demand is 1 member should be from the women fraternity. Definitely 1 woman representation is required in the Nyaya Parishad and 1 legal service provider also required, a trained legal service provider, which is already mentioned in the fourth number proposal, that how a member, a fourth committee member, Parishad should be trained and placed, then only they will give justice to the people. And in this auspicious occasion, I have to bring and remember the most known dream of the Mahatma Gandhi ji, that is Gram Swaraj. Anyhow, because of our amendments and because of All India Panchayati Parishad, we have achieved 75% of Mahatma Gandhi's dream. I could say proudly that we have on the achieving way. And the second one of Gandhi's demand was అర్ధరాత్రి స్త్రీ ఒంటరిగా నిర్భయంగా ఇంటికి క్షేమంగా చేరగలిగిన నాడే ఈ దేశానికి స్వాతంత్రం వచ్చినట్టు అని మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు ఆ రోజు చెప్పారు. బట్ అన్ఫార్చునేట్లీ ఆఫ్టర్ 76 years of our independence, after many hundreds of enactments, after introducing many women security laws also, it has become impossible for a woman to walk on the streets in the daylight. And one more thing, Okay. The proposal number 1, I am coming to the proposal number 1. They have given only simply of reading. Okay. The All India Panchayat Parishad proposed resolutions for the 18th National Conference, 13th and 14th December 2025, today and tomorrow in the Gadag, Karnataka. There is many proposals, but I am given only 2 proposals to read. The first proposal, empowerment and strengthening of the Panchayati Raj system. The 18th National Conference of the All India Panchayat Parishad believes that to fully realize Mahatma Gandhi's dream of Gram Swaraj and the objectives of the 73rd Constitutional Amendment, structural and administrative reforms are urgently needed in the current Panchayati Raj system. This resolution aims to transform panchayats into self-reliant units of self-governance rather than merely implementing agencies. Based on the 66 years of experience of the All India Panchayati Parishad, much remains to be done for the upliftment of the country's panchayats and urban bodies. We believe that the system has failed to fulfill the goals of the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendments. Following the 73rd Constitutional Amendment, the rights granted to Gram Sabhas were left to the discretion of the state government, resulting in the Panchayat Raj system not becoming self-reliant. This conference argues the Government of India to implement the 73rd Constitutional Amendment, requiring a further amendment to ensure that the rights granted to the country's Gram Panchayats through the 73rd Constitutional Amendment are implemented compulsorily rather than being left to the discretion of the state government. Now, the second proposal, economic empowerment of panchayatis. Currently, the financial condition of panchayats are very poor. They depend on grants from the state and central governments, thus preventing timely development work. It is crucial for Gram Panchayats to be financially self-reliant. Though the resolution, the 18th National Conference of the All India Panchayat Council demands that to make panchayats self-reliant, they be given the mandatory power to levy and collect water tax, market tax, property tax, market fee, and sanitation fee. For this purpose, there should be a provision for a matching grant instead of stagnating in the state treasury. Funds from the Central Finance Commission and government schemes should be transferred directly to the Gram Panchayat's bank account. The recommendations of the State Finance Commission should be implemented in a timely manner. Thank you. Thank you for the giving opportunity.
I think बद्री जी जाइए, इस पे अपनी बात रखिए। ये बेसिकली थोड़ा ऐसा मिक्स करके बोलिए जिससे कि लोगों को है ना कंफर्ट रहे।
Dear President of All India Panchayat Parishad, Honorable Minister H.K. Patil Sahab, our working President Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, our BC Sahab, who has done a well-done job to create this historic movement in the era of Panchayati Raj since 1958, who All India Panchayat Parishad is doing in their work profile. We will say BC Sahab has created this program and made a very good arrangement for all delegates who has come from across the nation. And our presidents of all states who has come from all states, Andhra, MP, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Jammu Kashmir, Northeast regions, we warm welcome and heartful greetings to all of you at this historic 18th National Conference of the All India Panchayat Parishad. There is a great enthusiasm among all those associated with Panchayati Raj regarding this conference. Such conferences have been led by pioneer leader of India, our father of the nation. In 1909 wrote Gram Swaraj, how make India self-reliant. In that English rule, he proposed their philosophy around villages. अगर भारत को मजबूत करना है, if we want to strengthen India, at first we have to make strengthen our villages. सबसे पहले हमें अपने गांवों को मजबूत करना पड़ेगा अगर हम भारत को मजबूत देखना चाहते हैं। इसी सिद्धांत को लेकर फॉर दिस फिलॉसफी आवर फर्स्ट प्राइम मिनिस्टर पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टार्टेड द कम्युनिटी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम अक्रॉस द नेशन ऑन this program has been started mainly by United Nations, but the background was foreigner. That's why this program was unsuccessful. Then he ordered his cabinet to do mid-term survey. As a result of that survey, in 1957, Mehta Samiti was created. That was the historic moment in the history of Panchayati Raj. The result of that things, All India Panchayat Parishad was created in 1958. This is our legacy, this is our heritage. We have to make All India Panchayat Parishad history, All India Panchayat Parishad vision clear. Trial era of Panchayati Raj. After the establishment of All India Panchayat Parishad, they implemented Panchayati Raj on the birthday of our father of the nation, 2 October 1959 in the Nagaur district of Rajasthan. But at the moment our nation was facing many problems. That's why the infrastructure was not able to implement that Panchayati Raj system at that moment. But the struggle of Panchayat Parishad was done by our pioneer leaders Jai Prakash Narayan, Balwant Rai Mehta ji for 3 decades, and after Rajiv Gandhi ji suggestion, this documents has been presented in Parliament, both houses, but at that time he was not able to make consensus. But after Rajiv ji death, the document was the document was presented in the houses, and at the result of that time, Narasimha Rao is able to implement this Kanun in 1993. After 30 years, we are here to discuss self-reliant India by strengthening our Panchayati Raj system. There are a lot of things needed. To make strengthen India by Panchayati Raj. I have come with many suggestions. 12-point agenda was given by All India Panchayat Parishad in last evening. Out of 12 agenda, I will focus on mid-term survey. Why it is needed? If we will know what is the circumstances on ground, then we can make a better plan. That's why we have to go for survey. What is the conditions there? The lot of suggestion has come from ground. The name of Panchayati Raj systems units will be same. Like many places, we will call these things. Sarpanch and Gram Sabha. Yes, sir.
हाँ, ये जो प्रस्ताव the proposal is being moved by Madam, and you have done the second. It will be part of the discussion after the lunch. So you conclude kindly.
Yes, sir. Under important mid-term survey, under the 73rd constitutional amendment of the 1990, departments were designed for all local bodies in the 11th and 12th schedule. Under the same provision, 29 subjects were assigned to the 11th schedule. Panchayats still lack money of these powers. The will of states governments has an impact on such powers. No survey has been conducted on this subject to access the Indian Panchayat system. Considers a mid-term survey essential for the future empowerment of Panchayati Raj. Therefore,
kindly conclude.
The All India Panchayat Parishad taking cognizance of these demands, a survey in all states of the country. मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करते हुए आपसे गुजारिश करूंगा कि ये संघर्ष बहुत पुराना है और संघर्षों के बुनियाद पर हमारी पंचायत परिषद खड़ी हुई है। तो आगे के संघर्ष के लिए हमें तैयार रहना होगा। अब हम अपनी जिम्मेदारी से पंचायती राज को आत्मनिर्भर बनाएंगे। हम सब मिलकर पंचायतों को आत्मनिर्भर जरूर बनाएंगे। यही जज्बा रहा तो मुश्किलों का भी हल निकलेगा। जमीन बंजर हुई तो क्या, वहीं से जल निकलेगा। ना हो मायूस ना घबरा अंधेरों से मेरे साथी, इन्हीं रातों के दामन से सुनहरा कल भी निकलेगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
बहुत बहुत थैंक्स साथी। अब हम लोग लंच ब्रेक करते हैं और 3 बजे 2:45 3 बजे से हमारा 2:45 खाने में हार्डली 15 मिनट लगेगा, 15 मिनट और, बिकॉज वी हैव टू फिनिश लॉट ऑफ बिजनेस। तो इसलिए यहाँ पे 2:30 बजे आ जाइए और 2:45 से हमारा सेशन चालू हो जाएगा। थैंक यू।
Okay, thank you all for the lunch and come back by 2:45. Thank you very much for gracing the inaugural and one plenary session. We have successfully completed with the kind support of all of you. Thank you and congratulations to all of you.
ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳನ್ನು ಅಲಂಕರಿಸಬೇಕಂತ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. देवियों सज्जनों, अभी दोपहर का जो सेशन है वो प्रारंभ होने वाला है, इसलिए कृपया आप सब आकर के आपका स्थान ग्रहण कीजिए. अभी थोड़ी ही देर में मतलब दोपहर का सेशन शुरू होने वाला है. ऑलरेडी गण्यमान व्यक्ति स्टेज पे आ चुके हैं और उन्होंने आसन ग्रहण किया है. आप सब से विनंती है, कृपया आप आकर के स्थान ग्रहण कीजिए. अभी सेशन शुरू होने वाला है.
ಹಲೋ, ಎರಡನೆಯ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಲಿದೆ. ಭೋಜನ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಈ ವಿಚಾರಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಲು ಕೋರಲಾಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ಲೇನರಿ ಸೆಷನ್ 2 ಈಗ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಲಿದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಲು ವಿನಂತಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ.
I know that the sessions after lunch immediately would be difficult to, but we definitely make the sessions very lively. Or ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಈಗ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, ದೇವಿಯರ ಸಜ್ಜನೋ. I welcome you all to the second plenary session of the 18th National Conference of All India Panchayat Parishad. I feel honored to welcome the distinguished chairpersons of this session as well as the resource persons of this session, which is titled Panchayats, Acts, Policies and Rules. In this session, we have a distinguished panel which is chaired by Dr. C. Narayanaswamy, who is the Chairman, 5th Finance Commission, Government of Karnataka, and former Member of Parliament. We also have Shri Subodhkant Sahaji, who is the National President of Panchayat Parishad, Shri Ashok Chawanji, who is the Working President of National Panchayat Parishad. Sir, we welcome you, sir, for this August plenary session. And then here we have resource persons. We have very eminent resource persons for this panel discussion, whom I'd like to briefly introduce to you all. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Dr. C. Narayanaswamy. He's the chairman, like I mentioned, he's the chairman of the 5th Finance Commission and former member of Parliament. Dr. C. Narayanaswamy is a distinguished leader with a long and exemplary career in public service, law, rural development, Panchayat Raj, agriculture and cooperative sector. He has served as a member of the 11th Lok Sabha and chairman of the 5th State Finance Commission, working president of the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, and held numerous key positions in the state and national governance. Dr. C. Narayanaswamy has represented India at the United Nations, participated in international parliamentary delegations, and played a pivotal role in promoting decentralization, rural empowerment, and cooperative management. Sir, I heartily welcome you to this session and also request you to chair the session and conduct the proceedings, sir. Next, I'd like to, as a resource person, I'd like to invite Dr. S.S. Meenakshi Sundaram. He's the former Principal Secretary, Department of RDPR, Government of Karnataka. Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram holds a postgraduate in mathematics from Loyola College, Madras, and PhD in Development Economics from Jamia Millia Islamia. He joined the Karnataka cadre of the IAS in 1968 and holds several key assignments, including Secretary of Rural Development and Panchayat Raj during Karnataka's pioneering Panchayat Raj reforms. He was a visiting fellow at the Institute of Development Studies, University of Sussex, UK, and has authored numerous articles and books. Sir, I heartily welcome you to this session, sir. We also have Shri Yalaki Gowda. He is a distinguished civil servant. He is a former CEO and ZP of Zilla Panchayat and Director Development, Office of the Commissioner of Panchayat Raj, Department of RDPR. Shri Yalaki Gowda, sir, is a distinguished former civil servant who served as a CEO and further
with extensive experience in rural governance, decentralized administration, and development planning. He has contributed significantly to strengthening Panchayat Raj institutions and implementing development initiatives at the district and state levels. Shri Yalakegowda's career reflects a deep commitment to promoting efficient administration, participatory governance, and sustainable and rural development across the Karnataka. I'd also like to invite Shri Nilkantappa M. Kusuguru. Nilkantappa Bandara? Sir, munde bani sir. Request Nilkantappa sir, dayaviಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. Shri Nilkantappa sir is a retired government officer who has served in government offices for nearly 23 years, and later on he has donned the role in the rural development process. He has worked as a Mandal Panchayat President and Block Congress President and Taluka Panchayat member and Taluka Panchayat President for a span of nearly 30 years. And with his vast amount of experience in this arena, he would definitely contribute to our proceedings. Sir, ತಮಗೆ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆದರದ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. We welcome you, sir. Having said this, I now request the chairperson to conduct the proceedings of this panel discussion, sir.
Honorable National President, National Working President, State Working President, and our esteemed panelists, resource persons, Shri Meenakshi Sundaram ji, Shri Yalakegowda ji, and Kusuguru ji, and our moderator, Shri Girish Dikshit ji. The subject for the second plenary session, Panchayats Acts, Policies and Rules. So I do not wish to take much time on this because we are behind schedule. I request Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram ji. Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram was Principal Secretary in Government of Karnataka Rural Development Panchayat Raj Department when the Jilla Parishad experimented under the 1985 Act, Karnataka Jilla Parishads, Taluk Panchayat Samitis, Mandal Panchayat and Nyaya Panchayat Act. Then it was Mr. Ramakrishna Hegde who was heading the government, and the ministry, Department of Rural Development Panchayat Raj was headed by highly committed Gandhian, late Abdul Nazir Saab. At that time, we had very committed bureaucrats, senior bureaucrats who were committed to rural development and Panchayat Raj. And Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram was holding that important office of Principal Secretary. And I happened to be the elected President of Jilla Parishad Bangalore Rural District for 5 years. I have seen them how they functioned at the state level, guiding the elected functionaries in the Jilla Parishads and the Mandal Panchayat. Karnataka Jilla Parishad experiment is set to be a golden age of Panchayat Raj in not only the state, at the national level. And he was one of the instruments for the success of that. I request him to kindly make his presentation.
the respected chairman of this session, the dignitaries sitting on the dais and dignitaries sitting in front of me. As the chairperson said, we are already half an hour behind schedule, so I am not going to tax you with a huge speech. I hope to finish whatever I want to say in a matter of 10 to 12 minutes. Normally in a democracy, it is the elected representatives who decide the policies for the state. And their political party in their official manifesto tells what they want to do. Once they come to power, they decide to implement what they have said in the manifesto. At that time, the bureaucrat gets in. The bureaucrat's job is to prepare the acts and rules to implement the policies designed by the elected representatives. So when you talk about Panchayat Acts, policies and laws, essentially the ideas come from the elected representative and the form is put by the bureaucrats. And as bureaucrats, we are also lucky to tell the elected representatives, maybe that what you are saying will not work. We need to change. So that is how the debate goes between the elected representatives and the bureaucracy. Now, this is the basic principle of this session. Now, what I am going to talk to you is certain things which you may not know in the formation of the acts relating to Panchayat Raj. The first point is, as the speaker said in the morning, Gandhiji had a dream of Gram Swaraj. He was very keen that each village is independent and the Panchayat will decide the policy for that particular area. Unfortunately, in the Constituent Assembly, he could not sell this idea. Particularly, Dr. Ambedkar felt what is there in a village, it is a den of corruption and a sink of communalism. Maybe he was right. At that point of time, his fear was, if you create a Gram Panchayat, the erstwhile Jamindars will become the presidents of the Gram Panchayat and they will continue to run roughshod over the weaker sections. He was right at that point of time. So he declined to include village Panchayat as a part of the constitution. But Mahatma Gandhi was very particular that Gram Panchayat should be included in the constitution. There was a stalemate. There were people who were negotiating between the two. We Indians are very good in finding a via media. Neither we will support one group nor we will support the other group, but we will make both of them happy. That is what had happened. In the constitution making, what was the role of the Gram Panchayat? There are 3 particular articles which relate to Gram Panchayats in the constitution. I would like you to listen to me carefully about these 3 articles. First is article number 1. It says, India, that is Bharat, is a union of states. It does not say it is a union of states and local governments. So local governments was not part of India under article 1. Then in the list when they prepare a list of subjects which are to be dealt with by the union, a list of subjects which are to be dealt with by the state, a list of subjects which will be handled by both, called concurrent list. The local government was put in the state list, which means the control or development of local government is in the hands of the state and not in the union government. It is neither in the union list nor in the concurrent list. It is in the state list. That was the second point. The third point is, they created, after a lot of discussion, Article 40, which says, that is put in the directive principles of the state policy, the idea being that you can't go to a court and enforce it. And that particular article says, the states will try to introduce panchayats, village panchayats, and endow them with such powers and authorities as may be necessary to make them function as local governments. This is a solemn assurance saying that the states will try, nothing more than that. With these 3 changes, the constitution got accepted. What does this mean? The union government cannot do anything relating to the panchayats. The local governments, not only panchayats, even the municipalities. That is the job of the state government. And the states will try to have proper panchayats with powers and duties so that they will function as local governments. Nothing happened after this. Then all of you know how the community development program came into being, the Balwant Mehta committee, introduction of Panchayat Raj in 1959. All that stories, for want of time, I am not getting in. Maybe Mr. Gadag can explain if there is a need. I am not getting into that story. I come straight to Constitution 73rd Amendment. I was a part of the team which prepared the final version of the amendment. It went on. As was mentioned in the morning, Rajiv Gandhi attempted 64th Amendment. We in Karnataka take pride in saying that we were responsible for this amendment. As the chairperson mentioned, we had a two-tier Panchayat Raj system in 1986. That was done by the Ramakrishna Hegde government, assisted by Sri Abdul Nasir Saab. We were performing very well. We made a huge publicity. Karnataka is doing an excellent decentralization. We are good in making that. And Rajiv Gandhi got into it. He came and visited many of our Mandal Panchayats. And then he said, when you can do it, why not we do it for the whole country? So the idea of creating a constitution amendment in the mind of Rajiv Gandhi came from Karnataka. He attempted, but as was mentioned in the morning, he could not get it through the Rajya Sabha. But we must admit, he made one contribution. That is, bringing the local government or the Panchayat Raj into the political discourse. When the elections were conducted, all the political parties without exception said, when we come to power, we will introduce Panchayat Raj. And that is, Congress party went one step further. They said within 100 days of our coming to power, we will introduce Panchayat Raj. So when Narasimha Rao became the Prime Minister, he was to do this kind of assurance in the law. Therefore, he said, let us start having an amendment. That is how I got into the picture. With my experience in Karnataka, I was asked to help in preparing the Constitution 73rd Amendment. Now, one question I must answer. See, there was a talk in the morning. There are large number of shortcomings in Constitution Amendment. We must bring in one more amendment and we must set right all those things. But please remember, when the Constitution 73rd Amendment was discussed, it was a minority government. And there was no certainty that this amendment will get through. Narasimha Rao, being a very smart, intelligent politician, he said we will take all the parties into consideration. He referred the whole thing into the select committee, had a lot of discussions. We had to make a large number of compromises. That is the point I want to make. I went and met Narasimha Rao, who was my minister also. He was Minister for Rural Development in addition to being the Prime Minister. So I went and met him, sir, what is being proposed is something horrible. Why are you doing this? We will not have this kind of a law. Narasimha Rao looked at me and he told me, look, there are two alternatives. One alternative is, we will go through this law. We will take the majority opinion. And whatever is impossible, we will not touch. Whatever is possible, we can bend and accept. If you do that, we will be able to get through the Constitution Amendment. And then he made a statement, if the Constitution can be amended 73 times, it can be amended 150 times. One fine morning when the situation is good, we may bring another amendment to Constitution 73rd Amendment and we will fill up the gaps. So now let us get through this. That is one option. The second option is, we will make it a tough law. We will put everything, whatever you bureaucrats say, we will put it. The danger is political parties will not accept. And like Balwant Mehta committee, Ashok Mehta committee report, your report also will be kept. And after the failed attempt of Rajiv Gandhi, there will be the failed attempt of Narasimha Rao. Now, what do you want to do? Of the two options, which is that you choose? We agreed with the wisdom of the man. We said, okay, let us get through this law first. And maybe at an appropriate time, we can make a change. Now, that is how we wanted the 73rd Amendment to come into being. It has come into being. Now, there is a talk about the amendment. There are some problems in having the amendment. That is what I want to say. If you want to have an effective amendment, you should amend Article 1 first. India should become a union of states and local governments, in which case local government will get a separate responsibility. Your Schedule 11, Schedule 12, they will become their own power and responsibilities. Today, these two schedules are in the whims and fancies of the state, because state is the one which is handling the local governments. Now, if local government becomes something like a state by itself, if India is a union of state and local governments will be given these 29 subjects and they will manage. If the states want to do something on that, they will have a concurrent list between the state and the local government. Now, without that, if you do it, my problem is, I do not know whether the court will accept that. See, if the subject belongs to the state, the government of India or the union government can give general guidelines, but they cannot get into the nitty-gritties. It is the job of the state. You are interfering with the state. So it may not be acceptable to the court as constitutionally viable. But there is one other danger which I want to say. Supposing if you amend Article 1 as India, that is Bharat, is a union of states and local governments, whether it will come in the way of the basic structure concept of the Supreme Court. In some cases, the Supreme Court has said you can't amend the Constitution affecting the basic structure. I presume that the court may not take the stand that by putting the local governments into Article 1, you are violating the basic structure. I do not think so, but that has got to be tested in a court of law. Ultimately, whatever the court says, that is going to be the matter. Now, this is what I want to say about the laws. There are two very good laws which maybe those of you who are interested can pick up. One is the law relating to the scheduled areas, PESA. That is extending the Panchayat extension to scheduled areas. That was a very good law. Though it may not be implemented by several states, it's a good law. Whatever we could not get in the 73rd Amendment, we put it in this particular act and we got it through. Unfortunately, there was not much of a discussion in the Parliament on this particular act, so we happily got it through. The difficulty is it is there in the statute book, it is not really happening in some states. So those of you who want to have a proper good law, you can take it from PESA, that is one. The second is Karnataka's Gram Swaraj Act, which has come very recently. That also very clearly says what should be the role of a habitation sabha, ward sabha, then Gram Sabha, whose responsibility is what are the responsibilities and duties, all that. Maybe that is worth pursuing and taking it to the extent required for your states. Now, with this, I wanted to stop the acts and rules, but making use of the opportunity, I want to make one more point. People say Kerala is doing very well, Sikkim is doing very well. They also work under the same constitution. Why are we saying that we need one more constitution amendment to make the panchayats work better? Where have we gone wrong? I would strongly suggest every state should look inward and see why we are not doing it. What is lacking in getting this implemented? The second point I want to make is, as was mentioned in the morning, even in a good state like Karnataka, elections have not been conducted for the past 6 years in respect of panchayats at the taluk level and at the jilla level. How do we explain that? And when there is no elections, why nobody had gone to the court? Why no court has taken cognizance of that? Why there is no a public interest litigation petition? And on top of that, why there is no people's movement saying that we want panchayats? There is somehow, somewhere we have failed. That is what I want to touch upon. It is better we should think as a state or as citizens, have we failed in our duties in having a proper Gram Panchayat and Taluk Panchayat, Jilla Panchayat system in this country? I would leave this thought with you. In my view, we will try for a constitution amendment, a better amendment, but I do not know in the current political situation whether you will be able to get a constitutional amendment through, and will it be to your advantage or disadvantage? I am not a politician, I am not making a statement on that. But that is a danger, whether it will be through. If that is not going to be true, why not we do it with the existing constitution? Why not to make a people's movement? Is Panchayat Raj a government program or is Panchayat Raj a people's movement? If you make it as a people's movement, it will survive. If you make it as a government program, it will collapse. No, it is left to us to see how we want to handle it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram, sir. It was a very enlightening talk on how the Panchayat Act came into force and all the what subsequently happened. Now, as per the directions of the All India Panchayat Parishad President, Sri Subodh Kant Sahaji, I invite Srimati Sundari Triki, who is the former chairperson of Ranchi Jilla Panchayat. श्रीमती सुंदरी तिर्की जी, आप कृपया यहाँ स्टेज पे आकर के अपना 5 मिनट में अपना
आप अपनी बात कहिए। All the delegates, I will request you to be alert. After resource persons, you will given chance to speak 2-3 minutes for your state point of view, so that we can prepare a better document. So be ready after that. Sundari Tirki, and who is next?
अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद के 18वें राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में की अध्यक्षता कर रहे और ये ऐतिहासिक सम्मेलन की अध्यक्षता कर रहे अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष सम्मानित पूर्व मंत्री आदरणीय
आई थिंक वी विल सेव, समय बचाइए और कोई एड्रेस करने की जरूरत नहीं है
मंच के।
आपको मैं कह रहा हूँ, जो भी आते हैं किसी को एड्रेस करने का जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ मंच को कीजिए और आप अपनी बात कहिए। आपको 3 मिनट से ज्यादा, 3-4 मिनट ज्यादा हर डेलीगेट को बुलाना है जो पूरे देश से आए हैं।
और तमाम मंच के मंचासीन अतिथिगण, पदाधिकारीगण, पंचायत परिषद के तमाम डेलीगेट्स, दूर दराज से आए हुए सभी राज्यों से आए हुए डेलीगेट्स को मेरी ओर से, झारखंड की ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामना और जोहार करती हूँ। मुझे एक सब्जेक्ट है जो अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद का प्रस्ताव है कि पंचायत राज व्यवस्था का सशक्तिकरण और सुदृढ़ीकरण कैसे होगा। दूसरा है पंचायतों का आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण। अगर सुदृढ़ीकरण होती है तो आर्थिक सशक्तिकरण ऐसे ही होगा। हम जानते हैं कि 73वें संविधान संशोधन के उद्देश्य को जो राज्य सरकार के द्वारा कोई पूरे देश में कहीं भी 29 अधिकार को लागू नहीं हुआ है। अगर हमको सशक्त बनाना है और इसका सुदृढ़ तरीके से मजबूत करना है तो निश्चित तौर पे राज्य सरकार को ये दबाव बनाना होगा कि 29 अधिकार को लागू करे, अब पंचायतों को वो अधिकार मिले। क्योंकि पूरा जिला परिषद हो, चाहे मुखिया का केंद्र हो, चाहे प्रधान हो, चाहे पंचायत के जो मुखिया होते हैं उनका हो, सिर्फ एक ठेकेदारी का एजेंसी बन के रह गया है। उनका आर्थिक सुनिश्चित कैसे होगा, आर्थिक सुदृढ़ीकरण, इस पर विचार नहीं किया जाता है। अगर ये 29 अधिकार हमको मिलते हैं तो निश्चित तौर पर कर लगाने का जो प्रावधान है वो पंचायत खुद लगाएगी। आज बालू का टेंडर पूरे देश में एक विकट समस्या पैदा करती है। अगर बालू का टेंडर में, पत्थर का टेंडर में जो खदान है, छोटी छोटी पत्थर खदानों की में कर लगाने का, टैक्स लगाने का अधिकार अगर पंचायत को होता है तो शायद इस पैसे से पंचायत का विकास बहुत होगा। लेकिन सरकार चाहती है, राज्य सरकार, कि हमारा हाथ में मुट्ठी में अधिकार रहे, पंचायत को हम विकेंद्रीकरण नहीं करेंगे। निश्चित तौर पे आज मैं बताना चाहती हूँ कि महुआ एक झारखंड का बहुत पॉपुलर फल है। आप जानते हैं महुआ को आज बहुत तरीके से लोग रिफाइन करके उसका पेड़ा बनाया जा रहा है, आपका बहुत तरह का माने खाने वाला सामान बनाया जा रहा है। लेकिन झारखंड और अन्य राज्यों में इसका उपयोग शराब बनाने में होती है। और जो खुलेआम बिकता है, लेकिन आज उस शराब को कोई भी बंद कराने के लिए आगे नहीं आता है। हम मांग करते हैं पंचायती राज परिषद की ओर से कि महुआ में भी टैक्स लगे ताकि शराब को बनाने में कंट्रोल हो और आम जनता का जीवन सुखमय बने। इसलिए जो वन उत्पादक सामग्री है, सामान है, जो वन से आती हैं, जो केंद है, महुआ है, सखुआ है, इस तरह का प्योर पिठोर जो बहुत ही माने बहुत कीमती फल है, उस पे भी हमको लगाना चाहिए। ऐसा प्रावधान है पंचायती 29 अधिकारों में कि जंगल में हमारा अधिकार हो, लेकिन आज फॉरेस्ट राइट के तहत जो अधिकार है उसको हमको पंचायत को देना चाहिए। लेकिन पंचायत, आपको बता दूं, अगर रैयत का खेत में भी अगर 1 साल का पेड़ लगा हुआ है तो काट नहीं सकता है, ना गांव वाला को दे सकता है, ना वो फल तोड़ सकता है साथी। इसलिए ऐसा प्रावधान होगा ताकि पैसा आएंगे पंचायत को, कर लगाएंगे। मछली पालन में जो गांव घर में लगाते हैं उसमें कर लगना चाहिए। बहुत सारी चीज हैं जो बाजार का शुल्क है, बाजार छोटी छोटी बाजार रोज लगती है, साप्ताहिक हाट लगती है, लेकिन सरकार उसका टेंडर करती है, सरकार को पैसा जाती है। आखिर बाजार के लोग व्यवस्था देते हैं और सरकार को क्यों जाएगी, वो पंचायत को क्यों नहीं जाएगी। इसलिए हम कहते हैं अगर सचमुच में सशक्त करना है और सुदृढ़ करना है और आर्थिक रूप से भी पंचायत को सशक्त करना है तो निश्चित तौर पे 29 अधिकार को आपको लाना होगा। और हर राज्य में इसको लाने के लिए एक मेरा सरल उपाय और से एक छोटा सा रिक्वेस्ट है कि हर तले समय समय पर हम आंदोलन करें, चुने हुए प्रतिनिधियों को हम मिलाने का काम करें, उनके इस बैनर के तले हम अगुवाई करके सरकार के पास जाए। अब जहाँ न्याय की बात करते हैं, कल एक बात मैं बोली थी कि निश्चित तौर पर इसको आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी ने भी रिपीट किए तो बहुत अच्छा लगा कि जिस तरह डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज होते हैं, मजिस्ट्रेट के रूप में डीसी न्याय देते हैं, एसडीओ न्याय देते हैं, 144 एक्ट को एसडीओ क्या जानते हैं, स्थल निरीक्षक मुखिया को करना चाहिए। अगर वहाँ 144 का एक्ट लगेगा तो ये मुखिया और पंचायत के लोगों को लगाना होगा ताकि जमीन दलाली पर भी रोक लग सके साथियों। इसलिए अगर इन लोग का पावर को अगर कम करना होगा तो पंचायत को मजबूत करना होगा, 29 अधिकार को लागू कराना होगा। और इसका एक ही रास्ता है, आंदोलन। आंदोलन का आगे कुछ नहीं है। निश्चित तौर पर अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद का अगुवाई में हम सशक्त होंगे और आर्थिक रूप से सुदृढ़। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। आपने बहुत ही अच्छा सुझाव 2-4 लाइन में दिया है, बहुत ही अच्छा सुझाव।
बहुत धन्यवाद सुंदरी तिर्की बहन जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी मैं मंच पे श्री चिदंबर रेड्डी गारू, प्रेसिडेंट आंध्र प्रदेश पंचायत को आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूँ 4 वाक्य बोलने के लिए।
धन्यवाद सर। So, namaskar to all gentlemen, diet gentlemen, all leaders and sisters and brothers, all Panchayat board members. Sir, one India, but differences for Panchayat Raj, no one India. But all the leaders are telling one India, one India, one India. But it's a Panchayat system, one state, one type of rules or amendments are doing that one. But I think Kerala government is doing well. Other than Kerala, no one state is coming for these amendments. In Andhra Pradesh, that the previous government, former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy, he has built each and every village one Sachivalayam and one hospital and one Raitu Bharosa Agriculture Center and one dairy, one library. For this all 11 members staff and 3 members attendants were there. Now this government came, I don't know why, they removed for all offices only one man. That's not meant for maintenance, it's very difficult. No control of sarpanches on staff or salaries and collecting bills, approval of layouts, approval of houses, no one. They are not coming for as per their MLA, as per their government government leaders, political leaders, they are going, that officers, their guidance only. So there is no power in Andhra. Like ideal, in temple ideal figures are there, no statues like that. The sarpanches in Andhra base very waste and very worst positions are. We are shame to say that one, in Andhra base sarpanches are very worst level. So just now sir, Karnataka sir told me, sir told to meeting, amendment like that, if they do anything for in all India, only one type means very good. Like Kerala is the very good sir. Please, this honorary also for sarpanches they are not giving. For MLAs, MPs they are getting for good salaries as well as this pension also. But at least for sarpanches and political, not sarpanch sthanika samstha means councillors, ward members and sarpanches, MPTCs, ZPTCs, all the people, at least let the government people pay the insurance to them, sir. If any health insurance or any accident insurance, that will be good. At least this is my submission, sir. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Chidambar Reddy Garu. Now, I'd like to invite Sri Yalaki Gowda sir, former CEO, ZP and Director Development Officer, the Commissioner of Panchayat Raj, Department of RDPR. Please, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you, sir, and madams, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am not a good or a erudite speaker, but I am a worker. I worked as a block development officer to CEO in all the places, since I either secured first place or second place. But speaking is very difficult to me. With all that, Dr. Nadgowda ji, I was working with him since 2014. During 2016, this university started. With that affection he called me, I also gladly agreed, because I also participated in this venture, acquiring this 450 acres of land and sanctioning of 172 posts after obtaining permission from governor. All these things, since I have participated with him, that's why he called me. But I can share my experience with respect to Karnataka Act. Andhra Chidambar Reddy Garu was telling that Kerala is good, but Kerala fellows, including Vijayanand are saying that Karnataka Act is good. Karnataka has amended Act very well under the leadership of our present law minister, the then RDPR minister. But a group called Ramesh Kumar Committee was formed in 2013. It gave its report in 2015, and the Act came into force on 25th 2016, for which core committee president is our 5th commission chairman, Dr. C. Narayana Swamiji. He and our Gorpadeji, they have worked well, and 88 amendments were brought in, including the term. The term of the elected representative should be 10 years. Now they have made it 5 years. Of course, as the government changes, their vision is also changes, so they will make changes like that. And preamble is also there. Directive principle is also there to our Act, that is what we called Karnataka Panchayat Raj and Gram Swaraj Act. And 1/3 reservation, it was not earlier. Before Ashok Mehta committee, in the ZP system, that is a Jilla Parishad system, 1/3 reservation was there even for the backward class people. That is, he knows very well, because we popularly call him as a Jilla Parishad Adhyaksha. He knows very well. And Pinakshi Sundaram sir is also a living legend. Before them I can't speak. But Act is, anyway, it is enacted and brought in good manner. But the implementers are, if they are not implementing properly, we can't do anything. That is the problem. That is why Panchayat Raj Parishad should be there in every state, and it should fight for it. As rightly mentioned that since 5 years there is no election, then what does the Act say? election should be conducted within the 6 months, when even much before the period of previous body. They are not conducting even for the 5 years. Then means we have to think, or we have to form a movement. For that, Panchayat Raj Parishad is there. Panchayat Raj Parishad should do that, and I request them. And second thing is regarding capacity building. Of course, in devolution index, finances, and accountability, Karnataka stands first. Framework second place. Like that, capacity building is in 8th place. This is wonder, because it is not possible from one SIRDPR or one training giving institution. It is not possible to build the capacity of lakhs of people. Now, for example, 96,000 people are there in Gram Panchayat, 3,000 people, around 3,000 people are there in Taluk Panchayat, and 1,007 ZP members are, around 1 lakh people are there. Their training should be given in DPRCs and TRCs, that is Samarthya Saudas, at the Taluk level, and they should be strengthened first. Their capacity should be given first by utilizing this Mahatma Gandhi RDPR University, and they should collaborate and conduct the training program at the Taluk level, and the trainer should not be suffered coming to the Bangalore or Mysore. That should be there. That should be that is my request, and I am asking our national president to conduct these kind of seminars at the in the every state, because it is now 18th conference. Accordingly, it was formed in 1962 when I was born. I am standing before you after my retirement. This kind of seminars, sir, I requesting you to conduct every year. Those who come here, they can take the lead, and they can conduct next this conference in your state also. With this, I thank all and conclude my speeches. Thank you.
Thank you, Yalankigowda sir. Now I request Sri Neelakantappa M. Kusugura, Regional Secretary, Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಆಡಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಸರ್.
ಅಖಿಲ ಭಾರತ 18ನೇ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಕಾನ್ಫರೆನ್ಸಿನ
ನೇರವಾಗಿ ವಿಷಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು
ಆಯಿತು. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರೇ, ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಳಕಳಿ ಹೊಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಮ್ಮಂದಿರೇ ಮತ್ತು ಅಕ್ಕ ತಂಗಿಯರೇ, ನಾನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ HK ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಮಗ್ರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಉಳಿದಿಲ್ಲ. ಎರಡು ಮಾತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಗಾಂಧಿಯವರು ಭಾರತವನ್ನು ನೀವು ತಿಳಿಯಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದರೆ ಭಾರತದ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೊದಲು ತಿಳಿಯಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನನ್ನ ಆತಂಕ ಇರೋದು ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ. 1987ರಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಹೆಗಡೆಯವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏನು ಮಂಡಲ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು ಜಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದವು. ಆ ಮಂಡಲ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳು ಜಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗಳು 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಜರುಗ್ತಿದ್ವು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದರು, ಗ್ರಾಮದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜನ ಸೇರ್ತಿದ್ದರು, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ಕ್ರೋಢೀಕರಿಸಿ ಆ ಟರವಿನನ್ವಯ ಎಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನೇನು ಗ್ರಾಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆದ್ಯತೆಗಳು ಏನದವು, ಕೊರತೆಗಳು ಏನದವು ಆಗ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆಗಳು ಒಂದು ಜನವಸತಿ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇವು ಯಾವ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆ ಕರೆದ ಜನವಸತಿ ಸಭೆ, ವಾರ್ಡ್ ಸಭೆ ಅಂತೂ ಅಬ್ಸಲ್ಯೂಟ್ಲಿ ಅವು ನಡೀತಾನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಗ್ರಾಮ ಸಭೆ ನಡೆದರೂ ಸಹಿತ
ಕೆಲವೇ ಜನ ತಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಸೇರ್ತಾರೆ, ಜಗಳ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ. 4 ಗೋಡೆಗಳ ಮಧ್ಯೆ PDO ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಸೇರಿ ಒಂದು ಠರಾವಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಏನು ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿಯವ್ರ ಕನಸಿತ್ತು, ಮತ್ತು ಆ ಕನಸನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂವಿಧಾನದಲ್ಲಿನೂ ಸಹಿತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ ಅವರು ಕಾನೂನುಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಲ್ಯಾಗಿಂಗ್ ಬಿಹೈಂಡ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ನಾವೇನು ಸುಧಾರಣೆ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದರೂ ಸಹಿತ ಈ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ತಾಲೂಕ್ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಏನಂದರೆ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದಾಗಿ ಆಯಾ ಕಾನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂನ್ಸಿಯ ಶಾಸಕರುಗಳು ಅವರನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡಿಸಿ ಆ ಗಿಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದ ಪಾಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿ ಆ ಬೇರುಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರನ ಅನುಭವಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣ ಏನಂದರೆ ಅವರ ಸ್ವಹಿತಾಸಕ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆತನ, ಅವ್ರ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮೊಮ್ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರದ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಇಷ್ಟು ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಗುರಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದ್ರ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಕ್ರಾಂತಿ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾಯ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೀನಾಕ್ಷಿ ಸುಂದರಂ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಇಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ಗಳು 5-5 ವರ್ಷ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಸಹಿತ ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಕೋರ್ಟ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಚಕಾರ ಶಬ್ದ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದು. ನಿಜ ಐತಿ. ನಾವು ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ನಾವು ಒಪ್ಪಿಗೆಂತೇವೆ. ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಗೃತರಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಾನು 1-2 ಸಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಓದಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಜ್ಯದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ 1-2 ಲೈನ್ ಓದ್ತೇನೆ. ದ ಪಾಸಿಟಿವ್ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ 73rd Amendment in rural India is clearly visible as it has changed power equations significantly. Elections to the panchayats in most states are being held regularly. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟೇಟಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. Through our 16 district panchayats and around 6,000 taluk panchayats, 2.3 lakh representatives. Now still, this bill lacks the proper definition of role of the bureaucracy. It does not clearly define the role of state government. On practical level, people are illiterate in India, not all over. Some West Bengal, Kerala, some states are literate states, are the good elected members are there. But many of the states in India, they are illiterates. It doesn't clearly define the role of state government. On practical level, people are illiterate in India and they are actually not aware of these novel features. The panchayats are dominated by affluents in some parts of the country. The 3-tier of the Panchayati Raj have still very limited financial powers and their viability is entirely dependent upon the political will of the states. ಇಷ್ಟು ಹೇಳಿ, ಈಗ ಎಲ್ಲಾದರೂ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ಆಗಿತ್ತಂದರೆ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಸೂರು ರಾಜ್ಯ, ಮುಂಚೆನು ಮೈಸೂರು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಅಂತಿತ್ತು, ಅದು ಮಾತ್ರ ವಿಕೇಂದ್ರೀಕರಣ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಗಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನಡೀತಿದ್ದು. ಮೈಸೂರು ಮಹಾರಾಜರು 1917ರಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಬಾರಿಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ತಂದರು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿ ಸಭೆ ಅವರೇನು ರಿಸರ್ವೇಷನ್ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾತಿಯವ್ರಿಗೂ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಕಾಶನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಮೈಸೂರು ಮಹಾರಾಜರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಸೆಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ನ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನಂದರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಳಗಿನವ್ರನ್ನ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಅವಾಗ ನಾವು ಕೆಳಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಎತ್ತೀವಿ, ನಾವು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ, ದೇಶ ಬಲಿಷ್ಠ ಆಗ್ತೈತಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಳಗಿನವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಅಲಕ್ಷ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳಪಟ್ಟ ಜನ. ಅದರೊಳಗೆ SC ST ವುಮೆನ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗಂತೂ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ SC ಇದ್ದು ಉಪಾಧ್ಯಕ್ಷ ಜನರಲ್ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ಕುಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ರಾತ್ರಿ NREG ಕಾಂಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಒಬ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ಬರು ಅಂಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕುಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ಈಗ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಡೀತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶ ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿಟ್ಟು ನನಗಿಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ತಾವು ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ವಂದಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್, ಜೈ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ.
ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಏನ ವಸ್ತುಸ್ಥಿತಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿವರವಾಗಿ ವಿವರಿಸಿದಂಥ ನೀಲಕಂಠಪ್ಪ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಈಗ ಶ್ರೀ परिमल राय प्रेसिडेंट बिहार पंचायत परिषद, आप कृपया मंच पे आके अपना राय बताइए.
सभी हमारे मंच पर बैठे हुए पदाधिकारियों और हिंदुस्तान के कोने कोने से आए हुए हमारे पंचायत प्रतिनिधियों का अभिनंदन, स्वागत है कि इन लोगों ने बहुत सा अपना बेशकीमती समय देकर और यहाँ आए 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन में भाग लिए. सबसे पहले मैं कर्नाटक सरकार को धन्यवाद देता हूँ और ख़ास करके महात्मा गांधी यूनिवर्सिटी के एम्प्लॉयज़ और यहाँ के VC वगैरह को, जिन्होंने इतनी अच्छी व्यवस्था करके और इस सम्मेलन को सफल बनाया. मैं समय के अनुसार 5 मिनट में भाषण को समाप्त करूँगा. बिहार राज्य पंचायत परिषद की स्थापना 1950 में हुई और 1958 में ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद की स्थापना हुई. अभी तक जितने वक्ताओं ने नाम लिया उसमें बिहार का नाम अभी तक नहीं आया था. तो मैं बता दूं कि बिहार राज्य पंचायत परिषद की स्थापना 1950 में हुई थी और इसका 1958 में राज्य स्तरीय सम्मेलन देवघर में अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद की स्थापना भारत के प्रथम राष्ट्रपति राजेंद्र प्रसाद और प्रधानमंत्री जवाहरलाल नेहरू, गुलजारीलाल नंदा उस समय श्रम एवं नियोजन मंत्री थे भारत सरकार में, बलवंत राव मेहता, लोकनायक जयप्रकाश नारायण और लाल सिंह त्यागी जैसे महान विभूतियों की प्रेरणा एवं सहयोग से अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद की स्थापना की गई थी. बलवंत राव मेहता अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद का संस्थापक अध्यक्ष चुने गए थे. उस समय वो गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री भी थे. हमारे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने लगभग सभी पॉइंट पर बोल चुके. हम लोग जब तक पंचायत प्रतिनिधि मिलकर और पंचायत परिषद को मजबूत नहीं बनाएंगे, सिर्फ हमारे अध्यक्ष महोदय यहाँ अधिवेशन करें या जो भी करें उससे कुछ नहीं होगा. हम प्रतिनिधियों का काम है कि हम अपने स्टेट लेवल पर और इंडिया लेवल पर जो पंचायत परिषद है उसको मजबूत बनाएं और उनके साथ कंधे से कंधे मिलाकर चलें. हमारा देश गांवों का देश है. महात्मा गांधी का सपना था कि ग्राम स्वराज सपना था. ग्राम स्वराज का मतलब कि गांवों का राज हो. जब तक हम अपने गांवों का विकास नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हमारी गांव उन्नति नहीं करेगी, तब तक हम एक समृद्ध और मजबूत देश का स्थापना नहीं कर सकते हैं और नहीं देश का विकास हो सकता है. हमारे देश के लगभग 70% आबादी गांवों में रहती है. मात्र 30% आबादी है जो शहरों में और नौकरी पेशा में रहते हैं. तो जब 70% की आबादी हमारी मजबूत हो जाएगी और उनकी व्यवस्था ठीक हो जाएगी, हमारा देश ऑटोमेटिक आगे बढ़ जाएगा और उत्थान की तरफ बढ़ेगा. और जब देश उत्थान करेगा, हमारे जवान और किसान दोनों मजबूत होंगे तो हमारा देश आगे बढ़ेगा और दुनिया के मानचित्र पर इसका नाम हमेशा के लिए ऊंचा रहेगा. इसके लिए हम सभी का कर्तव्य बनता है कि हम अपने पंचायतों को और हम पंचायत प्रतिनिधियों का कर्तव्य बनता है कि निष्ठा से हम अपने पंचायत का विकास करें और उसको आगे बढ़ाने का कोशिश करें. पंचायत आगे बढ़ेगा, हमारा देश आगे बढ़ेगा. इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि जितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हो सके, इसके लिए हमारी सरकारें जो है उसको भी चाहिए. अभी प्रेजेंट में हमारी सरकारें हैं जो पंचायत पर कोई भी ध्यान नहीं दे रही है, यहाँ तक कि उसके अधिकारों का भी कटौती कर रही है. पहले जैसे हमारे राजीव गांधी ने पंचायतों को सहायता प्रदान किया था और उन्होंने 73वां संविधान लाया था, 64वां लाया था, जिसको 73वां में नरसिंहा राव ने ये पारित किया। तो उसमें यही था कि गांव का पैसा है जो डायरेक्ट गांव में जाए, और उस समय वैसा हुआ। डायरेक्ट पंचायत का चेक जो है गाँव में जाता था, प्रधान के पास, मुखिया के पास, जिनके पास भी जाए। आज की सरकारें जो है, खास करके हम बिहार की बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ की सरकार है जब उसके पीछे ब्यूरोक्रेट को लगा दिया है। अब वो आप सिलेक्शन कीजिएगा, 1 साल पहले आपको योजनाएं देना है, जब पैसा आएगा तब फिर उसी के अनुसार चलना है, जबकि पहले व्यवस्था नहीं थी। हम लोग, हमारे पूर्व में जो भी प्रधान रहे हो, मुखिया रहे हो, वो गाँवों में जाते थे, किसी फंक्शन में गए या ऐसे भी घूमते घामते गांव पंचायत में निकल गए, लोग बोलते थे कि जरा यहाँ पे एगो चापाकल गिरा दीजिए, जरा गली खराब है इसको बना दीजिए, तो तुरंत लागू होता था, क्योंकि उस समय उसको अधिकार था। लेकिन आज ऐसा नहीं कर सकते हैं। आज हम उनके अनुसार चलेंगे, उन ब्यूरोक्रेट के अनुसार चलेंगे जो हमारे संविधान को अब वो बना रहे हैं। पंचायतों के संविधान को हमारे ब्यूरोक्रेट बना रहे हैं। खास हम अपने बिहार की बात करते हैं, यहाँ की तो हम नहीं कुछ कर सकते हैं। तो हम सभी लोगों को मिलजुल कर इस व्यवस्था को मजबूत करना है, तभी हमारा पंचायत और देश मजबूत होगा, ग्राम स्वराज योजना मजबूत होगा और हमारा देश भी मजबूत होगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपने भाषण
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद परिमल यादव जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद परिमल राय जी। अब मैं मोहम्मद राइबुल इस्लाम, जो प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल पंचायत परिषद है, उनको मैं मंच पे बुलाना चाहता हूँ।
मंच में उपस्थित सब, thanks to the actual successor of Balwant Rai Mehta ji, Subodh Kant Sahay ji, former Union Minister, and the actual leader of the fighter of the Parishad Creator Group. बात बढ़ाना नहीं, I don't want to expand the word against the Panchayat Raj. All you and we know the present status of Panchayat Raj. What should be the status of Panchayat Raj, and now what is the status of Panchayat Raj. Mahatma Gandhi ji wanted the Panchayat Raj to give the democracy to the village. He wanted Swaraj, power to the village. But now what is happening? The not power to the village. Village is the only agent to implement the power of the state. उन्होंने क्या मांगा था? He wanted the Panchayat Raj is the foundation of the politics. But what is happening? Now it has happened that the state or power has become the foundation of the Panchayat Raj. We are so sorry. As per my experience and also experience of the leaders, former leaders, running leaders, who wants to get the development of the country, there are two groups. One administrative group, one is special creator group. Administration has been started after getting the independence from the British, but the British have left the India, but they have inducted some bad habit to us, that is slavery. In all politics, in all group of political parties, slavery is the main point to get the position. Slavery is the main point to get the power. Slavery is the main position to get the money and development. To break up this slavery, only one way, that is movement, and movement. And for that, the Parishad creator group is required. Just like as Balbandai Mehtaji, who was the best Parishad creator group in favor of the Panchayat Raj, in favor of Swaraj, in favor of the opinion or ideology of Mahatma Gandhi ji. In 1958, after taking decision in the meeting or in the committee of the Balbandai Mehta committee, 1958 All India Panchayat Parishad was formed. After giving pressure to administration, pressure, movement, he was successful for the amendment of Panchayat Raj in constitution to get the constitution right. Now the time has come. Time always required, but now the crucial time has come to give the pressure to the administration to get the actual democracy of village or panchayat, theatre panchayat. For that, I think, not I am appraising, I think who has a greater experience of administration as well as pressure creator groups experience, Mr. Subodh Kant Sahaji, who is fighting and who is lighting to us, the fighters of the Panchayat Raj. He is the actual leader. Under his leadership, we are ready and we have to be ready. We have to fight by putting our hand to hand, kandha mein kandha milakar. We have to fight behind our actual leader, actual fighter, सुबोध कांत सहाय जी. पंचायत राज को हम लोग को एक्चुअल इंडिपेंडेंस मिलना चाहिए टू create the pressure to the administration. Because if we try to create the pressure in the lower level, in each and every state, each and every district, each and every block, each and every panchayat, we are getting victimized by the administration, which is impossible to cover, impossible to fight against them. Fighting must be from the upper level, fighting must be from the top level, and we have to choose, and we have chosen already the best fighter, Subodh Kant Sahay ji, and I will request Subodh Kant Sahay ji, go ahead, we are with you. Every type of help, every type of support, every type of साथ देना आपके साथ हम लोग है. ये बोल के मेरा बात खत्म कर रहा है. I am finishing my word.
You have seen the flavor of Bengal.
Thank you, sir. Now, before concluding the second plenary session, I request Anil Sharma ji to read out the resolutions of this Panchayat Parishad to the audience. Yes.
Thank you. अब से पहले रिस्पेक्टेड डायस पर अध्यक्ष जी और हमारे देश के कोने कोने से आए हुए जो प्रतिनिधिगण हैं पंचायत के, मैं उन सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं. मित्रों, अब से पहले 2 रिजोल्यूशन हमारे यहाँ आए थे और मैं इस सेशन में 2 रिजोल्यूशन और आपके सामने पढ़ रहा हूं. उसके बाद इस पर चर्चा कल करेंगे और जैसे भी होगा हम उस पर बात करेंगे. पंचायतों के वर्तमान हालात की जानकारी लेकर भविष्य के निर्माण हेतु हम मिड टर्म सर्वे की बात करते हैं. 90 के दशक में हुए 73वें संविधान संशोधन के तहत सभी स्थानीय निकायों के लिए 11वीं और 12वीं अनुसूची में विभाग तय किए गए थे. उसी प्रावधान के तहत 11वीं अनुसूची में 29 विषय दिए गए थे. इनमें से अधिकांश नहीं मिल पाए हैं, पंचायतों को नहीं मिल पाए हैं. ऐसे अधिकारों पर राज्य सरकारों की इच्छा शक्ति प्रभावी होती है. वर्तमान हालात को जानने के लिए अब तक इस विषय पर सर्वेक्षण नहीं किया गया है. भविष्य में पंचायती राज के सशक्तिकरण के लिए अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद का 18वां राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन मिड टर्म सर्वे को अति आवश्यक मानता है. अतः अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद इसका संज्ञान लेकर देश के सभी राज्यों में सर्वेक्षण की मांग करती है. प्रस्ताव नंबर 4 न्याय पंचायत के विषय में है। ये स्थानीय विवादों के त्वरित निपटारे के लिए न्याय पंचायतों को पुनर्जीवित किया जाना अति आवश्यक है। भारतीय शासन व्यवस्था में न्याय पंचायत की अहम भूमिका को नकारा नहीं जा सकता। न्याय सुनिश्चित करना ही उसकी पहली और आखिरी जिम्मेदारी रही है। देश के इतिहास में अक्षपाद गौतम के न्याय सूत्र की रचना के बाद चतुष्पाठी शिक्षा केंद्र का भव्य इतिहास मिलता है। गौतम वात्स्यायन प्रभाकर, उद्योतकर, उद्यन जैसे न्यायिक विद्वानों की शिक्षा पद्धति पर आधारित प्रशिक्षण के 4 वर्ष के बाद न्याय करने वाले पंचों को तैयार किया जाता था। इसके बूते ही स्थानीय स्तर पर कार्य करने वाली पंचायत संचालित होती थी। इस व्यवस्था के ध्वस्त होने का नतीजा है कि भारतीय न्यायालयों में लगभग 7 करोड़ मुकदमे लंबित हैं। अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद इनके पुनरुद्धार के लिए 5 सदस्यों वाली एक समिति और समुचित संसाधन की व्यवस्था का प्रस्ताव करती है। अतः अखिल भारतीय पंचायत परिषद का 18वां राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन सरकार और राज्य सरकारों से यह मांग करता है कि न्याय पंचायतों को तत्कालिक पुनर्जीवित करे। धन्यवाद। यह है हमारे 2, आज हमने किए 4 हमारे हो गए हैं, फिर कल देखेंगे, इस पर चर्चा करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Dhanyawad Sharma ji. Now may I request the chairperson of this plenary session, Dr. Sri Narayan Swami ji sir, to deliver his concluding remarks.
Without taking much time, I would like to thank the 2 resource persons, Dr. S.S. Meenakshi Sundaram and Sri Alakki Gowda, both of whom were very good practitioners while they were officers with responsible positions and helping Panchayat Raj, strengthening Panchayat Raj. Subject of this session, as we all know, Panchayats, Acts, Policies and Rules. Here I wish to mention that when I was President of Bengaluru Rural Jilla Parishad at that time, Sri P.V. Narasimha Rao ji had introduced the constitutional amendment bills, and the bill relating to Panchayat Raj was referred to a joint select committee headed by Ram Nivas Mirdaji, senior leader at that time. I got a questionnaire from the committee and I responded to the points raised in the draft bill, and I was summoned to appear before the Joint Select Committee. The word is usually summoned. So I went there before visiting Parliament House as a parliamentarian. My first visit was to appear before the committee and give my views. I gave some of my views, and some of them were mentioned here in the sense. Certain terms used there, for instance, we have a mandatory provision in the Constitution for a setting up of State Finance Commission for every state. But the recommendations of the State Finance Commission are not mandatorily accepted by the state governments. They are neglected, and there is no mandatory provision to say that the state government shall accept and act upon that. That is not happening, unlike the Central Finance Commission. Number 2, when I suggested that there are 3 lists in the Constitution, union list, center, union list, state list, and the concurrent list. There should be a 4th list called the district government list. I suggested that it is in the proceedings of that. And also, when the 11th and 12th schedules relating to the 29 items for Panchayat Raj institutions and 18 for the urban local bodies, there also I mentioned that that should be a mandatory list, and state legislature to be given the freedom to add to that and then include their own. And they should also be that. The recent, I wanted to use this occasion to tell you that many of the states did not, except for the fact that they incorporated the mandatory provisions of the 73rd and 74th amendments into their state legislations. Some of the states like Karnataka had their own new legislation brought in repealing the old ones. So at that time, many of the states we all know did not conform to the provisions of those amendments in letter and spirit, they were not implemented. For instance, constitution and functionality of the district planning committees. Many states have not, including glad after so many days. So, the 15th Finance Commission, because recently the 16th Finance Commission, Central Finance Commission, headed by Sri Arvind Panagaria, the commission presented the report to the Honorable President of India. And because it is yet to be placed before the House, both the House of Parliament, it is not in public domain. Similarly, the 15th Finance Commission, then headed by Mr. N.K. Singh, they, in their recommendations, imposed certain conditionalities, mainly 4. Of the 4, 2 were wherever the Panchayat institutions or the urban local bodies, they call local self-government, LSGs we say, they are supposed to function as local governments. So they are not constituted as stipulated under the Constitution, having elections every 5 years like that. The funds sanctioned by the 15th Finance Commission, to be specific, should not be released to those states where elections are not held. That happened because the 5-year award period of the 15th Finance Commission ends with the financial year end of 25-26, that is next March end. So if elections are not held in those states, the funds sanctioned for those particular states in respect of those elected bodies for non-holding of elections, those funds will be withheld, and after March 31st next year, they would lapse. The states would be deprived of the funds, one thing. And many states, in fact, I am heading the 5th State Finance Commission here. In the usual process, every state must have set up a 7th Finance Commission, and that should be functioning. In many states, including Gujarat, they had 1 or 2 finance commissions set up and did not bother to set up the remaining finance commissions. Because of the conditionality imposed by the 15th Finance Commission, that wherever the State Finance Commission is not established, is not formed, within the end of the year 2024, they specifically mentioned the year, within the end of March 2024, in respect to those states also, the amounts that were recommended for those particular states should be withheld. That was the directive to the central government. They did withhold. They did withhold. Because of these 2 conditionalities, because we have also impressed upon our state government also through our first report and also in the recently presented foreign report also, that states have started conforming to the constitutional mandatory provisions because the funds earmarked for those states are not being released. And even the 15th Finance Commission funds in respect of certain states, nearly 40 to 50% in an average that were sanctioned to these states for the 5-year period have not been released. We should wait. One thing is, they have not released the funds, granted the funds due to us. That is one complaint, generally by Karnataka or any other state. But those funds that were granted, that were sanctioned, were yet to be released because of this stipulation. Another 2 conditionalities, they say, the accounting procedure, the utilization of funds released to these states should be accounted for, that should come in their balance sheet. If that is not done, and the balance sheet for the current year, previous year, and the audited accounts of the year before, the previous 2 years, if these 2 are not complied with, again the funds would be withheld. That has happened. Now the states are taking steps to see that they conform to comply with the conditionalities. So these are certain stipulations that are many are under the impression that the states are bound to hold elections at least 6 months before the expiry of the term. Many of us have not understood the mandatory provisions of the Constitution, which say elections must be held before the end of the term of these urban or local bodies. The 6 month period comes in only when, because of the state statute provision, that for any dereliction of duty or misconduct, if that particular LSC is dissolved, there is provision for dissolution within the 5-year period also. Only then those bodies, not all in the state, those particular elected bodies have to be reconstituted within 6 months after dissolution. That 6 months should be before the end of 6 months of the 5-year period. So these are certain things that are there. We made a suggestion to the 16th Finance Commission on behalf of our 5th Finance Commission. We met the Honorable Chairman and other members also, informally twice and formally once, and impressed upon them. If you stop releasing funds to these local bodies, urban or rural, we call them local governing institutions, because holding of elections is the responsibility of the State Election Commission. It is the responsibility of the state government to give all support to the State Election Commission, and a State Election Commission can refer the matter to the governor of the state to direct the state government to release the required assistance from the state government. In this case, I told them, if you withhold the funds granted to the state, that is one thing. If you withhold funds that are earmarked for particular urban or rural local bodies for not holding of elections, because they are not at fault. Non-holding of elections is not due to any fault on the part of these local governing institutions. They must not be penalized for the fault of the state government or the State Election Commission. I think they have agreed with our reasoning. We have not looked into what they have said in the recommendations in the report. These are certain things. But devolution of funds, we always say 3 Fs. We have been saying that and we have been debating on that everywhere, wherever we go. But funds are very important. When functions are given to a particular elected body, urban or rural, funds must follow. And the administrative setup required, that functionary is what we call, that must also follow. There must be a balance among all the three, and there is one more attempt is made to include another F for the 3 Fs of late. So I thought I should share this with you. And I agree with our friend, the state head of, I think, West Bengal, who just spoke here, made certain suggestions. The local governing institutions, urban or rural, cannot wait for the state governments to give them powers. There are very few state governments or ruling parties which have the political will to part with their powers with their sub-state level institutions under the Constitution. We must organize ourselves, raise our voice against devolution when they devolve funds or functions. There is any violation of the terms of the Constitution. We must make it a point to do that. We have to see that these constitutional self-governing institutions, Gandhiji also said, there is no Swaraj unless there is Gram Raj, Gram Swaraj. Now India should be a nation of village republics. That is what we say. Now, we have to organize ourselves. Now at the apex level, we have the National Panchayat, Akhil Bharat Panchayat Parishad. It has a great role today, a long history. It was formed and headed by people who were close to Gandhiji's ideas, who were close to the first government, which set up various expert committees whose reports were acted upon by many state governments during those years. So we have an important responsibility to respond to these shortcomings where constitutional and statutory provisions are violated with impunity. We must raise against that. And again, I am thankful to, because Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram was hesitant. We are short of time. We should not take much time. He did not take much time. Similarly, Mr. Yaliki Godaja, I know him for many decades after he entered service, because I have been in Panchayat Raj from 1978, when I was Vice President for 5 years, in addition to being an advocate of at the block level Taluk Panchayat at that time. And I worked under the provisions of 1959 Village Panchayats and Local Boards of Karnataka and Jilla Parishad Act, and present Gram Swaraj Act as an activity or a functionary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Now we come to the end of the plenary session number 2, and I take this opportunity to thank the chairman of the plenary session and also the 2 resource persons who gave their profound knowledge and thoughts about the Panchayat Acts and the policies and rules. I also thank the other Parishad representatives who gave out their ideas and opinions here in this forum. So now we end this plenary session. We'll be starting the 3rd plenary session now, for which I'd request the panelists and the chairpersons to come occupy the stage. And I thank the chairman of All India Panchayat Parishad, Subodh Kant Sahaji, who would continue to be here, and also Chavan sir. Other participants could, now, sir, next session. Okay, meanwhile, as the 3rd plenary session team assembles, I request the delegation from Manipur to come to the stage. And here I'd request Dr. P. December Singh, Adhyaksha, Imphal East District, to come and deliver his speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sabko namaskar. We, the 13 Panchayat Raj institution representing from Manipur, are attending here to participate 18th National Conference about All India Panchayat Parishad. I am so happy to give me a chance to speak as well. Such a beautiful conference, and thanks a lot to organizers so this program have met from the different corners of our nation. The Manipur state is a small state and famous for cultural heritage, people know. And it belongs to North-East region. Unfortunately, there is happening an ethnic violence in Manipur since May 3, 2023, by illegal immigrants. Now, internally displaced persons, such as IDPs, are residing in different relief camps. But situation is somewhat better now. Our former Chief Minister, Shri N. Biren Singh, is a visionary leader, and he did to protect the indigenous people of Manipur for future generation. And actually the crisis is happening by influxing illegal immigrants who are coming from adjacent country like Myanmar, Bangladesh. Therefore, I would like to request you, there is much needed to enhance mandates of MGRDPR, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, and more fund is to be available in the state. On the contrary, we the PRIs should have know what are the roles and the responsibilities. मेरे मन में ऐसे आते हैं कि पब्लिक वेलफेयर स्कीम्स का लेके गांव-गांव तक जाके जनता के हाथ में देना ही होगा, ये जरूरी बात है. A slogan is India cannot develop without developing its villages. The Indian government has been implemented different public welfare schemes in the interest of the poor people, and to reach out the schemes to the village area is the main duty of Panchayat Raj institutions, and it can bring out economic development and better infrastructure in the villages. Lastly, I request to include a member from Manipur in the Executive Committee of All India Panchayat Parishad. Let me conclude here my speech. Thanks, all. Dhanyavad.
Before
Thank
we
you,
start
dear. Thank you.
third session, Mr. Ajay
Ajay Singh.
Yeah. Mr. Ajay Singh,
Just
President
one-
Jharkhand Panchayat.
Hello, one more, then you call your persons.
अभी
This
अजय
will-
सिंह जी को बुला रहे सर.
हाँ.
इधर मिस्टर अजय सिंह, प्रेसिडेंट झारखंड पंचायत परिषद, आप कृपया आके मंच पे आइए. And meanwhile, I request the panelists of the third plenary session to come to the stage. Ajay Singh ji.
ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद के 18वें नेशनल सम्मेलन में कर्नाटका के धरती पर मंच पर उपस्थित ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद के अध्यक्ष परम आदरणीय सुबोध कांत सहाय जी, पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री भारत सरकार, चौहान जी कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष, हम सबके अभिभावक, मंचस्थ बैठे हुए सारे साथीगण और इस विश्वविद्यालय के प्रांगण के वाइस चांसलर सहित सारे मित्रों ने जिस आत्मीय भाव से इस सम्मेलन में भाग लिया, उनके प्रति आभार प्रकट करते हुए उनको भी मैं याद करता हूं. कर्नाटका के धरती पर आए हुए राज्य के, देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से आए हुए प्रतिनिधिगण पंचायत, ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद के और कर्नाटका सरकार को मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि पंचायती व्यवस्थाओं के सुदृढ़ीकरण के संबंध में राजीव गांधी के बाद, नरसिंह राव जी के बाद ये पहली एक ऐसी सरकार है जिन्होंने सरकार के माध्यम से ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद का सम्मेलन आयोजित किया. और जिस तरीके से देश के सभी प्रांत से आए हुए साथियों को इन्होंने कोऑर्डिनेट किया, सम्मान दिया, आदर दिया और रहने की इतनी व्यवस्था अच्छी किया, इसके लिए मैं कर्नाटका सरकार और विश्वविद्यालय के सभी लोगों को मैं आभार प्रकट करते हुए धन्यवाद देता हूं. एक बार मैं चाहूंगा कि सरकार और यहां का स्थानीय लोगों के लिए जोरदार तालियों से इनका अभिनंदन किया जाए. 12 प्रस्ताव अभी तक जो कल कार्यकारी समिति के माध्यम से पास हुआ, ये सारी प्रस्ताव पंचायती व्यवस्थाओं को पावर दिलाने की बात को मजबूती से ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद समर्थन करती है. लेकिन ये सारे प्रस्तावों में हम सरकार से डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि मुझे ये चाहिए, मुझे ये चाहिए. पंचायत को किस तरीके से आर्थिक सुदृढ़ीकरण के लिए सरकार उसके प्रति प्रतिबद्ध हो, हमको पंचायत का क्या पावर होना चाहिए, इन बातों पर चर्चा हो रही है. साथ में मैं एक सुझाव दूंगा कि अब
नगर परिषद और नगर पालिका का भी चयन हो गया है। अब खाली ये ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में नहीं बल्कि शहरी क्षेत्रों का भी विकास की बहुत सारा फंडिंग जो होता है वो पंचायत और नगर परिषद और नगर पालिका के माध्यम से सुनिश्चित होता है। अब इस व्यवस्था पर हमको ये सोचना होगा कि हमारा डिमांड इतनी है, सुझाव इतनी है कि ऐसा होता तो ऐसा पंचायती राज के माध्यम से हम गांव और नदी तालाब में रहने वाले अंतिम व्यक्तियों का लाभ पहुंचा सकते थे। लेकिन ये मेरा सुझाव है, लेकिन इसको इंप्लीमेंट कराने के लिए जिनके पास पावर है वो सरकार के पास है, चाहे वो राज्य सरकार हो या केंद्र सरकार हो। उन सरकारों के पास हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन कैसे बैठेगा? उन सरकारों से मिलकर कल भी हमने भाषण दिया था, यही विषय कहा था कि आज जो हमने चिंता व्यक्त किया है कि क्या क्या मिलना चाहिए जिससे कि पंचायती व्यवस्थाएं हमारा सुदृढ़ होगी, लेकिन वो मिलेगा कैसे? उसका रणनीति मिलने का क्या होगा? सरकार के साथ हमारा संपर्क स्थापित करना होगा या संघर्ष करना होगा। इस विषय पर भी सम्मेलन को एक दिशा में एक निर्णय लेना चाहिए ताकि प्रस्ताव हमने जो बनाया है 12 सूची प्रस्ताव में सब कुछ दिया गया है। अगर ऐसी व्यवस्थाएं बन जाती है तो गांधी जी के सपनों का यह हमारा भारत होगा। लेकिन यह सपनों का भारत बनेगा कैसे? आज के जो कि राजनीतिक व्यवस्था है, इन हर राजनीतिक दलों का एक एक अपना पंचायती संगठन है, उसमें ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद ही नॉन पॉलिटिकल संगठन है। इसको हमको बताना होगा सरकार को कि आपके द्वारा जो विकास की रणनीति बनाई जाती है, जिस तरीके से ग्रामीण डेवलपमेंट के लिए आपने पंचायत, जिला परिषद, वार्ड और नगर पालिका के सहयोग से आप जिस तरीके से विकास सुनिश्चित करना चाहते हैं, यदि ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद के माध्यम से अगर इसमें सहयोग मिले तो सरकार की बहुत सारी सपनाएं साकार हो सकती है। हमको सरकार को भरोसा दिलाना होगा कि ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद राजनीति नहीं करती है, बल्कि ये सरकारी व्यवस्था और अंतिम व्यक्ति गांव में रहने वाले लोगों के लिए ब्रिज का काम करती है, जिसमें निस्वार्थ तौर पर लोगों को पंचायती अधिकार के माध्यम से लोगों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा कैसे डेवलप किया जा सकते। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद के कल के कार्यकारिणी समिति में प्रस्तावित सभी मुद्दाओं का समर्थन करते हुए आज इस सम्मेलन में मैं उसका पुरजोर समर्थन करता हूं। साथ ही साथ मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो हमारी प्रस्ताव और डिमांड है, ये मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपना न बने। इसके लिए जरूरी है कि आंदोलन का और सरकारों से संघर्ष की भी रणनीति पर हम लोग को बात किया जाए, टैक्स दिया जाए, ताकि सरकारों पर दबाव डाल करके और हम लोग इस एजेंडा को इंप्लीमेंट कराया जा सके। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ जय पंचायत परिषद, जय भारत, जय ग्राम पंचायत परिषद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन। नमस्कार और आप सबका हार्दिक स्वागत है। I heartily welcome all of you to the 18th All India Panchayat Parishad Conference, Plenary Session 3. This session is about local governance and community empowerment. We will talk about how village can become strong and people can become more empowered. ಈ ಅಧಿವೇಶನ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯ ವಿಷಯ ಸ್ಥಳೀಯ ಆಡಳಿತ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಮುದಾಯ ಸಬಲೀಕರಣ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಅಧಿವೇಶನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮತ್ತು ಸಮುದಾಯವನ್ನು ಸಬಲೀಕರಣಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಬಗೆಯನ್ನು ಚರ್ಚಿಸಲಾಗುತ್ತದೆ. नमस्कार। ये अधिवेशन की इस सेशन में हम सभी सर्वप्रथम इस सेशन का अध्यक्ष महोदय वी एस पाटिल जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता है। इसके साथ हम अपने सभी संपन्नमूल व्यक्तियों का विशेष रूप से डॉक्टर प्रकाश भट्ट जी, श्री एलिंगो रंगस्वामी जी, श्री मोहम्मद बदगानूर जी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हूँ। हम इसे सेशन में भाग लेने वाले गण्य अतिथियों का भी हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। स्वागत सर। With the permission of the chairperson and resource person, please let's start the session. Yes, sir. Before we begin the session, it is my honor to introduce the chairperson of this session, Sri V.S. Patil. Sri V.S. Patil is senior leader with rich experience in Panchayat Raj and public administration. He has served twice as the Panchayat President of the Jilla Panchayat, first in the undivided Dharwad district and later in the divided Dharwad district. He has also served as a Director of the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, Director of DCC Bank Dharwad, and the Director of the KCC Bank Dharwad. In addition, he has contributed as a Director and Office Bearer in several important institutions. At present, he is serving as a Vice President of Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, where he is actually works for the strengthening Panchayat Raj institution, decentralization and grassroots governance. With his administrative experience and deep commitment to rural development, his guidance, he is extremely valuable to this session on local governance and community empowerment. Sir, we are honored to have you as the chairperson of this session. We warmly welcome you, sir. Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, our first resource person is Dr. Prakash Bhatt, sir, a well-known thinker and practitioner here in rural development. He studied in Kumta and Bangalore and later worked with the Manubhai Desai, a close associate of Mahatma Gandhi. And I request, sir, you are to deliver your address.
Friends, you must be ready after resource person's presentation. 2-3 people from the delegate will speak. Then the second resource person will address you. Then again, so we have to finish this third session, and Anil Sharma will announce the name from the delegate side. Please, you carry on. And this session is also co-chaired by our working president, Ashok Chauhan ji.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮನ ಕಳುಕಿರದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಲೆಬಾಗಿರದು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಳಿವಿಗೆ ತೊಡಕು ತೋರದಿಹುದಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮನೆಯೊಕ್ಕಟ್ಟು ಸಂಸಾರ ನೆಲಗಟ್ಟು ಧೂಳೊಡೆಯದಿಹುದು ತಾನ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸತ್ಯದ ಗಾಧ ನೆಲೆಯಿಂದ ಸವಿವಾತು ಸಲ್ಲಲಿತ ನಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮುಂಬರುವುದಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಬಂಧನರಹಿತ ಸುಖದ ಸ್ವರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಓ ತಂದೆ ನನ್ನ ನಾಡಿದು ಕಣ್ತೆರೆಯಲಿ. Namaste. I am still confused because I had thought of talking in Kannada. I can speak in Hindi but not very well. So now I think seeing many people from outside state here, I will talk in English. Thank you. Now the last session, everybody is in a hurry. I will do it quickly, maybe 10 minutes. Mix madbeka? Both languages? Okay. Before, then I think I will continue in Kannada, but I will introduce my subject in 2 sentences as to I have not been introduced properly because there was short of time. I am Dr. Prakash Bhatt, who has worked in Karnataka over the last 40 years in rural development. And over the last 3 years, I have been doing a lot of work in mobilizing people, bringing them together and working through them. I will give you just the result of that, and then the process part, maybe I will talk in Kannada. Over the last 30 years, because of the people's participation, because of mobilizing the people and working through them, working with them, not working for them, we have been able to say plant about 20 lakh trees, 2 million trees, of which not less than 10 lakh, 1 million trees are surviving in the agriculture fields of farmers, some 2,500 farmers. Then harvest more than 100 crore liters of water in different niches. Then mobilize people, mobilize 5,000 families into 3 stages of community organization, and all through achieving different things through them. But the process part is more important. ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಈಗ ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾವುದನ್ನೋ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ರಾಜ್ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೂ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಠಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಅಂತನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. ನಾನು ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಒಂದು ಪುಸ್ತಕವನ್ನು ಬರೆದೆ, ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುವ ಕಷ್ಟ ಸುಖ. ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನ ಇದನ್ನು ತುಂಬ ಮೆಚ್ಚಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾರಣ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಡ್ರಿವನ್ ಆದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡದೆ ಜನರನ್ನೇ ಸೇರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಳಗಿನಿಂದ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ, ಮೇಲಿನಿಂದ ಮತ್ತೂ ಮೇಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ, ಕೆಳಗೆ ಸಂಘಗಳು, ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಗ್ರಾಮ ವಿಕಾಸ ಸಮಿತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಹಾಸಂಘಗಳನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಕೋತಾ ಅವರ ಮೂಲಕ ಹಲವಾರು ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಪ್ರಾಸೆಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೆನಪಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಗಮನಿಸಿ. ವಿ ಸ್ಟೇಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವಿಲೇಜ್, ಮೋರ್ ದೆನ್ 40 ಪೀಪಲ್, ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಲೋಕಲ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್, about actually 60 people stayed in the village, staying 24/7 in the village. ಇಡೀ ದಿನ ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟರ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ವಿಲೇಜಸ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಲೇಟ್ 90s ಇಂದ ವಿ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್. ದ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ಸ್ staying in the village, agriculture graduates, forestry graduates, doctors, home science graduates, MSCs, MSWs, ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು 24/7. That was our actually trump card. Staying in the village was our really, it helped us to take the program to the level that we could reach. Once we stay in the village, ನಾವು ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಿಂದಲೇ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸವನ್ನು ಗಳಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊದಲನೆಯ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಟ್ 10:30 ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲೀವಿಂಗ್ ಎಟ್ 5. ಪೀಪಲ್ ನೋ ಅಸ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ಔಟ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಔಟ್ ದ ಇಯರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಬಿಕಮ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ದೆಮ್. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಟು ರ್ಯಾಪೋ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್. ಆದರೆ ಹಳ್ಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದಷ್ಟೇ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಮಾಡುವುದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅನದರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ ವಾಸ್ ವಿ ಥಾಟ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ವಿ ಡಿಡ್ಂಟ್ ನೋ ಮಚ್. ಪೀಪಲ್ ನ್ಯೂ, ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ನಾವು ಜನರಿಂದ ಕಲಿತುಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು. ಜನರನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿ ಅವರ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡು ಅವುಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳನ್ನು ಇಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಒಮ್ಮೊಮ್ಮೆ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ, ಹೀಗಿದೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಪಡ್ತೀರೋ ಅಂತ ತೋರಿಸಬಹುದು ಹೊರತು ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡದೆ ಅವರಿಂದಲೇ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಗಳು ಆಗುವ ಹಾಗೆ ನೋಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು. ಸೊ 5,000 families, 25,000 jana people, they belong to us. ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 6-7 ಸಾವಿರ. There are people, fortunately, these two people, resource people, have visited my place and have seen it. Mr. V.S. Patil was the chairman of the Jilla Panchayat when we had started the program. ತುಂಬ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. We could do a lot of things just because people were involved. ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ another important step was, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ, we changed our office timing. It was not 9 to 5. 9 to 5 doesn't work with our people. We had to change it. So it started at 7 in the morning, maybe even earlier sometimes, went up to 11 or so, then come back and have your food, everything, eat. Then go back at 4 o'clock and up to 10 in the night, minimum. Sometimes when I was there, all these people staying in the village, visiting the villages, conducting meetings, there were several hundreds of meetings every day in these villages, saving crores of rupees, saved by very, very poor people. It started from 5 rupees. Lending, they were all under the, Mayrada, Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram is here. They started this process here. So this microfinance through the SHGs started by them was also used, and planning through Sanghas, planning through Gram Vikas Samitis, and then implementation through Mahasangha was our mantra. Participants were selected, programs were designed, programs were monitored, programs were evaluated by people. In fact, if I come to Panchayat Raj institutes, I have been very closely associated with them. I think we have a model there. In Karnataka, we have a circular that the PDOs should stay in the villages. I think that is very important. We have to recommend that very, very strongly. And the government can support the government officials to stay in the village by creating infrastructure, by supporting them through extra allowances if they stay in the village, or making it compulsory. In fact, I always say that the government school teachers should send their children to their own school. Now teachers don't stay in the villages because we have created good roads. There are buses flying too. They all come from the cities, 10 o'clock, return at 5 o'clock. So all these interaction between the development workers and the people have vanished. So if we can bring that, we did that. That is how the success was possible. Then, apart from staying in the villages, I already told, respecting people. Most of us who go to villages start lecturing to the villagers. We firmly said no. No lecturing. Nobody likes to be lectured. ಹಳ್ಳಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಬೇಡಿ. ಹಳ್ಳಿಯವರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Sit with them, equally. Sit on the floor. Talk to them in a friendly tone. Then understand their problems. Design things as they would like it to. So, and the last important thing was the integrity. Since we were staying in the villages and we were seeing that every pay that we were using was used for only that. Transparency, involving in every activity involving people, including buying things for the project. So that transparency helped us to win the confidence of the villagers. Even now, and at the end, I tell you, people from the villages, all these poor people those days who are just coming above poverty line with our help, built a training institute costing now more than ₹1 crore. No help from the government, no help from any project. All families contributed, Sanghas contributed, Gram Vikas Samitis contributed, and Mahasangha from its common fund which was created. It's a long story. There was a common fund and all that. And beautiful programs could be done with very small amount. 50,000 Vidyanidhi, 50,000 Arogya Nidhi. So many nidhis could be established, and people, for example, anybody to be operated within 2 days, 5,000 rupees those days without any interest could be given by the people's organization, without any certificate, because people know each other very well. Whether it is true or false is understood by people. So people's organization could implement such projects with so much of ease. Adrinda, Jana Sangatane, return back, go back, whatever it is, to the villages. Now, if we can do this for next 10 years, I am sure we will achieve a lot. So, instead of the infrastructure building that we are now doing mostly, if we think of building people, they are the wealth of the people, wealth of the country, and if we build them, it can be done. This is what we have done, and the lesson is there to be learned in this state, and anybody coming want to see it, please come. It's already 20 years that we have implemented it, but you can still see the ripples even now that has happened, the trees and all that, the water, and the people themselves, and the training center, and lot of shramadanas. Everything was done wherever check dams were built with shramadana, buildings were built with shramadana, roads were cleaned with shramadana, and all events were held by people. Thank you.
Now I will request Delegate Mr.
Baldev Singh. Dhanyawad, sir. And now I request Mr. Baldev Singh, President Himachal Pradesh Panchayat Parishad, to speak few words about this session.
सम्माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, उपस्थित सभी डेलीगेट्स, जैसा कि पंचायती राज व्यवस्था का सशक्तिकरण और सुदृढ़ीकरण के लिए 12 बिंदुओं पर जो चर्चा की गई है, उसमें जो हमारी CWC कार्यकारी थी, उसमें सभी सदस्यों ने मिलकर जो भी संरचना की है, 12 की 12 सदस्य, हिमाचल प्रदेश इकाई की तरफ से जितने भी हमारे सदस्य हैं, साथी हैं, सभी ने इसे पारित किया है और हम इसका समर्थन करते हैं। जहाँ तक पंचायती राज की बात है, मैं छोटा सा अपना अनुभव के आधार पर कहना चाहूँगा। पंचायती राज में पिछले 30 वर्षों से लगातार मैं पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव रहा हूँ। पंचायत प्रधान, BDC, जिला परिषद, तीनों टायरों में मैंने काम किया है। वर्तमान में भी पंचायती राज से जुड़ा हूँ। जहाँ तक पंचायती राज की सशक्तिकरण की बात है, मुझे राजीव गांधी पंचायती राज संगठन में भी नॉर्थ जोन प्रभारी होने के नाते श्री मणिशंकर अय्यर जी की टीम में जो घोषणा पत्र थी, उसमें एक भारत में सर्वे किया गया जिसमें 2 साल का कार्य था। तो उसमें हमने यही किया था कि जो पंचायती राज में जो 1990 कानून में भी की जगह किया गया कि जो हमारा 33वां और 74वां संशोधन था, उसमें राज्य को ये छूट दी गई कि मैं भी राज्य अगर चाहे तो किसी राज्य में 18, किसी राज्य में 12 डिपार्टमेंट या 18 इस तरह की शक्ति यहाँ दी गई है, तो उसमें मस्ट भी करने के लिए जो सर्वेक्षण किया गया। किंतु दुर्भाग्यवश वही हुआ कि मणिशंकर अय्यर जी उस पर कई बार क्रोधित हो जाते। यहाँ तक कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी के साथ भी इस विषय पे एक हमारी सेमिनार संगोष्ठी 11 लोगों की हुई। उस चर्चा के बाद जो घोषणा पत्र बना कि उसको घोषणा पत्र में डालेंगे, किंतु बाद में क्या हुआ कि घोषणा पत्र में वो भी नहीं डाले। ये लड़ाई लंबी लड़ाई है। जहाँ तक पंचायती राज की बात करें, हिंदुस्तान, ये तो जो ताकतों की बात अलग बात है, पर पूरा भारत, आदि जो भारत की सशक्तिकरण है, वो पंचायतें खुद सशक्त हैं, पंचायतें अच्छा कार्य कर रही हैं। ऐसा नहीं है। अगर पूरे भारत में आज देखें तो भारत का अगर आप देखते हैं अदालतों में जहां 7 करोड़ या 8 करोड़ इस तरह के मुकदमे पड़े हैं, अगर इस तरह का देखें तो करोड़ों मुकदमे पंचायत ने बिना किसी उसके गांव में समझौते कर दिए हैं। जो वहाँ के सीनियर लोग हैं, जो पंचायत के बुद्धिजीवी लोग हैं, जैसे यहाँ पर तो सभी ज़्यादा बुद्धिमान लोग, सब ने अपने बहुत अच्छे विचार दिए। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि ठीक है, इस लड़ाई को हम लड़ें, पर पंचायती राज कमज़ोर नहीं है। आज भी वित्त आयोग का, जहाँ तक मेरा प्रैक्टिकल अनुभव में हिमाचल प्रदेश की बात करता हूँ, 18 डिपार्टमेंट हमें दिए गए हैं और वित्त आयोग का भारत सरकार से वाया करके पर सीधा पंचायत के अकाउंट में एवरेज 25 से 1 करोड़ तक एक पंचायत में लगभग साल का पैसा आता है। वो ग्राम सभा सुप्रीम पावर है, वहाँ प्रधान या पंच सुप्रीम पावर नहीं है। आज भी वहाँ पर सुप्रीम पावर ग्राम सभा है। अब ग्राम सभा कैसी है ये प्रश्न चिन्ह है, क्योंकि जैसा इसमें आपने डिजिटल के लिए लिखा कि भविष्य में सब आपका जिस तरह यहाँ मैं बधाई देना चाहूँगा वीसी साहब को, यहाँ आकर हमें लगा अपने आप में भारत का एक पहला यूनिवर्सिटी हमने देखी है। मैं भी ऐसी जगह से हूँ जहाँ हॉर्टिकल्चर एंड फॉरेस्ट्री एशिया की पहली यूनिवर्सिटी है, तो ये बहुत ही सुंदर यूनिवर्सिटी है। उसी तरह पंचायत जब सशक्त हो जाएगी, धीरे धीरे हो रही है, कंप्यूटराइज हो जाएगी, पारदर्शिता आएगी, शायद हम उम्मीद रखें। और मुझे सुबोधकांत सहाय जी से पूरा विश्वास है, जिस तरह ये लगे हैं, क्योंकि खाली नारों से और उससे काम नहीं होगा, इनका संपर्क पूरे भारतवर्ष के सभी बुद्धिजीवियों से है, चाहे कोई भी सरकार हो। इसी प्रकार के सम्मेलन हमें करता रहना पड़ेगा और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि बहुत जल्द जो पंचायती राज है ये मैं भी की जगह मस्ट भी जरूर होगा। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
थैंक यू सर, धन्यवाद। Now I request Sri Rajendra Singh Tomar, President of Madhya Pradesh Panchayat Parishad, to speak a few words about the session.
मैं शपथ पूर्वक वचन देता हूं कि अभी तक जो वक्ताओं ने कहा उसको नहीं दोहराऊंगा। वो 9 पॉइंट जो वही सारे के सारे। लेकिन जब भीड़ से हटके बात कही जाती है तो बात गूढ़ भी होती है और बात कड़वी भी होती है, तो उसको समझना और सहना भी थोड़ा सा कठिन होता है। मंच पर बैठे परम आदरणीय हमारे सबके चहेते आदरणीय सुबोधकांत सहाय जी, मंच पर विराजमान कर्नाटक प्रदेश और बहुत सारे प्रदेशों से आए हुए परम विद्वान, ऐसा लगता था कि पंचायत विषय को ही अपने आप में घोंट के पी लिया है और उनके मुखार बिंदु से इस तरीके की वाणी और पंचायत के बारे में सुनने को मिल रहा है जो बहुत ही नया और अच्छा था। विभिन्न प्रदेशों से आए मेरे साथीगण, अध्यक्षगण, माताएं और बहनें, ये जो लड़ाई है ये लड़ाई है सत्ता और पैसे की। इस हिंदुस्तान के अंदर हम कहीं भी देखते हैं तो सत्ता और पैसे की लड़ाई उसके मूल रूप में निकल के आती है। कर्नाटक प्रदेश है, भाई साहब जरा 1-2 मिनट शांत रहेंगे क्या? अनिल जी, कर्नाटक प्रदेश या कोई भी प्रदेश होता है उसको चलाने वाले 300 IAS, 600 स्टेट कैटेगरी के अधिकारी और तमाम सारे कर्मचारी होते हैं। इनका एक सोच होता है, सत्ता और पैसा उस सोच की जड़ में होता है। उस सोच के आधार पर ये निर्णय लेते हैं कि कितनी ज्यादा से ज्यादा सत्ता हमारे पास रहे। उस सोच के आधार पर ये लेते हैं कि ज्यादा से ज्यादा पैसा हमारी हाथों के नीचे से निकल के जाए। और जब सत्ता और पैसा हमारे हाथों के नीचे से निकल के जाएगा तो उतना ज्यादा कमीशन हमको मिलेगा, हम उतने मालामाल होंगे। असलियत न कोई कहना चाहता है, न असलियत कोई बताना चाहता है। राजीव गांधी ने कहा था कि 1 रुपए में गांव की तरफ भेजता हूं तो 15 पैसे गांव तक पहुंचते हैं। ये 85 पैसे कहां जाते हैं? ये 85 पैसे जो बड़े कर्मचारी, जो ब्यूरोक्रेट कहलाते हैं ना, बड़े कर्मचारी जिनको मैं कहता हूं, ये लोग खाते हैं। फिर छोटे कर्मचारी, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के जो ऑफिसर है वो खाते हैं। इसके बाद उसके नीचे वाले खाते हैं और उसके बाद जब गांव में पहुंचता है तो वो 15 पैसा पहुंचता है। इस बात को कहने में दिक्कत होती है। दिक्कत इसलिए होती है कि जो जबर व्यक्ति होता है, जो ताकतवर व्यक्ति होता है, जिसके हाथ में लठियां होती है, जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है, उससे सब डरते हैं। और इन कर्मचारियों के हाथ में लाठी भी है, बंदूक भी है, तलवार भी है, भाला भी है, सब कुछ है। और जो इस बात को बोलने की कोशिश करता है उसके ऊपर इनकी ये लाठी, बंदूक, भाला ये चल जाती है। हमें जरूरत है अपने आप को मजबूत करने की। हमें जरूरत है इस देश के संचालन करने में जो माफियाज का स्वरूप उभर के आ गया है, जो जड़ में सत्ता और पैसे की भूख मिट नहीं रही है। हमारे यहां एक आईएएस पकड़ा गया, 300 करोड़ पकड़े गए, वो बिस्तरों पर सोता था। इस तरीके की भूख जब तक हमारे देश के अंदर रहेगी, पंचायतों का विकास कैसे होगा, यह हमें सोचना होगा। इसके मूल में क्या है, उसके मूल में जाके हमें उस दीमक को हटाना होगा, उस दीमक को प्रताड़ित करना होगा, उस दीमक को खत्म करना होगा। और यह काम हमारे सरपंच, पंचायत परिषद के माध्यम से हम लोग करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कर्नाटक सरकार ने जिस प्रकार से इस आयोजन को किया, उसने एक मील का पत्थर स्थापित किया और यह तय किया कि जो लोग पंचायत को कमजोर कर रहे हैं, देश को कमजोर कर रहे हैं, समाज को कमजोर कर रहे हैं, उनको यह शपथ दिलाई जाए कि इस देश और समाज को कमजोर करने के लिए हम कोई ऐसा कदम नहीं उठाएंगे। और इस बात को मजबूत करने के लिए हम लोग अपने आप को ताकतवर बनाएंगे और आगे इस देश को बढ़ाने में अपना सहयोग देंगे। इसी बात को कह के मैं अपनी बात को खत्म करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir. And our next speaker is Elengo Rangaswamy, a nationally recognized social innovator from Tamil Nadu. For more than 30 years, he has campaigned Gandhian rural development, model villages, Samatvapuram, hutless villages, SAGs, and rural technology and Panchayat Academy innovatives. He worked in village planning, micro enterprises, school upgrading, and social inclusion, has received national and international recognition. Sir, he is the proud recipient of the World Habit Award and Ashok Fellowship and many other honors. Sir, we are honored to have you with us, and I request V.S. Patil sir to kindly honor Sri Elengo Rangaswamy sir. Sir, please deliver your talk, sir.
Dignitaries participants, friends. Good evening. From the morning onwards, we have been listening the power of panchayats, actually where they are, what it could be, what it would be, something like this. In my case, I am a chemical engineer. I was a scientist. I was scientist in a special area called, you may be knowing that, high energy batteries for submarines and warplanes. That was the time I happened to work for the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. As a young scientist, sometimes I used to listen, used to bother about the defense and used to bother about the science and technology and all these things. That was the time USSR was dismantled, so India was facing a lot of problems. But I used to wait for his moment, see what is happening in Indian villages. If he starts like this, his whole direction of his talk would change. He used to talk a lot about villages, and it was reflecting the concerns about the villages. And the day when he was killed, in 1991, May 21, in Sri Perumbudur, I was there. In front of me, he was killed. Then I used to think, Mahatma Gandhi, when India got the freedom, Mahatma Gandhi had his own plan. It was like Gram Swaraj or whatever. He had his own plan. But unfortunately, he was killed. After that, people like me, we used to, our generation, we used to read about Gandhi and Swaraj and all these things. But it was Rajiv Gandhi, after Mahatma Gandhi, and he was contemplating the panchayats, power to people, Gram Sabha, all these things. That was a real second Gandhian thought. Unfortunately, when it was coming up, it was defeated in the Rajya Sabha. Then in the second election, I was really anxiously waiting. This time when he comes, yes, this will be true. The whole country will be liberated, particularly rural India will be liberated, that kind of expectation. Unfortunately, I saw him killed. Then I thought of resigning the job. I resigned the job. I started lobbying for new Panchayat Raj. I was one of the lobbying person. Fortunately, it came in Narasimha Rao's time. Then, that time, Jayalalitha was the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, but it didn't happen in Tamil Nadu. So I started traveling to Kerala, which was readily implementing variety of things. Interestingly, the former Finance Minister of Kerala, Thomas Isaac, who was leading a great movement, it's called People's Plan Campaign, based on the panchayats. I was traveling in Palakkad and Trichy districts. I saw how beautifully they were expecting the Panchayat Raj system is coming, the elections are going to come. Before that itself, the Kerala people, the Kerala village people, they started planning the village level plan, ward level plan, integrating village plan, all these things. So with all these things, Kerala really started growing. My friends, some Kerala people also, they are going to share their development activities. But what I am posing before you all, in Kerala, it is happening up to beyond the expectation. I can say beyond the expectation it's happening. But why, when it is happening in Kerala, why not in other places? Yes, to some extent Karnataka is far, but you can't compare with Kerala. Karnataka is doing well. Tamil Nadu was trying to do something, but now it has gone. It has also become one of the worst state which is not bothering about the panchayats. That's the other side. What I am telling is, with the available thing, is it possible to develop a village? I am humbled to say you all, we are all talking about panchayat, power of the panchayat. Power of the panchayat, yes, it is missing, it is less. But with the power, what are we doing? That's again the question. I am not doing anything negative thing. I'm just, it's emotionally, is it possible to do with the thing? There, I am humble to say, we are yet to understand, particularly the Panchayat people, we are yet to understand the role clarity. What is the role? You are a Panchayat president, there is a ward members, 7 or 8 or 9. With the Panchayat ward members, it's called Panchayat system. Panchayat president and the Panchayat ward members, above all or under them, the Gram Sabha is there. You contemplate something, sit with the Gram Sabha, sit with the elders, prepare a plan. I am humble to say, out of 260,000 Panchayat in this country, Kerala Panchayats, 100%, all the Panchayats, they prepare the 5-year plan, they prepare the 1-year plan, it's a Panchayat plan, it's a ward plan, integrated ward plan is the Panchayat plan. It is approved by the Gram Sabha. Where it is happening? In other places, no Panchayat has prepared the plan, maybe 1 or 2 here and there. Unless otherwise, the Panchayat makes a plan for 5 years. What can they do? If money is there, you do something. You are searching for money. But what for that? How much money? When should be done? Who will be done? How to reduce it? How to manage it? All these things are the duties of the Panchayats. Yes, Panchayat is weak, but somebody is training Panchayat. Again, I am humble to say, my dear friends, how long? 30 years have gone. 6th or 7th Panchayat is there. Every time the Panchayat is elected, 1 lakh people to be trained in every state. Training, training, training. Chief ministers are not trained. Ministers are not trained. Why Panchayat people should be trained? You feel that they are small people. So that is why, unfortunately, the whole system is misunderstood. Wrong understanding. Now the constitution is mandating every Panchayat should prepare a 5-year plan. And the Panchayat plan should be an integrated plan for 5 years, total development. It should be approved by validated by the Gram Sabha. When the Gram Sabha is validating it, naturally people will come to know where the money will come, where the money will go, the shortage, what will we do. All these things will be known to the community. The community will come forward and do it, participate it. So that kind of things are not happening even after exhausting 5 or 6 terms of Panchayats. Please, let us go to the role clarity. Panchayat is an institution. It's a government, local self-government. How many Panchayats in India, except Kerala and some places here and there, how many Panchayats in India will feel we are local self-governments? No. They feel that they are good people, means they will come here and look for money and do something, do something, do something. Panchayat is beyond road, tar and tar. It is community. That's the strength of the community. One side, Panchayat is the place where the community is there. District is not there. Town city is not there. It is the community, our community. Come on, sit together. We can resolve it. That is one side. Second side, the Panchayat is having resources, villages. Soil is there, water is there, cow is there, bull is there, people are there, land is there. Resourceful. But still, we are taught or we are feel to understand we are poor. We are always begging for something. Yes, we have to beg, no doubt. But we are resourceful people. And again I am humble to say, Panchayats are standing on their own. That means villages are standing on their own. Even if Delhi fails, even if Hyderabad fails, even Bangalore fails, villages will not fail because land is there, cows are there, people are there, resources are there. But that weakness, leaving all these things, we are needing something. We want to do something. That is the unfortunate part. How to revive it? So instead of taking more time, I want to say it. Let us create models. There are models. There are outstanding model villages in Karnataka. Kerala, almost all the villages. Tamil Nadu, there are outstanding villages. Let us go there. How they done? And when this is possible here, why not in other places? Let 1 become 10, 10 become 20. That should also happen parallelly, even apart from fighting with the governments for the power. So that kind of thing. In my case, I have done, just please, as it was told, go to ChatGPT or AI, ask Kutambakam, what is the speciality of Kutambakam? It will talk about regenerative development. It will talk about energy substitution. It will talk about community cohesion. It will talk about sustainable agriculture. All these things, it's possible. So I don't want to raise collar by doing that. I see that it is possible, then why can't we horizontally spread it? So that's where I work. So one side, we have to fight with the government, state or central, what should be available for us, what should be given for us, we have to fight. Apart from this, it's a long time, even after 30 years, just talking from the bottom of the thing, we have to prove and demonstrate. There are people, there are villages, when 1 is there, 2 is there. In Rajasthan, excellent, on MBA Amma has come and she has done a lot. In UP, some things are something like this. Karnataka, something like, there are there. But we don't want to go there. We don't want to catch them and enlarge that kind of small networks. So that is why, in my case, I am humbled to say that your Gram Sabha is your power, and we must go for the plan. I am humbled to say, no Panchayat is having plan except here and there. Kerala is different. In other places where the Panchayat has prepared the plan, it is really doing. And again, I want to say this, villages are strong. Maybe Panchayat may not be strong, but villages are strong because resources are there. How to tap the resources, how to tap the community, that is the meaning of local self-government. Even after becoming a Panchayat, then you feel that you are something like, I am an IAS officer, I don't have power. No, you are not IAS officer. You are an elected man for your own people. My gurus used to say, I want to finish this, my gurus used to say, in democracy, we vote for an MLA, he governs. MP, we vote, he governs. So there is no connection. After the election, MLA will not govern you. He will be there. He will be in Chennai. He will be in Bangalore. MP is in Delhi. Whereas in the case of Panchayat, we vote, we govern. We vote, we participate, we govern. So that's the real meaning of democracy. Such a beautiful institution, day by day, slowly it's getting diluted, but somewhere people, this kind of All India Panchayat Parishad and this kind of institution, this university, an exclusive university for this, I think with all these things, we can rejuvenate and we can regenerate the Panchayats. That's possible. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable thoughts, sir. Now, may I request Mr. Liluram Kevat, President of Chhattisgarh Panchayat Parishad, to address this session.
सभी मेरे छत्तीसगढ़ के साथी खड़े हो जाइए, थोड़ा समय। छत्तीसगढ़ के सभी साथी, सभी प्रदेश आए, सभी का अभिवादन कीजिए, हाथ उठा के सबको। जय हिंद, जय छत्तीसगढ़, सबसे बढ़िया। सभी मेरे मान्यवर साथीगण, कम शब्द में बोलूं, कहने का आदेश मिला है मुझे, तो मैं
पंचायत सदस्यों को एक टूल्स के माध्यम से थोड़ा से व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं मैं। जैसे हम मोटरसाइकिल बनाते हैं, औजार की जरूरत पड़ती है, झाड़ काटते हैं, कुल्हाड़ी की जरूरत पड़ती है। ये हमारे टूल्स है, हथियार हैं। तो पंचायत परिषद हथियार कौन होगा? हमारे पंचायत के सभी पंचायत सदस्य। हम इसलिए मैं बार बार फोकस करता हूं कि हमें पंचायत सदस्यों को बढ़ाना है। यही हमारी ताकत है, यही हमारी शक्ति है। तो आप लोगों को मैं टूल्स के माध्यम कितना प्रकार है, धरना, प्रदर्शन, शक्ति, सारी समाधान वही है हमारी। तो हम 4 आदमी थोड़ी धरना प्रदर्शन करेंगे। इसमें बार बार मैं कहता हूं कि टूल्स के माध्यम से आप सशक्त होइए, ताकतवर बनिए और महात्मा गांधी के ग्राम स्वराज सपनों को साकार कीजिए। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Lilu Ramji. Now I request Mr. M.L. Sharma, President of Rajasthan Panchayat Parishad, to address the session.
भारत माता की। थक गए आप लोग सब सुन करके, पर बोलने वाला कभी नहीं थकता, उसको तो मज़ा आता है बोलने में, चाहे आपके समझ में आ रहा हो चाहे ना आ रहा हो। तो राजस्थान में सूखा बहुत पड़ता है ना, वो हालत अभी भी हो गई कि सब जनता थी थक करके उठ के चलेगी चाय पीने के लिए, और मुझे आदेश हो गया कि क्यों फालतू टाइम खराब करते हो, थोड़ा बहुत कह दो राजस्थान का प्रतिनिधित्व करने के लिए। तो थोड़ा सा कह देता हूँ, छोटी छोटी बातें। सबसे पहले जैसे ब्यूरोक्रेसी सोचती है ना, वो वास्तव में अपने ही जाल में फंसती जाती है। सबसे पहले टेक्निकल सेशन में संविधान के संशोधन के बारे में फंसे हुए थे। संशोधन करेंगे तो ऐसा हो जाएगा, वैसा हो जाएगा, ऐसा हो जाएगा। क्यों हो जाएगा भाई? प्रजातंत्र प्रजा का राज है ना। संविधान बनाया किसने है? वी द पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, हमने बनाया है। जो सृष्टि का निर्माण करता है उसी को सृष्टि को खत्म करने का अधिकार भी प्रलय ला देगा। अगर जनता जागरूक हो जाए, संविधान का ना आर्टिकल 1 काम में आएगा, ना 40 काम आएगा, ना और कोई अमेंडमेंट काम आएगा जो नए हुए हैं, कोई बीच में नहीं आएंगे। न कोई सुप्रीम कोर्ट आपको तंग करेगा, न कुछ होगा। असली बात है क्या जनता चाहती है, बस इतनी सी बात है। अब जनता चाहती कि नहीं चाहती है, आप यहां बैठे बैठे बातें कर रहे हो। जनता के पास जाओ। ऑल इंडिया परिषद बनी हुई किस लिए? स्टेट की इकाइयां बनी किस लिए? गांव गांव की जनता से आप संपर्क करो, उनमें जागृति पैदा करो कि भाई आपका पावर है, कम से कम अपने पावर को तो एक्सरसाइज करना सीखो। पीपल्स पावर जब उनमें जागृति हो जाएगी तो कोई आपके बीच में नहीं आएगा। संविधान का संवेदन करो, अमेंड करो, चाहे नया बना दो। नेहरू जी के टाइम पर नेहरू पावरफुल थे, तो संविधान की सुप्रीम कोर्ट की पीठ ने कह दिया संविधान के किसी भी प्रावधान को पार्लियामेंट संशोधित कर सकती है। और थोड़े दिनों बाद में नेहरू जी चले गए, मुरारी देसाई और इंदिरा गांधी की लड़ाइयाँ शुरू हो गई, और गोलकनाथ का केस आ गया 1969 में। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कह दिया फंडामेंटल राइट्स कैन नॉट बी अमेंडेड इवन बाय द पार्लियामेंट। चेंज हो गया ना, वही सुप्रीम कोर्ट है। इंटरप्रिटेशन बदल गया, संविधान में परिवर्तन नहीं किया है, इंटरप्रिटेशन खुद बदल गया। उसके बाद में इंदिरा वापस आ गई फुल पावर के साथ 70s में। तो केशवानंद भारती के केस में क्या कह दिया? यू कैन अमेंड द फंडामेंटल राइट्स आल्सो, बट बेसिक स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन कैन नॉट बी अल्टर्ड अमेंडेड। वही संविधान, वही सुप्रीम कोर्ट, और जजमेंट बदलते गए। क्यों बदलते गए? इंदिरा इज इंडिया, ये भाव था भारत के जनता के भाव में। आप अपना जनता के अंदर भाव पैदा कर दो, आपके लिए कोई मुश्किल नहीं है, सब कुछ संभव है। हमारी ड्यूटी है सब सेमिनार वगैरह करने की, यही ड्यूटी है कि भैया जनता को अपने साथ ले लो। जनता के आपके साथ हैं तो कोई कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा। मैंने जब बचपन में पढ़ते थे 4वीं 5वीं क्लास में, तब भी हमारे यहाँ राजस्थान में पंचायतें बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही थी। ये आपके बलवंत राय मैं था तो बाद में आए थे, और बहुत न्याय के बारे में खास तौर से हर वीरवार बृहस्पतिवार को थर्सडे को पंचायत लगती थी और उसमें जनता के फैसले हुआ करते थे और सब कुछ दुनिया मानती थी। और फिर आपने जब अमेंडमेंट करवा दिया तो वो न्यायिक पावर तो हो गया खत्म, और आपने पावर कौन सा दे दिया? इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट वगैरह के बारे में आपने बातचीत कर दी उसके बारे में। और फिर पैसा लक्ष्मी तो सबको ठिकाने लगा देती है। अब हुआ क्या, सरकार ने पैसा देना शुरू किया पंचायतों को, चाहे किसी के थ्रू दे, पर पैसा पंचायतों के पास नाप साप आने लगा। तो जो आपका जनता का चुना हुआ आदमी भी बिक गया, उसको भी कमीशन चाहिए। और जब उसको पटा लिया तो ब्यूरोक्रेसी तो हमेशा हावी रहती है। उसको 4% मिलता है, 17% ब्यूरोक्रेसी ले जाती है। यह आज की हालत है। इस बारे में अब भ्रष्टाचार फैलाया उल्टा। तो यह काम क्यों हो रहा है कि आपने असली जो काम करने वाली जनता है ना, उसको जागरूक नहीं किया। ग्राम सभाएं बिल्कुल डिफेक्ट हैं। आपके यहाँ तो कर्नाटका में कहते हैं कि बहुत अच्छी चल रही है, हिमाचल भी कहते हैं कि बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है। लेकिन और जगह की रिपोर्ट जो मेरे पास आती है मैं देखता हूं। मैं भी बीडीओ रह चुका हूं, डीएम रह चुका हूं, रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ कंपनीज रह चुका हूं, ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया रह चुका हूं, जापान भी जाके देख चुका हूं 2 महीने तक। तो अनुभव सारे ले रखे हमने। तो उन अनुभवों के आधार पर हम कहते हैं सही माने में जनता जागरूक नहीं है, आपके एमपी एमएलए भी गुलाम है। इससे अच्छा तो कहते हैं भैया एमपी एमएलए जिसके ज्यादा हो गए, कहते पार्लियामेंट और विधानसभा की जरूरत नहीं है, मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री कहते वही सब कानून है। यह हालत हो गई है, हमारी आदतें गुलामी की हो गई है। इस गुलामी की आदतों को जब तक आप परिवर्तन नहीं करोगे दोबारा वापस, तब तक आप कहने के अधिकारी नहीं है कि आप जो है पीपल ऑफ इंडिया, सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया हो। तो हमारे में कमी आ गई है, तो इस कमी को पहले ठीक करो। और इसके लिए हमारा काम है, हम एक इंडिपेंडेंट संस्था है, एनजीओ है, तो हम चाहे कोई भी गवर्नमेंट हो सही काम को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, गलत काम को टोकेंगे। ये हमारा काम होना चाहिए। और टोकने के लिए भी जनता के माध्यम से टोकेंगे। आप अकेले करोगे तो आपको तो बेच खाएंगे हो, क्योंकि भ्रष्ट संसार है। कानून बनाने का काम मैं करता रहा हूं, लॉ मिनिस्ट्री में रहा हूं, तो कॉर्पोरेट लॉ में खास तौर से मेरा काम था। पार्लियामेंट तो हमेशा ही लग जाते रहते थे हम लोग, तो मिनिस्ट्री को स्पीच भी हम ही तैयार करते थे, सारी बातें सब कर लिया हमने। तो अब उसमें क्या होता है, कानून कौन बनाता है? ड्यूटी किसकी? पार्लियामेंट की है ना कानून बनाने की, विधानसभा की है ना, विधायिका की है। कौन बनाता है कानून? हम लोग, ब्यूरोक्रेसी। अरे भाई हम कानून बनाएंगे तो हम कोई आपको पावर देंगे क्या? आपके कर्नाटका के पंचायत एक्ट में 300 से ज्यादा सेक्शंस हैं। मेरे ख्याल से इतने सेक्शन की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन बैठे कौन है? क्लर्क की दिमाग वाले, ब्यूरो जो हमने, कौन था जिसने सिखा दिया? मेकाले। ऐसी लैंग्वेज बोलना लिखा सिखा दिया कि उलझते जाते हैं, एक के अंदर एक और जाल बना दिया केवल कानून का, और नेट रिजल्ट कुछ भी नहीं है। हम ड्राफ्टिंग के टाइम पर डिस्कस कर रहे थे लॉ मिनिस्ट्री से ही कि साहब आप इस चीज को इस तरह क्यों कह रहे हो, इसको हम इतना क्यों नहीं कह दें। तो दास ने बोला, वो भी ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी इनका था, एस रमैया, शायद इधर के होंगे वो, उनके साथ काफी अच्छा रहा था हमारा। उन्होंने कहा कि भाई अगर हम सीधा बना देंगे तो हमको कौन पूछेगा, सबको अपनी अपनी हस्ती चाहिए। तो कॉम्प्लिकेशंस जानबूझ के बनाए जाते हैं, इसलिए कॉम्प्लिकेशन न बनाओ, कानून को सीधा बनाओ, सारी बातें ठीक रहेगी। और बनाए कौन? जनता बनाए। अब थक गए आप लोग, हमारे एक्टिंग प्रेसिडेंट साहब भी तो एक्टिंग करने लगे कि जब भाग जाओ, काफी टाइम हो गया। तो बहुत बहुत आपको धन्यवाद। चेतना रखिएगा, आप जागृत हो जाएंगे, देश जागृत होगा, पंचायती राज सुदृढ़ होगा। धन्यवाद,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ML Sharma ji. Now I request to Sri Kul Rakesh Pant, General Secretary of All India Panchayat Parishad, to present the resolution of this session.
सम्मानीय मंच और मेरे साथी प्रतिनिधि जो सारे हिंदुस्तान से यहाँ आए हुए हैं और कर्नाटक के साथी भी जो यहाँ आए हुए हैं, मैं टेबल कर रहा हूं 2 रेजोल्यूशन जो कल वर्किंग कमेटी ने पास किए हैं। एक तो 5 नंबर रेजोल्यूशन है, मैं इसको इंग्लिश में पढ़ रहा हूं, हिंदी का वर्शन आप सब लोगों के पास है और जो हिंदी नहीं जानते उनका अंग्रेजी का वर्शन भी उनके पास है। द कंट्री इज चेंजिंग सिंस 1980. The resolution is about the need of a digital revolution in Panchayats. The country is changing since 1990. The country infrastructure has undergone significant changes. The influence of the social media and digital media has significantly increased in the lives of common people. To ensure digital connectivity, every Panchayat building should be equipped with high-speed fiber internet and Wi-Fi hotspots, so that every citizen can view under one roof the videography of the Gram Sabha meetings, birth and death certificate, ration cards, banking services, caste certificates, Aadhaar and updates, live updates of the Panchayat expenditure on e-Gram Swaraj portal, live monitoring and geotagging of Manrega and other construction work can also be done to curb the corruption and ensure smooth management of the work. Therefore, the 18th National Conference of All India Panchayat Parishad demands that Government of India and the state government digitally empowers every panchayat in the country. जैसा कि आपने इस रेजोल्यूशन को पढ़कर और सुनकर आप समझ ही गए होंगे कि हमारी भावना क्या है। हमारी भावना ये है कि जैसे डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशनाइजेशन सब जगह हो रहा है, तो अगर ये पंचायत में भी होगा तो पंचायत को ही नहीं, इनडायरेक्टली पूरे राष्ट्र को भी इसका लाभ मिलेगा। तो ये आज की एक बहुत बड़ी ज़रूरत है। और अगला जो रेजोल्यूशन है वो है अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ डेडिकेटेड स्टाफ इन द एवरी पंचायत। ये इसी से आगे रिलेट हो जाता है। It is common for rural citizens to visit public service centers, JSCs, located outside the village to complete their work online, creating inconvenience for the elderly and disabled. They face difficulties and have to pay higher rates than the government rates. It is often observed that the Aadhaar cards are not even updated, and farmers are deprived of benefits of Kisan Samman Nidhi and ration, etc. It is often observed that one secretary is in charge of multiple villages, which hinders work. To address this problem, the 18th National Conference of All India Panchayat Parishad demands that the Government of India, state government, that every panchayat should be mandated to appoint a full-time secretary, a technical assistant and data entry operator. तो जैसा कि आप ये समझ गए होंगे कि हमारी इससे भावना क्या है। गांव की पंचायतों में जब हम डाटा ऑपरेटर्स रखेंगे, फुल टाइम सेक्रेटरी रखेंगे और टेक्निकल असिस्टेंट रखेंगे, तो गांव के लोगों को जब सारी सुविधाएं ही उनके दरवाजे पर प्राप्त होंगी तो उनको कहीं इधर उधर भागना भी नहीं पड़ेगा और ज़्यादा पैसे भी नहीं देना पड़ेगा। मैं इन दोनों प्रपोजल्स के साथ इन प्रपोजल का समर्थन भी करता हूँ और आपसे आज्ञा भी चाहता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Kul Rakesh Pantji. Many matter and issues related to the local governance and community empowerment. ಈ ವಿಷಯ ಸಂಬಂಧಿಸಿದಂತೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದೀಗ ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ನಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷತೆಯನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ವಿ.ಎಸ್. ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅವರ ಚೇರ್ಪರ್ಸನ್ ರಿಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. Now I request Sri V.S. Patil, sir, Vice President of the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, to offer the chairperson's remarks and conclude this session.
Good evening, everybody. I hope all the people are slightly sleepy because there is no response from anybody here. चाय तो होना चाहिए शायद आप सब लोगों को, वैसा लगता है हमारे को, नहीं? हाँ, तो फिर थोड़ा, हाँ वही तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं, इधर और उधर दोनों तरफ होना है, क्योंकि खाना खाने के बाद थोड़ा स्लीपी ज़रूरत होता है और सब लोग सोना चाहते हैं थोड़ा, तो नहीं तो एटलीस्ट यू विल हैव टू हैव अ स्मॉल डोज just sitting also. The chairperson, the Adhyaksha of this 18th National Conference of the Panchayat Raj Parishad, and our Karyadhyaksha of the Karnataka Panchayat Raj Parishad, and मंच पर विराजमान सब अतिथिगण, हमारे सामने बैठे हुए बाहर से दूसरे स्टेट से आए हुए, फ्रॉम द होल ऑफ इंडिया, ऑल द डेलीगेट्स and our local people from this district and surrounding areas, and basically the people of this Rural Development University, those who have initiated their full efforts to see that this event is very successful and it goes in the records of the books in a big way. We are very thankful to the university VC and their staff and everybody who has taken initiation. And the state of Karnataka, our government has initiated in funding this program here, and having invited our all India level Parishad, whole Panchayat people here, and we have come to a good session here. And these sort of sessions are required in order to bring up the Panchayats, make more lively. Because we have been seeing so many things. I have been in this field right from 1985, exactly, to be precise. Initially, I was a DCC bank director. So I happened to go to Delhi once for a training session. And there we had a principal known as Mr. Parmar. As soon as we went there, our people had told me, नहीं साहब क्या है, कुछ नहीं, उधर जाने का आने का, आराम घूम फिर के आ जाओ, दिल्ली वगैरह सब देख के, ऐसा बोले थे. उधर जाने के बाद फर्स्ट सेशन स्टार्ट हुआ, सुबह में मिस्टर परमार प्रिंसिपल केम देयर. He said, you people must be on the thinking that you can come, just go there and here, and you can enjoy. So I would request you people to see that if you do want a certificate, I'll give it to you today only, you can go, he said. Why I am telling you this incident is, basically when we attend a session, when we go for a particular training, participation is more important here. When we participate, the outcome is very good. That is why, and when I heard Mr. Parmar's words, I sat for the whole week in the training center. Since then, even till today, whenever I have an opportunity to go and attend any sort of a training or a conference or anything like that, I don't miss it, unless there is some emergency or something like that. So that should be our thinking here. So basically, coming back to the point, after this session, after the cooperative session, I got elected as a Zilla Panchayat member of the undivided Dharwad district, which comprises of this Gadag, Haveri and Dharwad. We had around 67 members there. Totally our constitution had about 120 members, including MLAs, MLCs, MPs and the Taluk Panchayat presidents, like that way. And including officers, it used to come to around 200 people in our Zilla Panchayat meeting. Our Mr. Bhatt Sahab knows, he was there in our district at that time. He was a very active worker in the rural areas, and we appreciated his work at that moment also. So, why I am coming to this basic point is, our instinct to work in the field we are provided is more important. Unless we have an interest or aim or to achieve something, you cannot do anything here. So it is my principle that in whichever field I am, in whichever institution, in whichever society, in whichever association I'm working, I give my full time, full thought, full efforts, and even if I have to fight with the people along with me in a good manner, I do it. Because the aim is to achieve good things in the end. That is the thing. So basically now, coming to the topic here, the local government and community empowerment is the title of this. So our Prakash Bhatt has already talked about this issue, and as I have already told you, he was a very good person staying in villages. He gave that example because when you stay with the people, you come to know their pulses and you come to know that you are also one of them. So they will listen to you. That was his point. And he was very successful in doing his work at that moment, and we also appreciated that. In the same way, when I was a president, we went with our honorable ministers, my secretaries, and all the people, we went to Dharmasthala. There was one good program at that moment. In Manjunatheshwar temple, Mr. Hegdeji had taken up some program, rural development only. So he had adopted around just 2 talukas in order to bring up their system. They developed the schools, they gave the funds to the school teachers and all sort of things. Everything was there. Even the government was supporting them, plus on their own also they used to give those things. So we went to see there how the work is going on. Likewise, panchayats were very good to some extent. As our Meenakshi Sundaram sir told us already, the previous Panchayat Raj Act, which came into existence in 87 in Karnataka during the reign of Mr. Ramakrishna Hegde and Nazir Saab, was fantastic. It was only a 2-tier system. One is the Mandal Panchayats and the second is Zilla Panchayat. There was no Taluk Panchayat. Taluk Panchayat office was only there. Jilla Parishad was there. So Taluka Parishad or Taluka Panchayat was not there. But the office was there. But the system was all the local Panchayat Adhyakshas, as you said, Mandal Adhyakshas, were ex officio members of the Taluka committee, and the then Taluka MLA was automatically a chairman of that. So there was no rift and tussle between the system. So it went on for a very good system, and that was the best system in Karnataka. And looking into that, Rajiv Gandhi saw the system was working in a very good way. So he tried to bring in an amendment and put it through the whole of the nation. You have already know all those details. So subsequently it became a 3-tier system, and we have been facing so many problems and so many good things also. Basically when the act comes into force, the system is, when you see it is a parliament first, next is a state government, third is a district government, next comes the taluka government and town panchayats, then last comes the panchayat government. See, everybody says, they don't say the panchayat governments, they say panchayat institutions. Basically, the name of this should be changed. First of all, they should be known as the local self-governments specifically. We should stress upon this point very well and bring pressure on each and every state and the center in order to bring this act. One thing. Next is the panchayats should be strengthened. पंचायत में पहले आपको मालूम है स्कूल टाइमिंग्स कैसा था ओल्डन डेज में, आपको किसी को मालूम है? हाँ, 9 बजे या 8 बजे शुरू होता था. पहले तो 7 बजे शुरू होता था. इट वॉज अप टू 10 o'clock और 10:30. Then afternoon session, there was a holiday. After food, they used to assemble at around 1:30 or 2 o'clock, and it was up to 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, the children could go to their homes, have food, everything like that. Later on, what has happened? The teachers' lobby became very strong. They wanted to come from the cities to the rural areas, because in order to leave their children to schools at 10 o'clock and catch buses from the cities and come to the rural area, they influenced all the MLAs and all the higher officers and got the timings changed. Now, everywhere in every village, the timings have changed. This has brought a very wrong effect on the children of the rural areas. Because what has happened, right from morning till 10 o'clock, the children just run about here and there. They don't help their parents also in their farming activity or whatever it is. So my first request is, we should try to bring in the timings as the old prevailing days, so that automatically between 7 to 10 is the perfect time. Whoever gets up early in the morning and go to their work or studies, it is a perfect timing, and automatically everything will be set. In order to do that, we have to build Panchayat level mein all sort of housing facilities should be provided to the employees of the Panchayat areas, so that you get revenue there. Basically, you get revenue to the Panchayats, sufficient revenue, because out of their salary, something will have to be deducted for their rent, housing rent and etc. And apart from that, when these people start staying in the villages, automatically the atmosphere of the village changes. Automatically. And they start spending at least 30% to 40% of their salary in those villages, so that the village is also empowered and so many shops and other things start coming up. That is one thing. Next is, every Panchayat level should have sufficient infrastructure of what sort of schools up to PUC level or whatever it is should be provided by the Panchayats and from the state government, and wherever possible through the departments. Free bus passes are given to all the boys here, at least in Karnataka. I don't know in other states. Simply at all, in my village, there is a school. Everything is possible there. But they start going to another school, which is around 15 kilometers, because they get free pass. So why don't you stop that? You make compulsory that education standard improves in that particular village, so that the students stay there and get proper education. And see the teachers also do it in a very good way. In order, automatically going to the cities automatically changes. And rural development has to be done in so many other ways. Rural industries can come up that way. And at the taluka level, whatever is needed at that particular taluka level, another standard of education institutions can come up there. Only which is not possible to do in the village level, they can go to the taluka levels. Which is not available in the taluka levels, then they can go to the district level. If you have to bring this sort of a change here, automatically everything will come to a different way. Then, as already so many people have said, people have started going to cities. Then automatically going to cities will stop there. If you are going to get everything in the rural areas, if you are going to get all the facilities, all the education, and if you can bring up some rural industries there, automatically they will stop going to the cities. This is, I feel, one way of doing it. And model villages, our Tamil Nadu friend has said, we should start visiting those things. Visiting is already there. They take all our people, all the Panchayat peoples to very famous places, very famous Panchayats, very famous industries, very famous institutions which have done very good results. And ultimately what has happened, very few people Out of 10 people, hardly 1 or 2 people follow that and they just leave it. So another suggestion I would like to give at this moment is, before any panchayat or a taluk panchayat or a ZP or whatever it is, to all these standards, before anybody assumes their charge as a member, they should undergo a particular sort of training, which should be made mandatory and compulsory, so that even planning can come into effect. Because what has happened, see, we have PDOs, we have so many officials who are masters, who are postgraduates, and who have been trained. Any new scheme comes into the effect in the government, they bring it as a pilot program, they are trained well, then they bring it to us. So what we should do, whatever they say, we have to give our thumb impression there. That is the system. So in order to change this system, a sort of training which has been fixed by the experts through such universities and others, and Meenakshi Sundaram sirs, and so many people are there. Like that, if experts say that this sort of a training is a must, such training should be brought in to the panchayat levels or whatever level it is possible. Then we can find so many improvements in the system. And along with this, already somebody told me the corruption level, somebody was telling me, all the panchayat people, when there is a sort of payment or anything, they come together. When there is nothing, they sit that side and this side. So all those things will change only when you bring in such trainings and you make it compulsory. Apart from this, there is one more thing. See, when you are giving some power, there should be some accountability for it. There is no accountability in this. I don't say that every panchayat member or every panchayat is bad. Some are bad. Some are very good, beyond our expectation. Even beyond our act and provisions, they have gone ahead and done so many wonderful things, which would be appreciated throughout the nation. Likewise, there are so many institutions, like this Rural Development University has come up here, which would be monumental, which will be fundamental requirement, was a must in the southern India. And likewise, I would ask our acting president, so that our All India Panchayat Parishad office, one of it, should come to the South India. Let Bangalore be its headquarters, so that we can interact easily and come up in a better way. So I think there are so many things which should come out, but at present, I think this is more than sufficient, and the resolutions have already been made. So in the 5th proposal, I have already proposed some amendments to this. So please kindly bring in this, and we shall try to go together in getting these things achieved through both the governments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bharat Mata Ki. Bharat Mata Ki. ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद की. आवाज नहीं आ रहा है. ऑल इंडिया पंचायत परिषद की. With this, we close this session. Thank you all. Thank you one and all. कर्नाटक पंचायत परिषद की. जोर से बोल. कर्नाटक पंचायत परिषद की. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा रहा सर. ठीक हो गया ना. बहुत बढ़िया रहा सर. अभी वो सेट हो गया ये पैटर्न रेजोल्यूशन है. भाई ये हाँ इसी पे और 3 सेशंस है कल ऑलरेडी. 3 में काम सब खत्म कर देंगे. कंक्लूड में बात कर देंगे. प्लीज स्पीकिंग अशोक चौहान जी, मैं भी बात कर रहा हूँ. कंक्लूड कर देंगे. राइट. चलिए.
ಇದೀಗ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ ಕಲ್ಚರಲ್ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಜರುಗಲಿವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಈ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಲು ವಿನಂತಿಸುತ್ತೇವೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
डॉक्टर साहब को भी ले लें.
After cultural event है ना? After the completion of tea break, culture event is there. After the completion of tea break, we conduct the cultural program. After completion of the tea break, we conduct the cultural program.
ನಾನೇ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನೀವೇನು ಜಾಬ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಾಬ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕಂತ, ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನೇ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ನ ನನಗೆ ಈ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾಲಯ
I request all of you to be present quickly. I request all the delegates, students, faculty members to occupy the respective places for the cultural event. The cultural event will start in few minutes. I'll be announcing the sequence of performances. I kindly request all the performers to kindly note the sequence of the performances. The first performance will be by Divya, Bharatnatyam, folk dance by MCOM students, Lambani cultural dance by BCom and BCA students, folk dance by MBA students, folk dance by MSc FST students, Mallakamba by Chalukya Mallakamba Academy, Kathak by Tanushri and Sanvi. I request all the performers be ready with your team. Cultural event will start in few minutes. I request all the students of our university to call your friends for the cultural program. All the volunteers who are at the campus, please do gather here for the cultural event. Mahatma Gandhi Rural Development and Panchayat Raj University, Gadag, all the students of our university are ready for the performances and they are eagerly waiting to perform their cultural performances. I request all the students to be quick to occupy your places. The cultural event will start in few minutes. All the performers, please ensure that you have given the sound tracks ahead. I request those who have not given your sound tracks, please do submit early. The cultural event will start in few minutes. I request all the delegates to occupy your respective places for the cultural performances.
2. Tak, 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 tak.